Hello, my name is Isis Graham, and I'm one of the co-founders of the Alberta Electronic Music Conference and the Virtual Electronic Music Summit. In today's segment, I'm going to be talking to 6 Alberta businesses about some of the changes they've made to their platform to create supportive and awesome initiatives within their business to keep their doors open and support creatives. Let's check it out. Okay, I've got Clint Fraser here from 9910 Bottles of Beer on the Wall. Hello, Clint. How's it going?
Hi, Isis. I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing
I don't know why I'm yelling. Sorry.
It's totally fine. We're happy to see each other. Maybe it's been a while since.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So you started this cool project, 9910 Bottles of Beer on the Wall. Tell us about it.
Okay, so 9910 Bottles of Beer on the Wall is a delivery and pickup service available through 9910. And the deal is it's not just your regular alcohol and beverage like pickup and delivery. We also offer local band merchandise, so t-shirts, LPs, cassettes, CDs, everything. So you can go on the website on 99ten.ca and make your order. So you can order, from about 15 or 20 different local breweries, and you can pair it with, I think we have over 50 or 60 bands now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, 9910 has turned into a distribution warehouse. It's just like full of merch and all alphabetized. And yeah, we have a pretty cool system going on down there.
That's really amazing. So for people that don't know or aren't familiar with 9910, 9910 is a venue in Edmonton. And what else do you guys usually do there?
We do a lot of community events and private events as well. So we host a lot of nonprofits. We also do a lot of corporate events as well. That kind of helps pay the bills to support the community stuff and to also, put on the shows that don't make as much money.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
we know all about that in our
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So COVID-19 obviously greatly impacted your business. It basically made it impossible for you to open your doors and do anything. So how did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was just trying to think of like a creative way that we could help bands outside of streaming, because everyone was doing the streaming thing. And I was like, how are bands going to sell merch or make money from shows? It's really hard. And how's the venue going to make any money, right?
Yeah.
Like we can't make any money off stream. So I kind of came up with the idea that if we delivered, alcohol and had pickup for alcohol, how could we do that, but also include like the artists and the bands and, that's how
amazing.
it is now. Yeah.
And so I know I saw on your website that when you sell the merchandise, 100% of the profit or proceeds go to directly to the band or the artist.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But then also part of the liquor sales too?
Yeah, 10% of the liquor sales as well. Yeah, because we want to make sure that we have that we support our community that's supported 9910 so much through through the good times, right? And in the bad times, we want to make sure that artists are getting money. And like there's a bunch of artists and friends of mine that had shows booked at 9910 like right after COVID hit or whatever. And they had tours booked and they had a ton of merch printed and they just received, 500 albums in the mail, for example, right? And
it's like, it's a big investment,
Oh, absolutely. So like, and this isn't going to be, the same, they're not going to receive the same amount of money that they would if they went on tour, but at least, we can kind of help and then feature the bands that were hit a little bit harder, like Marlena Moore, for example, who had a, big world tour planned and, then everything is just gone. So.
It's just so unfortunate. Even though there's lots of supporting programs for single musicians, like when you have an entire band that relies on income from a tour, it's hard to make that difference up.
Exactly.
Do you think that after COVID's over, that you'll continue this project?
I mean, my hope is that we'll be able to do live events again. I would like to, I wouldn't like to give up on it completely. I think that might be a cool annual thing to do, or like a biannual thing or maybe quarterly, every 4 months, we could do like a merch garage sale or something out of 9910 and give everyone an opportunity. And then we could pair it with, some I'm actually just coming up with this off the top of my head.
Oh, good. So here we are.
Yeah. So here we are. Here's the idea. We could pair it with like, bands playing afterwards. We could do a merch garage sale during the day and then do a show at night,
That's really cool. So the breweries that you've chosen, they're all local as well, or is this just the stuff that you would normally sell at 9910?
I mean, we really like 9910 and the Common have like a very strong local program, like
Yeah.
local, craft beer and local brewery program. So it kind of, we already had a lot of the stock, but we do
Yeah.
support those 24/7, 365. So yeah, it was something that we could do to help them as well because yeah, while they can sell cans and bottles, their like kegs are, they're not having all the bars, restaurants, everything are closed, right? So they have all these kegs. So we've actually purchased some kegs as well, which is nice. Like we are buying new stock because
Hey,
the program was so successful. So
that's
yeah,
so great.
yeah, it's
So
great.
how do people order and where can we find all the information about this platform?
Yeah, so you can go to 99ten.ca and it's really straightforward and easy. We've turned our website just into this, like there's no upcoming events, obviously. So yeah,
Yeah,
so
totally.
now, so yeah, you can just go to the website and you punch in your order and you can select for pickup or delivery. We're still practicing social distancing. So like, you select your time, you come from 4:30 to 4:45 to pick up your order or whatever, right? So we don't have a log jam of people coming all at once. And yeah, so, and then, yeah, we still do the delivery thing as well, which is excellent. I really liked when I was coming up with the idea in my head, I really liked the idea of being able to order like local records and some local beer and having it delivered to your door.
Yeah, I mean, that to me is the ultimate convenience factor.
Yeah.
And also so punk rock. I love it so much.
Yeah, and we have the
Cool
coolest
idea.
delivery van ever. So
Do you?
Yeah, it's the
Tell
coolest.
us.
We have a little mini Cub van.
Yeah.
You'll see photos of it if you go on the
It's
website.
amazing.
It's really cool. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of liked the idea of being the envy of your neighbors. You got this little cool van coming with the cool guys delivering beer and records. I don't know.
This is such a great idea, Clint. You've done so much to stay relevant and stay on top of the game here. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I really can't wait until we can all hang out at 9910 again. It's one of my favorite venues in Alberta.
I know. I can't wait to do that as well, and I can't wait to go to AmCom again.
Me too.
Yeah,
but we have VEMS. We have VEMS.
Oh yeah, exactly. We got VEMS. So yeah, no, it's great. It's great. I'm just saying, when this is all over, have that
It's
personal touch.
All the best things together. I mean, you might even not want to admit it, but you might even miss the tarps. Do you miss the tarps?
Oh no. Definitely don't miss the tarps. Oh, I'm gonna flip a table. No. No, I definitely don't. And I also have a big problem with never mind.
We'll leave it there. Clint,
yep.
Thank you
That's
so
good.
much.
Thanks, Isis. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
And we'll see
Thanks for having me.
We'll see you at VEMS.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you at VEMS.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
All right, I've got Caitlin Barron here from Quarantine Magazine. How are you doing, Caitlin?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. It's been a great day of interviews with lots of cool business folks. So You're in Edmonton, right?
I am.
And you're doing Quarantine Magazine. Tell me about this project that you started.
Yeah. Okay. So it kind of was born from a pun with me and my best friend. So my best friend and business partner with Lawless Vintage, Danielle, and we were just trying to make each other laugh one day. This was at the very beginning of all of this mess, and just kind of throwing quarantine puns back and forth to one another. And I was like, oh man, I feel like the editor-in-chief of Quarantine Magazine. And then I was like, wait a second. So step 2 was, I'm going to see if that URL exists, because that's always like how you take a joke to the next level, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And it existed because, why wouldn't it have existed? So that's kind of how it just kind of came as a little bit of a joke and a little bit of a, I don't know, silly banter. But it's definitely blossomed into something that I didn't realize it was going to. It's been really, really fun to curate and put it all together over these last few months.
That's amazing. And so what exactly is Quarantine Magazine? What's the platform?
So it's a digital magazine, and we have an Instagram account. I occasionally post on Facebook, but essentially the hub, the main action is at quarantinemagazine.com. And it's quarantine spelled T-E-E-N. It's a play on 17 magazine. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
so originally I thought that it was going to be like, kind of take the more like teeny bopper cheesy kind of route. And and, you know, do like quizzes, like what kind of quarantiner are you? What's your quarantine style? Like how to have a crush in quarantines, things like that. But it kind of all came together after I did the first call for submissions. And when I realized that people were really actually down to connect on this thing, I was like, okay, let's actually
do
take
something
it seriously. Yeah.
I mean, this is really great because your background's in media, you're an amazing photographer, and you're a DJ, so you can just bring all that stuff together under one roof. It's like you've got all the right skills and networks to put something like this and together and have it work really well.
It's honestly my dream job. I've always said since day one, since I've been working in creative marketing and media, that I want to run a magazine one day. And so it just kind of came overnight, and I didn't realize that this was what was happening. But now that I've been doing it for a few months, I'm just like, yeah, this feels really right. So it's cool to sit in the seat of the curator and the connector, and not necessarily be the one that is making all of the content, and because that's what I do in my daily job for my clients, but to instead kind of get to take the more behind the scenes role of it, and just collect all the goodies that are coming in from all around the world, which has been really, really awesome.
Yeah, that is amazing. And the fact is that right now people need like more interesting outlets for their creative stuff, because the artists that I know maybe aren't being as productive in terms of like making music, but suddenly they're doing painting and they're doing all these extra multimedia projects. And oh my goodness, with the live streams, all of the visual arts are coming right out screaming. So there's just like this whole new level of creative content that needs a home. So this feels like a good place for it.
Exactly. Yeah, no. And it's funny because when I first started kind of putting out or like asking for submissions and talking to more artists about like, because people would say, what do you want? What should I send you? And I would just say, anything, send me anything. And then I realized, okay, I have like a full inbox here of submissions that I need to sift through here. And so kind of at that point I said, okay, let's direct this into a focus point that is based on what is your creative experience or your creative what's the word, like process, there we go. What is your creative process during this quarantine time, right? So we've had some really cool articles of bands that are putting out their new EP or their album, or artists that have kind of switched their focus of how they're painting, or collage artists and stuff. And so I mean, it is a huge theme of creating under this time is how it's affecting everyone, right? So
do you think so? It's called Quarantine Magazine, and do you think that you're going to keep this going after the quarantine is over? Like, that's the big question, right? What does this platform become after COVID's over?
Well, because of sort of the path that it's taken in connecting artists from around the world. Like, I think I've got a few submissions through Europe. I've got my furthest artist is in Tunisia, which is really cool. Got a good little pod in Chicago. Lots of submissions from Vancouver as well. So, I mean, we're quarantined from each other. You know what I mean?
That's
like really, true. So I do see a future in it staying alive. I think I'll definitely keep the name because I bought the damn URL.
Yeah, it's yours. It's yours now.
But I would love eventually to, be able to host events, and I would love to have a printed magazine as well. So that
would be great. And you could even have like a feature specific one about things that happened during this specific time. I mean, it's going to be one of those historic things where we look back and go like, look at this little bit of time that we were all doing specific things. It's just going to be really interesting to see how it takes shape as a retrospect. It's going to be interesting.
Exactly. And I mean, the tagline of the magazine is a collection and reflection of weird times. Yeah. And I feel like life is just so weird anyways, so that we can kind of play off of that regardless, right? So, and even kind of just, we're in phase one, I guess, of getting back to whatever. It's still going to take
a long time,
right? So yeah, I feel like we can ride this out for a bit and see what happens next in the future. Yeah.
That's amazing. So if someone wanted to submit something to you, how do they do that?
You can email me at submit@quarantinemagazine.com. All that information is on our website and through Instagram as well. I get lots of people that will just kind of send a DM on Instagram, or you can submit right through the website. There's a form there, or you can directly email. Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much.
Everyone's stuff.
Yeah. Bring it on. There's just been so much great stuff, and I love the site. I was on there today, and earlier I talked to Clint from 9910 Bottles, which was like such a another really cool idea out of Edmonton. Like, you guys are killing it up there.
It's been so nice to be able to support each other as well, right? Because, I mean, we're not the types, Clint, I, and, you know, all these other artists, that we don't do well sitting around
No.
and not, you know, chipping in or whatever. So yeah, it's been nice to kind of mobilize each other as well.
That's really cool. Well, thank you for everything you do.
Yeah,
and
thank
shouts
you.
out to Quarantine and your sweet little dog that I love so much.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Do you have any last words you want to say?
I miss you.
I miss you. I miss everybody. We miss
I miss everybody. Yeah. Yeah.
Totally. All right. Well, thanks for being on the little VEMS business showcase, and we'll see you
Thank you
next
so
time.
much for having me. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I am here with Doshima Jev, and this is a woman that does so many things, and I can't even begin to understand how COVID-19 has possibly impacted your many businesses. Do you want to tell us first all the things you do and like the great lengths that you go to support artists in this country?
Yes, I am Kimberly Starr. I'm a DJ, budding producer,
Yeah,
and I manage KLS Management, which is a agency that manages artists of color in Calgary as well as Vancouver and Africa. And
amazing.
I run Umoja Sessions, which is a monthly, or was a month, is a monthly that was going to be traveling across the country, but now we have moved online. I run Book H2YYC, which is Healing Hands, which is my aesthetics business, and
Oh my gosh.
I just launched She DJs, which is a program that is for women, but with a focus on teaching women of color about DJing and about production. So
That is amazing. All these things. You do so much. And you also work in the nonprofit sector too. Is your other side of your life.
yes, and I manage Actors in the City as well, which is all about promoting the diaspora within Canada and the rest of the world. So
That's
many
incredible.
things.
Yeah, you got your hand in all the pies. So specifically for your management company, I mean, this must have hit you guys like a ton of bricks because you were just gaining some great momentum with that company. You had signed on some fantastic artists. Like how has this been, this transition to everything to nothing? Like what's going on?
And that's exactly it. Everything to nothing. And I think because of a lot of KLS management rides on my success as an artist,
Mhm.
as I'm self-managed, and it took me a little while to understand, because I hear things from Germany firsthand, and then I hear things from Africa firsthand, and I hear things from Europe because of the people that I work with. So we knew it was coming, but it happened in one day the whole year for me.
Yeah.
And so if for me, already like hustling my 20 artists, it was gone the minute my stuff was gone. And so
Yeah.
uh, I think we are still just even trying to figure ourselves out. Communication has been very poor because mental health has just
Yeah.
been, you
Yeah.
know, I've been very frustrated because as a manager, I'm concerned and I'm worried for my artists. And, it's always that thing of like, take the medication, as in like, call the manager. Don't run, call the manager, because you'll feel better.
Yeah.
You will feel better, because trust me, if there's anybody that can handle a pandemic, it's gonna be me.
I would have to agree with that. Actually, you got all the coping skills down pat, I feel.
Yeah.
So do you think, like, how do you think this is going to impact your business long term? I know that for a lot of people in this industry, there's just it's a lot of unknowns, and it's even hard for us to quantify what the impacts are going to be down the line. But from a management perspective, what kinds of things are you doing now to sort of get ready for what's going to happen after this? Like, are you getting artists prepped, or is it just a very quiet time for you guys?
It's a very quiet time. So 20 artists is quite the feat. I would say 50% of the roster are just kind of taking it easy right now, really thinking about what they like to do during the days, watch some Netflix, all that kind of stuff. And then the other 50% are running on steroids. I'm like, I can't keep up. They're working, they're collaborating, they're engaging, they're doing live streams, and like artists, some of them are getting into trouble, some are not getting into trouble, and it's like I have 20 kids, and they're not kids by any means, but it's like I have 20 children, and I'm just a mom, and I'm like, I'm not gonna yell today, I'll yell tomorrow, you know, secretly subtweeting them on Twitter, like, no, I have no friends. And then, and Ray will message me like, I'm feeling the tension from over here, Kim, slow down. I'm sorry. So I know that they're hearing me, and I know that right now, everything that I've said to everybody is just work on engagement,
Yeah.
work on connecting, because we didn't have the opportunity to connect with our fans before. And as artists of color, it's become so important for us to make that connection.
Yeah.
Because when we are out of here, we need to connect it for real and
Yeah.
hug sleeps.
Do you think, what I'm seeing as an artist is that this has been actually a really great time to build those deeply sort of connected and intimate relationships with your fans. Like the streaming platform, while you might not get, thousands of people tuned into your stream, you've got those 50 or 20 or 100 people, and they're engaging and they're chatting, and you're actually getting to know them because they tune into every stream. And it's like, hey, I'm making these new friends. And I actually think it's a huge opportunity for us to really create
Cool.
long life fans and friends, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, this whole time gives me that feeling of when Twitter was first happening, and, it was live updates from everybody all around the world. And, I think this is what the internet was meant to do. It's
Yeah.
just, we had systems that were in place that hadn't caught up to the revolution that is the internet and technology. Like, I saw my first cell phone the other day and I couldn't believe it.
It's either very large or like very tiny. Seem to
So
remember.
tiny. And now I have like 4 of these super machines that I run businesses and life on,
Yeah.
and it blows my mind. So I come from that generation that had dial-up internet for many, many years.
Me too. It was terrible. Like I remember doing MSN Messenger or AOL, and it would just you'd be like, I hope that message went through, and then your mom would pick up the phone and totally interrupt you.
It's done.
It's just, yeah, don't do it. We're so lucky actually. And thinking about that, like it's a good time to be an artist. And if you're being productive, that's great. I know some artists are really productive in a time like this, and some aren't. And like you said, back to the mental health, it's really important to acknowledge when things can't move at the speed that you maybe envisioned it moving at. I know for myself, I don't really feel that creative right now, but I feel really charged up about other things like connecting with fans and creating work projects, but not necessarily writing music, which I'm sure some producers could really relate to.
It's so hard. I'm not even kidding. Like I have a project through Kelly, and I'm like, I feel bad because she gave me this project 2 months ago, and I'm just like, I don't know. Like, today I'm good. Today I'm not sure. And now the days are blurring because it's been what now, like 30, 40 something days, 50 something days now.
Yeah, I think it's around 60. It's
yeah,
crazy.
And usually I'm okay with not leaving my house, but the process of not having touch is a really difficult one for me.
So when do you think when you come back, KLS management, do you think that things will pick up, or do you think you guys are going to move into adapting some of this online virtual space as like potential income streams for some of your artists?
Mm-hmm. This is exactly what we're talking about right now, because to be honest with you, Isis, we don't want to go back to how things were.
Yeah, I hear
don't.
that.
And to be honest with you, we had a big year last year, but that was a lot of sacrifice on my part.
Yeah.
Sharing bills, sharing invoices, sharing and doing it purposely so that we could show that actually the way the industry was running wasn't sustainable. Like one artist should not be getting all the big deals and having to share with 20 other artists.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that have to change. And I think, yes, definitely you're going to see a lot of difference in the way um, some of the KLS management artists are operating, because audience has changed
Yeah.
and it's global now,
Yeah.
and that's a big deal. So a lot of artists on the roster who are very local can now claim that they are international artists.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And, I think in a sense, this sort of levels the playing field too for in the
Exactly.
virtual space, it really levels the playing field. And when I think about some disparities we've had in the music industry, which would be, as you mentioned, like the upper top rung getting paid most of the money, and then also a lack of diversity in lineups and programming, I think now is a great time to start inserting more people into these spaces. And I think we're going to have a really nice, fresh level space that we can attack this at from all directions.
Absolutely. It's so exciting. I'm so excited, because it just opens us up, and this is it. This is what I'm talking about. I come from, I grew up in England, and I came from the underground, and I live in the underground, and we're ninjas, we're punks, like that's what we do. We're all about the music, always about the music, and it's always just about figuring out how we can always uplift and support each other. So
Yeah.
definitely a lot coming, and a lot changing, for my artists, because it's not only forcing them to think of themselves as business owners, but it's forcing them to think of themselves as humans.
Yeah, that's a big thing. And instead of robots.
Yeah. Yes.
I hope, for me, I think I really hope that out of this, we can get some more healthy lifestyle choices going on for touring artists. And I think this downtime that we've had, maybe has made a lot of people reflect on some of our, habitual processes that we do in this whole scene. Cause it's definitely can easily spiral out of control. And I'm looking forward to like what it actually looks like on the other side. Like, are people going to go crazy, or are they going to be totally calm? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just seen that they've done their first party in Germany, and I felt some feelings about it, but step by step.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to go to a party right now, but I am loving all the streams. The streams are giving me life right now. And I love to see people in their own environments getting creative and like doing funny stuff on the internet. Like, I don't know, I've had a really great time.
I've had a great time. I sat in a meeting the other day with Doja Cat's manager, Savage 21's manager, press agents for Beyonce, Michael Jackson, Jay-Z. This would not have happened. This would not happen. Every day I connect with a big executive that you would have to have paid. It would honestly have been divine intervention for real.
Yeah, or you would have to be in LA and just doing the work. Yeah, it's amazing.
Exactly. And just the fact that I can call it any damn DJ I want these days, like, oh my, hey, Troy Boy, what you doing, Troy Boy?
That's amazing. Well, this is basically all I've got time for on this segment, but I really appreciate you talking to me. I hope KLS gets back on its feet right away. I love what you're doing. I love your artist. Big love.
Thank you. We're pushing. Big love, Isis. Like, thank you. I've been thinking a lot. I'm not hearing anything about what's happening with our nightlife.
I know. Me neither.
And I always want to say that if anybody has ideas or anything that they want to do for fundraising to help DJs and nightlife in Calgary, I'm more than available. There's an amazing initiative in Germany that is working on raising funds for clubs and for DJs, and they've raised $1 million since the pandemic started.
Wow.
And I really believe we can do this in Canada. So, like, we got to figure it out. So I know the organizers who do that in Germany. So if we want to have a call or whatever, let's figure it out, because €1 million is a lot.
Yeah, that's also a big idea. We know that in Canada, venues especially haven't been included in some of the support funding. So yeah, it's a great idea. I mean, it's going to just take a little bit of time to see where things head and end up, but let's hope it turns out good for everybody.
I hope so. My fingers are crossed. I miss you, the hi-fi habitat. Yesterday I woke up at 2 and I was like, normally when this happens, I'll like get in the car and drive down to hi-fi to see Bracken. And I was like, oh, I've been doing that for 10 years, Isis.
I know, it's really built into our DNA now at this point.
Yeah. So, okay. I'm going to message Bracken today.
You do that. Okay, it's been great chatting with you. We'll see you
Thank
at
you.
VEMS. Thank
Yes, we'll
you.
see you soon. All the best with the festival coming up.
Thank you. Hello, I have Lucas McCarthy here from ShowPass. He is the founder, also the CEO. Welcome. How's it going?
Thank you so much for having me. It's going good. I think the COVID isolation has really got me in an interesting headspace. But I'm a brand new dad, so this has not only been a time well spent with my brand new son, but I've had the opportunity to actually work basically all day, every day now. So
Yeah.
unimpeded, no travel times or anything.
Yeah, no, that's really great. That's what I'm finding also as someone who works outside of VEMS and AIMCon. I don't have to travel to work. I'm actually saving so many hours and spending it with my family too. It's actually, for some of us that do run businesses, it's actually kind of a nice perk.
Oh, my CFO took the insurance off of his car. So
Yep.
he's and then I think the battery died in his car. So I think for whatever he saved on insurance, it kind of bit him in the ass, but that's okay.
That's totally okay.
You win some, you lose some.
Totally. So for ShowPass, I mean, you guys run as a subsidiary industry within the events industry, selling tickets and managing events. COVID must have hit you guys really hard. How did you feel getting that news that everything was shutting down? Like, what was that whole experience like for you?
Yeah, I think that, it was a Thursday, in March where I'll never forget, watching the live stream of the AHS personnel going on stage and being like, by the way, no events under 250 people are going to happen from now on. And during that speech, we actually had like a dozen events that were way over 250 people that had to shut down right away.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
as I'm sure you can imagine, we went from a regular day that we obviously understood that something was going to happen. We didn't know what it was, but to kind of a panic, frantic, like, how, do we refund these people? Like, they're halfway into the event. Like, some people have left already. Some people haven't even got there. Like, how do we even,
Wow.
assess the situation? And then, a day later, it goes down to 50, and depending on which province you're in, it goes down to 15 after that. And that was it was one of the more interesting times, I think, of our business, where we had honestly no idea that what was going to happen from this, and a massive learning experience at the same time, where we have grown so much as a business. And I think in a lot of ways as individuals, when you have to kind of battle your way through this as, a young entrepreneur, and, our really talented team also skews to, the younger side, but that lack of maybe experience going through something like this is really, really challenging. So
Absolutely.
we had a really great crew that rose to the occasion and really pushed their way through this. But that was, it was a really, really, really insane time for us, because we had no idea how to react. We'd never put ourselves in that situation or even thought about it.
No kidding. As I say, unprecedented. Like, I mean, that word's been rinsed at this point, but it truly is unprecedented in the events industry. I mean, things can happen. We can have monsoons and different world events, but never has there ever been like the entire global events industry shut down at the same time, which is just incredibly insane when you think about it. So you guys were working on something behind the scenes. Maybe you can tell us a bit about it, because you've launched it during COVID in response, but also you'd already been working on it. So like, how much did you fast track your new platform in order to get it out right away in response?
Yeah. So this was, I mean, we were working on something very different than this behind the scenes. And this was actually a brand new thing that we created in response. But we were working on prior to this was actually not, it was non-monetizable. We couldn't make a cent through COVID with what we were working on before.
Right.
So it was, we had to throw away basically everything.
Wow.
So ShowPass Sessions is what we rolled out in response to this. And it was after a very, very, very grueling session of brainstorming. Showpass has something really cool where once every 2 months we have a hackathon, and effectively what happens is everyone gets together and joins different teams. Random people kind of get together with groups and try to accomplish something that is completely different and separate from what they would have done on a regular day-to-day basis. And, we've had a lot of like really crazy things come out of our hackathons. We've had, patios being built at our office.
Yeah.
We've had donation platforms be built. It's been a really, really cool,
It's like an innovative
program that we put together.
Yeah.
Yeah. The innovation really flows. And what I'd like to kind of think is that that's really what allowed us to be responsive, I think, during COVID, because we kind of had that session of crazy brainstorming where, we sat down and, effectively we could say to ourselves, we don't have a business anymore.
Yeah. No
And
kidding.
realistically, like our revenues overnight dropped to 98%. Like
That's the
it
biggest,
was not like yeah. Yeah.
that's the biggest
So
percentage
when
I've
you
heard
could-
yet, I think. Holy.
Oh yeah, yeah. We were obviously lucky. We came into this with really, really well aligned funding backers and investors
That's great.
who really trusted us with how we were going to respond and move forward. So that has been obviously, a blessing that we came into this with, really, really strong economics, I guess.
Yep.
And we had like 6 months of record months back to back to back to back to back. So
Oh, congratulations.
that was all. Yeah, that was the good side. And when we got hit with this, we sat down and we said, look, our business is gone as we know it. For now, obviously. And if knowing who in this business and the talent that we have in this company, what would you do to build a brand new company? And a less known fact about Showpass is that we actually started as a virtual queuing company. So
Oh, interesting.
back in the day, we would be the company that if you went to a restaurant or in some cases a bank, you would put your phone number in this little tablet and we would text you when we could get you in.
That's amazing. So this concept of virtual space and doing stuff live in the moment wasn't new to you, and you just kind of made that pivot. So for people that are wanting to understand what it is that you're offering, why don't you explain it a bit so that we can talk about it?
Sure. So when we kind of landed on the idea for Showpass sessions, it was everyone in the space is almost as screwed as we are, or more screwed. Like in a lot of cases, people lost, money, and our heart goes out to them. We were lucky enough that we didn't really lose that much, but we certainly didn't gain anything. So we kind of looked around at all of our partners and we said, look, artists, venues, musicians, actors, comedians, influencers, like everyone's out of work now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're still in demand. And I think that was the craziest part, was people still want to see a live show. People still want to see a DJ. People still want to see a band. And when we kind of said, how can we create a monetization platform that works for not only us, but the counterparties that are involved, which is the talent and obviously customers, we wanted to put them together and say, what's the solution here? And what we kind of came up with that was unique. I mean, we bounced around ideas from general streaming to pay gated streaming all over the place. But what we really landed on was the idea that a small group of people needed to kind of socialize and be together virtually, and have interactions with their favorite artists or their favorite talent. And that couldn't happen in real life anymore. So we wanted to bring that experience virtually. So the easiest way to kind of describe it, and how I describe it to a lot of people, I think, in the entertainment space, is that, it's a meet and greet with kind of your favorite artist, but you get to bring your group of friends.
Right. So there was an image on your demo, I think, where it's like you've got the show happening and then there's another panel with multiple people. So it's almost just like a way more beautiful, way more organized version of like a Zoom meeting or a Google Hangout where you get to showcase and present, and people can be drinking wine or cooking. You could be doing a cooking show, or you could be, you know, DJing or doing a stand-up comedy act, and everyone can be enjoying it. Is there inter-chat functionality and stuff too, or is it just sort of one directional? Yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, obviously the host has the ability to kind of like, you know, mute people and even kick them in certain circumstances. I'm sure we haven't had it yet, but the inappropriate nature of people, I think, could
It might come up. It may or may not come up at some
point. Let's hope not.
Let's hope not.
But yeah, I mean, we wanted this to be able. We wanted a platform to be able to offer really, really unique experiences.
Yeah.
And these talent just they had so much time now. Now, they weren't traveling. They weren't getting on a bus. They weren't getting on a plane. They weren't in a hotel. They could actually say, you know, look, I'm a musician full time, but you know, I'm a huge enthusiast of fitness, or I'm a huge enthusiast of cooking. You know, how can I share that talent with some of my fans and offer like a really unique package? Yeah. So in some cases, some of these talent had actually partnered with, you know, places that would actually deliver, you know, a cocktail kit or a food kit, and they would actually walk them through that process of, you know, cooking it, or, you know, mixing up drinks, or coming up with a fitness class for their fans. So it was a really unique experience, not just like a
bespoke packages. Yeah, bespoke packages. Yeah, that's really neat. So artists looking to have a really, you know, private sort of closed in experience with people that they can charge a ticket for. That's what this is for. That's what this platform is built for. Yeah, that's really great. How do you see musicians adapting to this? Is it becoming popular? I mean, you've only launched it in the last couple of weeks, and are people picking up on it and starting to do some stuff? I think there's a bit of controversy in the DJ space right now about gating events. I think it's a little soon for some people to start, but you know what? Yeah. I see it popping up now, and I think we're going to be moving in that direction as long as we have no venues or events. It's got to be becoming more popular. So do you see that going that direction already?
Yeah. So Showpass Sessions is a part of a larger movement that we're moving towards, and it's really aligned with the opening kind of structure of the world. So as the world goes from 0% capacity to 10% to 50% to 75%, all the way back to when, you know, 6 months ago it was all normal, you could operate at capacity. Showpass Sessions basically is the first and premier product that allows, you know, these things to really come to fruition now, when there's tons of free content out there. Yep. Where people can kind of engage with artists on a massive scale, almost like a GA type of ticket. This kind of consolidates that VIP, really, really, really unique fan base that can still engage and really create loyalty. You know, the next product that we will be rolling out is a pay-gated stream platform, and the idea is that, you know, we can have a venue operating at 20% capacity that will also offer a pay-gated stream that's actually done, you know, in-house at the venue.
Cool.
And then we can have Showpass Sessions, and then we can also pair that with prepaid purchases for things like food and beverage. So, you know, there's no cash or concessions, and then also integrate merch. So
it all just cuts down the points of contact and makes it streamlined and easy. Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, that sounds like the future to me.
Well, you know, and I appreciate that. I think given where the world is, you know, the streaming side of things is not going to go away. There's so many reports out there that are saying, you know, 7 in 10 people are still going to actually participate in live streams once the world goes back to normal. Yeah. Which is, you know, an amazing stat, and is obviously, you know, skewed for the people who actually attend concerts and things like that. But nonetheless, you know, I look at this and I say, this is an opportunity for the industry to kind of reset itself in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. We were, you know, from the music side, I think this is different for sports and cultural events and different things like that. But in the music side, there was a lot of artists that were getting a lot of upfront payments and a lot of guarantees that really isolated venues and isolated promoters. And I think this is a good time for a lot of people to reset. And, you know, you've got 5 or 6 different revenue streams now that can be shared amongst all participants to kind of hedge risk against a single party. So
that's an interesting way of approaching it. Yeah, that's really That's good. I think that's probably the way we need to move forward. After losing everything, we're going to need to be a little more
Totally.
mindful about where we're putting our eggs, right?
Yeah,
Okay, that's great. Well, Lucas, this is all we have time for on today's segment.
no
I
problem.
super appreciate you taking the time to chat with me, and I hope you have an awesome spring, and I hope we get to be back on the dance floor together really soon.
No, thank you so much for reaching out, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come on with you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing this whole thing come to fruition. Thank you
Hey,
guys so much. Appreciate it.
thank you. Bye. Okay, I've got Tyler Duhame here from 403 D&B. Tyler, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Isis?
I'm doing really good. I mean, it's raining here in Calgary. Obviously, that means we can get some work done today.
Yeah. For sure.
How is everything going with 403 D&B? What's going on since COVID for you guys?
I mean, obviously, COVID completely wiped out, any business that closely resembles what we do, with no return kind of in the immediate future, right? I mean, optimistically, we're all hoping that, it'll happen this year, but I mean, just with so much uncertainty, I mean, we're all in the same boat with regards to having to cancel shows and, with no return. I mean, most venues that we're working with won't even, be open to the conversation of even talking about dates right yet. So, I mean, that's kind of what it is. Yeah.
For sure. Now, 403 D&B, for the people that don't know and aren't familiar, is a promotion company in Calgary, drum and bass shows. You've done festivals, you've done huge, big stuff, small stuff. Tell us more about what you guys do usually.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like to think of ourselves more as like a collective than anything else. I mean, our direction is obviously in our bread and butter, which is small to medium size events, as well as, content generation for members of the collective. But other than that, I mean, we do dabble in co-promotion on other events. We do dabble in festivals, we do dabble in stuff like that. But our bread and butter has always been kind of, an equal showcase of Calgary talent and international and North American talent. So, but we do like to keep it more in the kind of mid to small scale.
Yeah, Calgary's been it's been an interesting time for the last 10 years in Calgary because we've had so many different venue changes. And at one point, you guys had the D&B BBQ.
Yeah, we
That was
did.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really awesome, right? And it just like you mentioned, I mean, it's the perpetuation of the idea that these businesses don't want to take a chance with kind of live music, and they're kind of going to the standard format of large bench seat brew houses, right? So
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
it's happening everywhere you go. I mean, I talk to my friends in the UK and in France. I mean, even in France, the height of the culinary world and kind of like the cocktail, like bar scene. I mean, they're still kind of having this overflow of craft beer houses, and I mean, and businessmen want to invest more in that than they do in live music and venues. So I mean,
I wonder how brew houses are going to do after COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all to be seen. We're not going to know for quite some time, but I'm wondering when things come back, if live music will actually be even more important than it was before, because people are going to want to be activated, or if it'll be a really slow progress with live shows.
Well,
Like,
it'll
it's
be
just so hard to
interesting
know.
right? Because there's a lot of businesses that will come out of this, like, people like myself, like, we're lucky because we don't have kind of the brick and mortar style of like, rent to pay and bills due, like, despite the fact of not having doors being open, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be curious to see what happens moving forward with how business owners interpret their risk, right? And whether or not they'll try to just, businesses that are obviously we're not struggling, but, weren't doing the best prior to the COVID thing, that do have the money to weather the storm, whether that'll change their approach to, what they want to do and what they want to allow in their venues, because it very well could, right?
Yeah.
You could have people being a little bit more desperate to do things that they, wouldn't normally do. But on the other hand, you could have, people are stubborn, right? They think that, what they have in their business and it has to be run away, and they'll run it into the ground, right? So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how that really pans out.
Yeah, for sure. Now, 403 D&B recently had your first online stream. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So, obviously there was a massive influx of artists all over the world trying to use streaming as their kind of outlet, right? And I won't say that we were slow to it, but I was obviously under pressure from numerous people within the collective saying, this is something we need to get on, this is something we need to get on, and I didn't want to just be one of those another one to
Just
add
adding to
of
the noise and stuff, right?
meaningless streams, right? I mean,
Mhm.
you're not a headliner, you're not like a heavy content producer, like someone like TC in drum and bass, for example, who's doing 30 tunes in 30 days, where he's literally making
Wow.
30 songs and one every day, right, on live stream, like teaching people how to do it from a teaching standpoint. And we weren't like that. I just didn't want to add it to the pile. So I really wanted to have a reason. And over the course of my career doing this, I've been known to do charity events from time to time. Myself and a friend, Nathan McKenzie, we did one for a couple years, then once a month, and it's something I've always been passionate about. And I just felt like it was an opportunity for us to give back to the community. I mean, the community has given us a lot, maybe not financially, but definitely artistically, and it given us the ability to kind of be at the forefront and tastemaker for what the city does and what the city likes, and at least a small niche of the city. So it was important for me to kind of do something and give back, and we just kind of went back to that platform, and I wanted to see the first time around whether it was feasible, right? I mean, I know people outside of Europe had done live streams, and including one of our headliners, John Rolodex, had done one, and people just weren't seeing the donation numbers that really kind of suit something like this, the amount of effort that's required to do it. But
Of course.
yeah, ours went really, really well. And, I really wanted to have a focus on not only artists in my collective, but other artists in North America, because I think that we're going to be the ones that those are going to be the people we're going to have to rely on moving forward. Because
absolutely.
It's like drum and bass is so heavily European, and so heavily English. And, it's really dominated these days by English and Belgium and New Zealand and things like that. And I mean, I can't see artists from those areas being able to travel anytime soon.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like for drum and bass specifically, that touring economy really heavily relies on export and import. So I am actually really interested to see how our local scene is going to shift focus, and even the festivals, even next year might not be able to have the same level of out of town guests. It's just, I kind of hope in a way that some of the focus comes back to the more local spotlight, because I think, I personally believe that Alberta has some of the best drum and bass DJs in Canada. And I think it would be awesome to get some of these people, propelling forward at faster paces. It would be awesome to see that.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree. And that kind of has been, at the back of my mind through all this and through the decision-making process of where I wanted our direction to go. A lot of people these days are saying, personally, like, don't be so hard on yourself, right? Take this time to really think. And I have been, and kind of where we want the direction to go, if there isn't X, right? Like we don't know what X is, but, just kind of, kind of contemplating what it looks like outside of COVID. And one thing that, I wouldn't say that we've always been criticized for, but for lack of a better word, I would say criticized, is that you're right, Isis, like 100%, we have some of the best drum and bass DJs in the country, if not North America. Mm-hmm. However, what you're really seeing is, for some reason, a lot of them haven't made the switch to production, or a lot of them get the recognition that they deserve in other parts of the country, to kind of create that self-sustaining national music scene where, like, if you look at Halftime, or you look at Future Bass, or you look at that, like, Western Canada is a thriving,
booming pot.
Like, and I would say the West Coast of North America in general, right? I mean, but like, you have Fat Cat, and you have Librarian, and you have Rolodex, and, well, I wouldn't say Rolodex in that, but I mean, you have Ting, and you have Small, and you have Little Snake, and you have Greasus, and you have all these guys making that a very similar sound to drum and bass, but it's not 170s, it's 80s.
Yeah, right? That's crazy. It's amazing. There's all these subcategories that are coming out. But you're right. The drum and bass community in Alberta, they were slow on the uptick to produce records, I think. And
I think it's because we're older too, right?
Maybe, I mean, possibly,
when we were coming up, like, I've known you for a long time, and when we were coming up, you had to have the money for the gear, right? Analog gear wasn't expensive. Like, it wasn't as easy as I remember when Ableton first came out, or when people first started using Logic, and like before, it was all hardware, and in order to produce a drum and bass song, you needed like an 808, and you needed a Virus TI, and you needed like $10,000 worth of gear, right? That just wasn't feasible for especially like our type of demographic.
Well,
right?
and you were so young. You were like 17 years old, and
That's
that
what I
sort of thing
mean.
is outside of your scope at that stage, right?
Exactly. Now you have guys that are like Little Snake for the second time. I mean, that kid has been,
Yeah.
into music for as long as I can remember, seeing his face around, right?
Since he was this big. Now he's this big.
that big, right? And it's
Yeah,
just,
he's a great artist,
there's
though.
opportunity there for these kids that weren't there for us, and not saying, no, not hating on it in any way, shape, or form, but it's now all you need is a $200 MIDI controller and a copy of, like a hacked copy of Ableton, and not that I endorse that in any way, shape, or form, but that's a lot of how these kids are getting their start.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So back to your fundraiser, you did it on a Sunday. What I loved about your stream is that it was a Saturday. Sunday? Okay, but it was during the day. It was during the day, and I think this is great because, as you said, there's been so much noise on the streaming platforms, but a lot of the stuff's happening at night. And what I loved about your guys' stream is that it was during the day and it went for a long period of time. And I was in the chat and I had a great time, and it was a perfect day for it because I think that was our nicest day so far of the year, and like people were really engaged. And you turned out some great results.
Listeners during the day than we did at night. And I think that's why I wanted to start it so early, because I mean, you put your big guns on at night, but at the end of the day, I mean, you just go through your Facebook events alone without even going onto the World Wide Web and seeing how many other live streams. I mean, we were competing with EDC, their live stream event that weekend. We were competing with a lot. And just to have that focus on the daytime, a lot of the kind of more popular people in our collective were put earlier in the day, and there was some opportunities from some lesser known people to kind of get their tunes out there too. But I love it too. Like, I love the daytime vibe. I think it just suits the everybody being stuck at home on their patio with a seat or with a glass of wine or whatever it is.
It was a totally great vibe. So you guys ended up fundraising $2,500 for the Calgary Food Bank?
$2,550, yeah.
That's amazing. I mean, I have to say, going back to doing fundraising events in person, like oftentimes you've got so much overhead and production costs that, raising $2,500 for a fundraiser can often be challenging.
Yeah, difficult. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a great platform. Do you guys think that you'll continue doing this until COVID is over, or like even afterwards, or what do you think the plan is?
Well, the plan right now is, as I've said before, was that I wanted to move forward with something that in a way we could use to give back to our community, right? Like I said earlier that, we've been lucky in the sense that, day jobs aside, that, we're not brick and mortar, right? And we've had to cancel, like I've canceled dates through till 2021. I mean, there were some really, really big shows like, AIMCon that we were working, there was a really big, like, artist in May. Like, I mean, we canceled, probably half a dozen big shows plus other little ones that hadn't been kind of slotted in yet. So, I mean, the advantage of being able to just cancel and being like, okay, well, we might not get a refund, but, we'll get it back, as opposed to having to pay the rent and pay this. So we found that it was really important to use our platform and our reach to try to give back to the community. We have been hit really hard. And that's not to say that every charity that we decide to donate to, or every cause we decide to donate to, will be local. There might be, national, there might be regional that are outside of Calgary. But I just think that, I mean, even the lady from the food bank had said like $2,500 is almost 12 grand worth of food for them.
Exactly.
Like,
I mean, it's a huge impact that you've created.
Yeah, that feeds almost 10 families, they said.
That's amazing.
Right, per month, right? So, I mean, those opportunities to give back when we haven't necessarily been put in the worst situation, it's a good opportunity to get creative. So to answer your question, yes, I will be moving forward with these on either a monthly basis or maybe every 6 weeks. I don't want to oversaturate it. I want people to come and get engaged for that full 12 hours and have to be like a family, kind of reconvening all the people you haven't seen in a while. And from Toronto as well. There's tons of people in the chat from Toronto. There's tons of people in the chat from Vancouver. I mean,
it was great. It was a really, really fun chat. I had a great time in the chat there. It was awesome.
Sure. So that's kind of the idea, right? I mean, it's we've lost everything, but it's great to feel that we can give back. And after COVID, I mean, nobody really knows what's going to happen with that. But I mean, the idea like I would love the idea of bringing back charity events, like in-person charity events. And like you had just said, Isis, the problem with charity events is that it's such a fine line between your overhead and the amount that you're giving back, right? It's like, well, I could raise more money if I had a headliner, but then my costs go up,
Yeah.
right? If you don't have those draws, then you risk not having, you know, the engagement that you want and the donations that you want. So it's always this kind of like, you know, really stressful kind of game of Tetris where you're trying to like,
Yeah.
you know, put one block in here, right, but not have it affect your bottom line. So I think that you know, it is always something I'll explore, but for now we're just happy, you know, keeping the spotlight on our amazing Alberta locals and yeah, giving back to great causes. I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone by the
No,
end.
the goalposts are moving like every couple days.
Oh yeah, like it's, and thankfully we live in Canada and not the United States as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty thankful to be Canadian these times. Yep,
Yep.
for sure. So where can people connect with 403DNB? On Twitch, I think it's 403DNB at like twitch.tv.
Yeah, like everything, it's literally at 403DNB. So Twitch,
Nice.
it's Twitch TV /403DNB. Facebook, it's 403DNB. SoundCloud is 403DNB.
Amazing.
Twitter, yeah, everywhere. It's nice and easy to find.
Do you have a date for your next event planned, or is that still under wraps?
I have talent for it, but I don't have a date for it. It'll be probably sometime mid to end of June.
Okay.
Yeah, just out on the socials for that. Yeah, like it's exciting because, like I said, I mean, trying to put that focus back on, you know, we had Bachelors of Science who's from San Francisco and John in RMS. I mean, putting that, really trying to get people accustomed to seeing our locals and thinking of our locals as headliners and thinking of the headliners we have in Edmonton or in Vancouver and Toronto that are actually legitimate headliners for some reason. We don't think of them as such. Like the people that come to the shows are like, oh, that's only RMS. You know, like he lives in Toronto, we can see him anytime. Well, I mean, people line up. He played the Ram Records live stream a few weeks ago and just crushed it, right? So, I mean, it's hopefully, you know, the one thing that we can say while we're giving back is that, you know, it creates that appreciation of distance makes the heart grow fonder type of deal where
absolutely,
maybe when this comes out, we'll be able to have a local show and charge $20 for it and make money, right? Because I'm sure, you know, I mean, 403DNB is more of a nonprofit organization than it is anything else, right? I mean,
I think that a lot of us in this industry can probably say something like that about our businesses.
For sure, right? I mean, our goal has always been when we did make money to put that money back into the risks that we didn't want to take with our own money, right? So, you know, either doing something bigger or doing something out of the norm. So, you know, now we can do it without the overhead.
That's amazing. Well, Tyler, that's all the time I have for you today, but this has been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for talking with me.
Yeah, thanks, Isis. It's been great.
I'll see you on the next stream.
Yeah, stay safe out there.
Okay, bye. All right, I have Mitch Lee from Beat Drop here as my first guest today. Mitch, how are you?
I'm great. I've got my
awesome.
Beano coffee, and I'm ready to go.
That's amazing. You run a music school, an electronic music school, and what were you guys doing before COVID-19?
We were operating like a traditional school was. We had a bricks and mortar location that we just moved into in January, and we were offering courses for primarily adults, 18 years old to 30-year-olds is kind of who we were targeting, and we were teaching all aspects of electronic music production. So we would offer courses that, like single courses, and we also offered like 1-year certificate programs.
That's amazing. And you've had to make some big changes. Obviously with COVID, everyone's had to shut their doors. And how did that lead you to where you are now? What happened next?
So when I think it was probably mid-March?
Yeah, around the 14th, I think was when we got the closure.
When COVID hit, we were recommended that at that time everything was to close down. We had to make a decision to cancel or change our current winter semester to online. So the current students, we met on Zoom and we offered the classes in the evening. Well, we always did classes in the evening. So it was a pretty easy transition just to go online. We didn't have a ton of students and we just went online. But the big one was we had to cancel our spring semester, which was our most of our income for the year that would help us sustain us till the fall. And then the
Right.
fall, we were going to have a big launch with our new location. And that was the goal. Then everything changed in a heartbeat. And all
Yeah.
of a sudden we're done.
You had some summer camps that were booked for kids for this summer prior to that, and you've done summer camps before for kids, and then you had recently had a DJ class and an Ableton beginners class for kids. What did you end up doing for kids this time around?
So over the last 3 years, we've seen a trend. And this is something you always told us, years ago. It's like, you got to get in with the kids. Kids is a great market.
I did tell you that, actually.
And so maybe, your check's in the mail, Isis. So we started to see this trend, and we would have in-person classes, and our Ableton for Kids class continued to grow. Our DJing for Kids class was always sold out, and we only could take 6 kids though. Like, we had 6 controllers and 6 speakers and a small room that we could actually house. And same with our Ableton for Kids. It slowly became sold out every time, and we could only offer for 6 kids at once. And so we'd been doing summer camps, and so kids wasn't our focus, but it was something we knew about. And when this thing hit, I was like, parents, because I'm a dad, I got 3 kids.
Yeah.
And parents are going to need something for their kids during the day. The kids are out yanked out of school.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going crazy, and the kids, all they want to do is play video games and watch Netflix or TV or whatever.
Yeah, they
And
need something productive to do, right?
yeah, parents are going to be looking for something. So we're like, hey, why don't we take our kids' classes and put them online somehow? Well, it's really hard. They need to have a keyboard, and they need to have Ableton, and that's like really expensive, and they need to do this, we need to do that. And there's all these roadblocks, all these things that we said, you can't. They need to come to a place, because we always offered that. Show up, we got all the gear, everything. So we were like, yeah, I don't know if that'll work. I said, no, we got to figure this out. We got to figure out a way that we can help these families.
Yeah.
And so we did. We put together a 4-day program that was based around concepts of drums and beats, bass lines, chords, and melodies. And we talked about we're building a cake, and we're going to build a cake is like the ingredients of a song. I'm like, yeah, that works. And
That's
cake,
so great. It's so
kids
simple,
love
but
cake.
so great. Yeah.
Yeah. So we started to develop this 4-day program that was free. And then someone was like, well, how are you going to make money with this? We'll figure that out later. Let's just make something really cool and really great for families and parents. Make it. And here was the killer app, or the killer part of this was, let's go live. Let's not just make a course and go, here you go, here, watch these videos.
Yeah, do it live.
And let's have a specific time. And I think that's, parents really liked the fact that it was at a set time. So little Isis is, okay, Isis, you got 11 a.m. today. You got to be on on Zoom for beat drop class. And they like the fact that they're there from 11 till 12.
Yeah, it's a timeout for the parents, right? It's something that they can build into their routine.
Yes. So that's what they were looking for, because now parents are like, I'm a homeschool parent. I don't know what to do. And I got to do all this stuff. So we really actually had to do a deep dive. And my business mentor has said, challenged me, says, you really have to understand what parents are going through right now. You really have to understand what they're looking for. You're marketing to parents, not to kids, but you're marketing to parents. So you make it sure it's awesome for kids and they have a blast when they get there, but you're ultimately serving parents and the families. So that was a shift for us.
Yeah. And so one thing I noticed about this program that I loved is that you offered it for free.
Yeah. So that was, if you know what I'm learning about and I'm not a marketer, I'm not a businessman. I like sitting in my studio like most of us, and when COVID hit, we're like, great, we've been doing this our whole lives.
Time to make tunes.
I know. But so they were like, listen, they have to learn to trust you and have to learn to appreciate what you're doing. And if you make it free, they'll fall in love with you, because as soon as they come to Beat Drop, they're hooked. And as soon as they meet you guys as instructors, as soon as they receive the teaching and the way that you teach this, they'll be hooked. So don't put up a roadblock of a price, because as soon as it's cost money, parents are like, oh, wait,
it's just another thing, and everyone's got restricted income right now. And do you think as a marketing tactic, this is so brilliant, because you've got tons of kids, and now I heard that you had kids from all over the globe taking these classes.
So we have kids. We have kids from you name it, all over the UK. We've had kids from Ireland, from England, I guess, yeah, that's UK, from kids from Germany, kids from, and we're not even advertising in some of these places. So we did start to run ads to this, and that's what it blew up. But yeah, mostly the US, Canada, and the UK is where we're focusing, but we've had kids from all over the world. And we're currently getting between 1,000 to 1,300 kids registered every week. And
this is amazing. So here's a question.
Yeah.
What do you think? So these kids are average age like 8 to 12 or 8 to 15?
8 to 14. And then we have the odd 15-year-old and then the odd mom and dad who actually sign up.
Just want to do it. Oh, that's amazing. What do you think the impacts are going to be when we've got this huge amount of kids making music? Like if you're doing 1,000 kids a week, imagine if we came out of COVID with like 20,000 new producers. Pretty incredible.
Crazy. You guys are all out of a job. That's for sure. In like 3 weeks, in 3 years, these little super producers are going to be killing you.
Yeah.
No, we're not, that's how many sign up per week, but there's usually between 400 and 600 who actually show up to the class.
Of course.
So,
yeah. That's
and then we offer a replay. So people that can't show up live, they can watch it. So, but still, that's a lot of kids. Like we never ever thought of reaching that many kids.
Absolutely.
And being effective at the same time, not just like they learn how to use Ableton after 4 days. They learn how to.
Kids we're talking about. They can.
Yeah.
Their brains are like little sponges. They can learn things.
Oh, they're just like ninjas. So I don't know. I think it's pretty neat that there's just nothing like this. And
no, I haven't seen anything, which I think is really cool. Good for you guys.
So it's been really rewarding. And the emails we get back from parents who saying, listen, my kid is ADD and he usually has a mentor sit with him during his online classes because he's so scatterbrained. He stuck with you guys your full hour of class, and he spent another hour afterwards working in Ableton after class each week. He goes, I've never seen this without a mentor, without any help.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Right? And that's
so cool.
Those kind of stories, just like, oh, that's amazing. That's what's warmed my heart. And just like, yes, that's what I feel like. It's almost like a new vision for Beat Drop and a new initiative for us to focus on families and kids and to give them opportunities to learn about this.
And so like as a funnel, a sales funnel, these kids take the free class, and then is the hope then that some of them will sign up for private lessons and coaching with you?
Yeah. So we had to figure out, okay, what's next for them after this free 4-day course. And in 4 days, you can't learn much, but there's at least they're getting a taste of what they can do, and they're super pumped. So we put together a 3-week paid program that we offer for those that finish. Then on Fridays, like today, at the end of the class, I'll do a little pitch saying, hey, did you enjoy this? Was it fun for you? If so, get your mom and dad on. We'll answer questions, and we'll talk about our 3-week paid program that we're offering currently.
That's amazing.
So that was our goal, and it's been pretty successful. I have Ableton certified trainers in Germany now hired. In Munich, he's from. Claire's from New York City. Gabe, who's a certified trainer, he's from Calgary here. He's going. And then I hired Kevin from Vancouver. So we have like 4 or 5 Ableton certified trainers now just employed, and they're not employed like all day, but they're teaching these classes. And then we have teacher assistants in each one of those classes. So that's incredible. So I mean, really, this has provided you guys, like, it gave you a quick boost that you needed to propel your business. It sustained us, and we were able to actually not only keep our employees, but to hire more employees during this time. That's crazy. Incredible. Yeah, that is really incredible. And for the first time, being able to pay myself potentially. So congratulations, Mitch. That's a big deal. It is. Like, people don't realize, like, for years and years and years we run Beat Drop, and it was a break-even endeavor, and I just loved it. And it wasn't my real job. Like, my real job was here at the studio and doing stuff for movies and TV and advertising. So this has changed everything for us in terms of the trajectory that we're going to go. And that's, maybe we'll talk about that, but we're trying to figure out, we want to continue this whole online thing. We recognize this COVID situation is kind of like a perfect storm, but yeah, absolutely. I think in the fall, we're going to change our our offerings a little bit, but we're going to continue to do this. And so, yeah.
Well, it sounds like COVID created a perfect storm, as you say, to move you towards a more online virtual space for your program offerings, which I think is great. I'm seeing a lot of movements like this in education, and it's to be seen what the public school board's going to do in the fall. We obviously don't know, but you know, I have a lot of friends with kids, and they're really enjoying taking part in some of these virtual environments, and are actually finding it to be a lot nicer for them as parents too, because they're not driving all over the city all the time. So it's actually it's amazing to have these resources for kids.
To come home and not to know, like, my kids don't have sports, which they hate, and they don't have all these other musical things to drive to. Yeah, driving alone is like, you realize, oh man. And then the price of gas is so cheap. You're like, oh geez.
Oh, that's funny. Well, Mitch, this has been so great. That's all the time we have for today for this segment. But thank you so much for being a part of VEMS. Thank you for all you do. Where can we find information about your programs?
You can go to our website, beatdrop.ca, or on our Instagram. It's a bit harder to find us there.
Yes, it is. You guys, your Instagram grip is, I get it wrong every time.
Yeah, it's beatdrop with a 3 and a 0. So, you know what's crazy? There's some scammers that stole our logo. So if you type in beatdrop, there's all these other beatdrop accounts, and they stole our logo.
No way.
Yeah, and we have people following. Anyway, I don't know.
Oh, nah, that's fine.
Yeah, beatdrop.ca.
Thank you so much, Mitch. This has been awesome. Let's
Thanks,
catch up
Isis.
next week.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Thanks for joining me for
default. Nope, we want to use. We're going to go through. Well, here is the overview of what I'd like to cover with you in the next hour or so in terms of this presentation. So the purpose of BIOS, right? What are some best practices? What are the common mistakes? And there's usually 2 or 3 big ones that I see almost without fail. I would say 99% of the time. The investment in BIOS in terms of if you're going to hire somebody, what's that going to cost you? And how does that work? I'm going to give you some tips in terms of writing your own bio. I call it instant bio, just kind of a quick down and dirty little system that I've concocted through our work at CMI in terms of how you can do this. And within an hour, it's not crowd dinner, but it's kind of within that. It's kind of got that instant bio kind of concept. Probably within an hour, you can sketch out or have a completed bio. Then I want to talk about some basic structural things to keep in mind. Style, and when I'm talking about style, I'm talking things that are connected to writing and certain rules when it comes to, titles of albums and titles of singles and the use of numbers and punctuation, things like that. So that's what we call style rules. And then we're going to talk about the different versions of the bios that you're going to require, because there are multiple versions required, which we're going to get into. Okay, so, and then of course, once we get through that, that's going to be the bulk of the presentation. And then after that, we're going to get into the one sheet and we're going to talk about EPK. So that'll be on the back end of the presentation. So again, I hope you're with me. I cannot gauge any kind of reaction here. I don't see your faces longing and thirsting for this information. I can't judge your reaction. I'm hoping that you're going to stay with me. I'm going to do my best to help you as much as I can here in the next hour. Okay, so let's keep going. Artist bios. I hope you heard the sound effects. Put a lot of work into that. Okay, now the introduction, right? The artist bio, right? Really, the way I like to describe it, the artist bio is essentially often your first impression, and that's with either the industry or with the media. And so where are people going to find or make that first impression with you? Usually it's music. Usually somebody hears a song somewhere or is told about an artist or a song, and then people are going to find you. And they're going to find you either through social media, right? So make sure that you've got a bio in your social media platforms, obviously your website. That's pretty standard. Streaming, I still go through the streaming platform. Spotify specifically is what I have. And I'm amazed at how many artists do not have the bio information populated. One sheets and EPKs, right? So that's often, and that's how people are going to find you, depending on how you are brought to their attention, whatever the case may be, okay? And so now let's get into the purpose. So really the common purpose, the main purpose of the bio is to introduce the artist. I'm going to assume that we mostly have artists in the room, and I don't know that. So let's assume, or let's go from the perspective that it's artists in the room. And the bio there, the purpose of it essentially is to introduce the artist and their work, okay? So that's number one. That's obvious, right? Number two, right? And this is where, when I mention this point when it comes to writing bios, a lot of artists tend to relax because they get flustered or they're uncomfortable, like a lot of artists, like a lot of people, quite frankly, about speaking or writing about themselves. So when I say focus on the current release, what I'm simply doing here is liberating you from having to talk about yourself and rather focus on speaking and writing about your current release. After all, that's what you're doing, that's your focus, that's what you want people to pay attention to. This is what you spent all your money and your time and poured your heart into. And so if you take it from the perspective of telling me that story, right, which is kind of counterintuitive to the word bio, and this is what kind of trips a lot of people up, but make the focus your current release, okay? That's the purpose of it. Number three is influence, right? The bio is there to help you pitch editors, producers, programmers, and then other industry types, potentially, or other media types, bloggers, et cetera, to generate what we call editorial coverage. And when I talk about editorial coverage, I'm simply talking about somebody making the choice to write about you, to post about you, you know, to share anything to do with you. So to have you interviewed on a radio station or a TV show or have a post on a blog, right? That is what we call an editorial decision or editorial coverage. So what your bio does often is help influence, right? Because people are going to read that story and say, oh, okay, this sounds like somebody that I'm interested in, somebody I want to talk to. I'm going to give them some time, some space, some airtime, whatever the case may be. Okay, so to influence editorial decisions in the purpose of generating some editorial coverage. Okay, and then the bio also is a communication tool that informs the industry, right? And any industry partners that you may be working with. So if you're looking to hire, for example, somebody to do your digital marketing or a publicist or somebody to represent you with streaming or radio promotion, hiring photographers, videographers, and any of these other people, agents, labels, publishers, you name it, anybody in the industry, this is kind of a tool to kind of give them an indication of who you are. And of course, the other person that is not on this is the fan, right? So the fan is going to come across your bio, probably read that on the website too. Think of it as a tool really to inform industry partners primarily. Okay, that's the way I look at it. Okay, and then to me, it is also a marketing sales tool, right? So this is something, it's in your PR toolbox, so to speak, and you're going to be using your bio probably with some additional assets that you've created to pitch yourself, right? To pitch yourself for opportunities, whether that's live performance or sync opportunities or anything else that you might be looking to do. So it serves a purpose as a marketing and sales tool as well. Okay, so that's kind of the purpose. So from there, what I'd like to do is move into best practices, right? And so to me, number one best practice for bio, I tell everybody, right? Keep the bio to facts, right? Facts largely related to your release. Okay, this is not prose, it's not literature, or as I'm saying here, it's not Shakespeare, it's not Dickens, right? People are not looking for that kind of writing, and you're not required to do it. So you can eliminate all that flowery, unnecessary language and just stick to facts and information. This also, right, frees up your mind and worrying about what do I have to write, what I'm going to put in my bio. Just stick to telling me the facts. It's all you got to do. Okay. And then best practice number 2 I have is inject personality. Okay. And so this is a very important piece, right? And by personality, I mean the artist's voice. Well, how do you insert voice into a bio? Well, the way you do that is by creating, and inserting, if you look at the language there, direct quotes, right? So I'm not talking about media quotes or anything that somebody's written. I'm talking about quotes that you actually generate, right? That you are able to create to thread into the bio narrative. And in my experience, 2 quotes usually will do the trick for you. You know, my general rule is I want a quote that's going to be connected to the single, because usually that's what's bringing people to you anyway and reading your bio. So I always want to do that. And that's what I'm trying to drive attention with and for, is that single. So I usually have a quote about that. And then I might have a secondary quote, which could be about another track, or it could have something else to do with the project. But usually 2 will do the trick, right? And so that's important to me because it brings the bio to life, you know, and allows you, gives you an opportunity to kind of have your artist kind of heard. People can kind of get a feel for what they're like. And so I think this is an important part of making a bio readable and helping you kind of frame and brand your artist as well. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3, and I'm adamant for this, I'm a no hype guy. I don't think it's necessary. And I just use the example here because I see this a lot. And oftentimes when I edit bios, I always make this thing, you know, statement, statement, statement. Remember what I said, stick to the facts, right? So here's an example of a statement. And this is one common thing, and there's probably a zillion other variations. Maybe you recognize it, but she's taking the music world by storm with her new release, right? It's just not necessary, right? You don't have to say this. And I would argue with you that if you take these types of statements out of your bio, that you lose nothing. In fact, it'll actually improve the quality of your bio. So I'm no hype bio writer. That's my style. Again, you don't have to agree with me, by the way. What I'm sharing with you is my approach to bio. This is not the only way to do it. I'm going to say that again for anybody who's joining in as the conversation is going on here. And I say go easy on the adjectives, right? So I actually have a no unique rule when it comes to bio writing. I do not allow that in any bio that I see. And if I see an artist write it, then I challenge them, right? So if you're going to say that you're unique, like that's what I call a statement, right? You're making a statement here. You know, their blend of R&B, electronic R&B music is unique, or their unique blend of R&B electronic, right? Well, what exactly makes it unique? Don't just say it. If you're going to say or make a statement, then I challenge you to always back it up. Okay, I generally find that it's best to avoid it at all purpose, in all ways. Like just stay away from that word if you can. And I hope you understand what I'm talking about there when I'm saying no hype, no statements. Leave the adjectives in the dictionary is what I always say. That's where they belong. You don't need them. Okay. Other best practices, if we continue on, and this is an important one. To me, this is kind of the key, right? I tend to advise artists to write their bio in a feature story article. So think about any article that you've read about any artist that you like, or maybe you remember an article that was written about you or something that you're working with, right? And it's in that, it's something that you would read in a newspaper, a magazine, a blog, whatever the case may be, right? So if you write in this style, right, that's another reason why, by the way, the quotes are important, because you can't have an article without attribution quote, somebody saying something. So the idea here is if you write in the feature story style with quotes, right, with that artist voice, as I call it, it allows media to largely, if they choose to, simply cut and paste and post or publish without having to do a lot of work, editing, etc. So to me, there's a strategic reason also using this approach. Okay, so it makes a lot of sense. In terms of other bio best practices, very important. You can't assume that people know. You would be amazed at how often I say, what kind of music do you do? And usually this is something I'm going to see in the first sentence of your bio. It's no different than when you introduce yourself, right? Who you are, right? Where you're from, what kind of music do you do? It's something that you normally see right off the top. So don't assume that people know. right? So make sure you establish the genre style of music in your bio. And again, you have to do it in the beginning? Not necessarily. It makes sense to me. I kind of like doing it right off the top. But again, there is some creative liberties in terms of the way that you choose to write and structure your bio. That's up to you, right? As a rule for me, I like to see it off the top so I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Okay, let's keep going. Number 6 is identify where you're from. Okay, so when you think about media in particular, media likes local, right? So I tell an artist, if you are from Cleveland, but you grew up in Toronto and you went to school in Montreal and you live in Calgary, well, for me, I'm from each and all of those cities whenever it's to my advantage, is what I'm trying to say. And maybe you're from a different country, right? So these are all things that come into play. And I think you can use it to your advantage. Do you have to list everywhere that you ever lived? If you moved around a lot, not necessarily, but you want to use it if you're going to be on the road or pitching media in a certain city. If you have a tie to that city, then make sure that it's in there, right? Make sure it's in there, because media, especially when you're out there on tour, et cetera, they like local angles. It's a big advantage. So I say take advantage of that. The one thing that often comes up, by the way, is people who are from small towns. They don't want to say they're from a small town. Me, honestly, I don't feel it matters. You don't have to be embarrassed. You are who you are. You're from wherever you're from. And to me, it's a non-issue. If you're from a small town, you can say this small town near Calgary or near Montreal or near Halifax, whatever it is. That's all you have to say. And you give people some kind of context. If you just leave it as a small town, people say, well, where the hell is that? Again, it's a simple fix, just providing some geographical context. And so that's a simple one. Identify where you're from, because that's usually one of the first questions you get. Who are you? Where you're from? What do you do? Again, it's good to answer that right off the top. Okay, let's keep going. Best practices, number 7. And this is one where artists sometimes struggle or give me some pushback, but it's identifying musical influences and comparable artists, right? Because again, if you're doing rhythmic or R&B electronic music, then maybe there's certain artists that inspired that. And that's all you're really telling me. Influences is like inspiration, right? And then comparable artists is not necessarily you saying you're as good or in the same level as these artists. It's not comparing yourself, but what you're doing is you're giving me some kind of context or perspective in terms of the sound and the style that you do. It's a little bit of this, these my influences, and it sounds like these are artists that are comparable, that are similar in their sound, their style, right? And for what that does for an industry person like myself or anybody else that you meet is that very simply allows them to hear it in their head. Okay, I get it. I understand what it is that you're doing, right? It's just helpful. If you tell me you're a singer or songwriter, well, that's pretty broad. That doesn't really help you. So you always want to give it a little bit more detail to help that person who's reading. Again, they don't know you, okay? And then something else that I often suggest to artists, and they don't think about too often, but oftentimes your influences might not necessarily be musical, right? It's very possible that you're influenced by other things in life. It could be, or other artists. It could be a visual artist, like a painter. It could be a poet. It could be, somebody that does sculptures or fashion or whatever it is. If you have other influences, I think that's not a bad thing to include as well. And I think that's interesting. And I think if I'm reading that again on the editorial side, oh, that's a different kind of artist. Okay, that's cool. That's something we can talk about. It might kind of set you apart a little bit. I wouldn't go crazy on that, but if it's legitimate, right, and you're into it, then I think that's something to at least consider and put on the table, right? Take a look at it. If it works, it works. If not, you can always take it out. It's your bio, okay? Moving on, number 8, and I kind of touched on this already when I said, the focus of your bio, the writing of your bio should be on the current project. So by the current project, I'm talking your current single, EP, album, right? Whatever you're doing right now. And again, it takes the pressure off having to talk and write about just yourself, okay? And again, it's what you're working on, it's what you're selling, it represents the artist who you are now. So make that the focus. And this is something that I see fail in a lot of bios. You know, I'll often read, and sometimes there's zero mention of anything that they're doing musically that's current, or usually it's the last paragraph. So I'm reading about everything that you did when you were 5 years old, 6 years old, through high school, and then somewhere way down there at the bottom, I get a sentence at the very end, and my new single is going to be coming out there. I'm telling you that most people aren't going to get to that last sentence, right? And the whole purpose of what you're doing around that campaign is to elevate, right, the awareness and the profile of that new project. So please, for God's sake, make that the focus, right? Okay, that's an important one. That's probably one of the more common mistakes, which we're going to get to, by the way, in a second. And so then how do you do that, right? So how do you focus on the current release? I guess this would be a follow-up. So to me, it's, again, sticking with facts, or maybe there's some anecdotes connected to the project, right? So there could be anything from, and again, these are some examples, you might have other ideas, but this is just to give you some jumping off points, perhaps some inspiration, right? So maybe it's the producer that you work with, or maybe you work with multiple producers. Maybe you had some high-level writers involved. Maybe the way you recorded it was interesting. You know, maybe you recorded in a cabin in the woods and there was no electricity and somebody was pedaling a bicycle to generate power so you can record, you know, whatever. Maybe there's a concept or some inspiration that led to the creation of this thing. Maybe it was where you recorded. Maybe you recorded in multiple locations. Maybe you have some interesting instrumentation or production techniques that were used, guest musicians. I mean, it is endless, right? So you can, as you're writing your bio, think about what's interesting here. What kind of facts, or are there any anecdotes that I can use here that are going to be interesting and help me tell the story of my current release? And so that's an important part. And I would challenge you, as you're going through your bio writing stage, to kind of consider, well, what is interesting here? Do I have something that I want to focus on? Right? And sometimes, honestly, there's nothing, right? So maybe it's going to just be a focus on the current release on the first single, and that's going to be it, or, you know, something not as exciting. You got to work with what you got and you make the best of it. But these are things at least to consider. And like I said, there may be other things that aren't on this list that might work for you. Okay. And number 10 is this. So this is what I call the background information. When I edit bios, I always use the letters BG, and there's usually an arrow that points down, because normally what I see is background information off the top or elevated in the bio. And I always tell people, push it down, right? Again, the focus has got to be on the current release. The background, historical information, whatever you want to call it, to me, plays a secondary and supporting role in the bio, right? And that could be anything from past releases to awards and accolades, you know, things like that, maybe some education or other accomplishments that are in there. And usually, to me, that's not multiple paragraphs. That's probably a single short paragraph at the end. That's the way that I approach it. So background information, secondary. Remember that, okay? And number 11, best practices, is that you're going to need multiple versions. And I'm going to go through the 3 different versions. I'm going to do that a little bit later. But that's, there's 3 of them to be exact, I guess, is what I wanted to say there. And then in terms of best practices, I have one more. And this other one that bugs me in bios, because, you know, when you write your bio, you've probably heard the expression, set it and forget it. You know, as independent artists, you know, the last thing you want to do is always having to worry about something getting out of date and constantly having to go back and update, you know. And what I've learned is that there is always a way, there's always a solution when you're writing your bio that you can come up with that doesn't actually have, you know, a statement like on tour this fall. Just think about that. If that bio is sitting on your website for a year, then I'm thinking, are you talking this fall? Or are you talking last fall? Or the new single comes out June 4th, right? And now it's August or September. So are we talking next year or last year? And so there's always solutions around that. So I try to avoid what I call specific dating in my bio. I try to be generic enough where I don't have to go back and update it and edit. I just want to forget about it, right? Sometimes maybe it can't be helped, but you want to keep that to an absolute minimum, all right? So avoid specific dating. And usually it's around tours and release dates in my experience, right? So keep that in mind. And as you're writing your bios, how can I say this, right, without having to worry about coming back to fix it in 2 or 3 weeks, right? So for example, I wouldn't say the new single comes out June 4th. I would say the new single title, and I would put in, you know, 2020 or June 2020. And then I never have to change that, I don't have to change that. That's just a simple example. Okay, now, so those are some best practices, a dozen or so best practices that came to my mind. How am I doing on time here? Okay, about halfway. So let's move on to what I see as the most common mistakes. And without fail, number one mistake is what I call writing your bio in chronological order. And I understand why we see that, because just the term biography, right? It's kind of a life story. That's what you think about it. And that's the way you will write it. And I'm telling you again, from a business perspective, the way that I've told you already is to make it about your current release. Don't write your life story in chronological order. The simple fact is, no one cares. Okay, and they're not going to get to the most important part, which is your new release, if you bury it under a bunch of, your life story, that kind of stuff. So do not write your bio in chronological order. In fact, the way that you should write it is in reverse chronological, right? So what's happening now? Well, we always want to be current. As an industry person, I don't care what you did 5 years ago, quite frankly. I want to know, what are you doing now as an artist, right? What's important to you? What kind of artist, what kind of songs are you writing today? That's the most important thing. Okay, mistake number 2, excuse me, is that I don't care who you are. The basic rule is your bio should not be longer than a page, right? And the only exception I make, quite frankly, are for superstars, right? So that's a simple way to know. So what's a page, right? Depends on how you write, but it's probably going to be a few hundred words, right? So for me, I generally see it coming in around, 4 or 5 paragraphs, short paragraphs, by the way, right? So no longer than a page. That's pretty straightforward. Number 3, most common mistake is what I talked about going back to the beginning of this presentation, is that there's no personality. There's no artist quotes, nothing to bring the bio to life, to kind of introduce me to who the artist is, what they're like. Maybe they got a sense of humor, or they're sarcastic, or they're passionate about a particular subject or issue. If you don't have their voice included in there, well, then the bio is flat and it's a dry read. And then on top of that, without having that those direct quotes inserted, well, then the chances of your being picked up by a blog or a publication of some sort for posting and publication becomes limited, right? Because it's not written in that feature story approach, as I talked about earlier. You need quotes for that. And so to me, I always will tell every artist, you need to inject some personality in here. Let's get a quote or 2 in there. Let's get the artist speaking. Okay, and where do those quotes come from? Right, like I said, you just make them up, right? That's all you got to do, right? You just make them up. You're allowed to do that. This is what happens in the world of PR. Not journalism. Journalists can't put words in your mouth, or they can't change the words that come out of your mouth to suit their needs. You, as the person writing your own bio, you can put whatever words in your mouth and in your bio that you want. You're allowed to do that, okay? Number 4 is what I talked about earlier. Again, what I call these empty declarative statements, right? Usually I see them maybe at the beginning of a bio, kind of like an opening sentence. People feel they need to kind of pull me in somehow with a big statement, or at the end, right? So here's a simple one that I would see, some variation of this is very common. She's a star on the rise and a talent to be recognized. And that's kind of the last sentence. And again, as I say, take that sentence out. I promise you, you lose nothing in your bio whatsoever. In fact, you make it better. Okay, so based on those, let's move on to the process of writing bios. So if you're hiring somebody, if you've not gone through the process of writing your own bio, this is kind of the process that I would go through, or probably likely somebody who you would hire on your behalf. This is the process that they would go through, right? They would research. What does research mean? Well, I'm going to start with what you have out there in the world already. So I'm going to start with probably the music that you've released. I'm going to look at your old bios. I'm going to look at old PR materials, press releases. I'm going to look for any kind of interviews, whether they're written, radio, or TV, or blog posts, to give me a sense of where you're coming from and where you've been, right? And then I'm going to interview you, right? If you're an artist, I got to interview you now about the new project. And what's happening here. Tell me the story of this release, right? So once I go through that, I'm going to probably record that. I'm going to go through the process of transcribing that, and then kind of start working on a draft outline, pulling out the pieces that I think are interesting. They're going to build kind of the meat of the bio, right? And then I go through the whole writing process, writing, editing, revisions, approvals. My experience, approvals were sometimes the hardest stage of it all, because artists always struggle with their bios. They're not sure. And then of course there's posting, and in some cases there's maintenance. But that's essentially, if you're hiring somebody to do your bio, that's the process. So if you think about that, that's a fair bit of work, depending on the level of the artist. Okay, and then if you're going to pay, again, it really depends on who you're going to hire, right? So the investment to me could be anywhere from a couple $100, maybe a little bit more. It depends on the writer that you're going to hire. There's also a word rate. A lot of freelance journalists will work on what's called a word rate. And in Canada, I did a little research, and it can range anywhere from 10 to 15 cents per word. I generally would advise you to, if you're not comfortable doing your own bio, to see if you can find somebody that writes as a music journalist. That's something we did all the time. When I was working in the label system, that's kind of what we did. The people that were doing the interviews and the features at the big magazines or the newspapers at the time, those were the people that we would go, hey, on the side, do you freelance? Would you be willing to do the artist bio, especially if we knew they were into the artist? And so that was always a good solution. I always encourage you to get samples of writing if you can find them, ask for them, and then you can talk to your network, whether it's other artists, managers, labels, to see if they have any suggestions or recommendations, of writers that they might have worked with, or journalists that might be willing to do it for you. Okay, moving on. This is, maybe giving you a visual representation of the structure, right? So based on everything that I've said to you, this is kind of what the structure of the bio would look like, right? That's kind of that reverse chronological order, so that inverted pyramid, if you will, right? Where I start with the basic of the artist introduction, right? And it could be those points that are in there. I'm identifying the artist, where they're from, their genre, maybe some influences, right? That's kind of where I'm starting off, right? And then I get into the body of the bio, that kind of section 2 and 3, as I call it. And these two kind of are interconnected, right? So I'm inserting details, facts about the current release, and I'm going to intertwine that with some quotes, right? Some personality injection from the artist speaking about that, whether that's the single or the overall concept of the project, whatever the case may be. And then I get to the end, and I'm going to put in that bit of background, that last paragraph, which will be, things like maybe some personal information, or previous releases, awards, accolades, things like that. So that's in a snapshot. Hopefully this kind of inverted pyramid gives you an idea of how to go about structuring your bio. Okay, so why do I recommend this approach? Well, this is why I do it. And again, I'm going to go back to, if you come on late, say that really it's individual choice. And you don't have to do it this way. I like this for a couple of reasons. Okay, number one, right, especially these days with media, right, with the digital impact on traditional media, and bloggers who aren't really experienced or professional trained journalists, right? There's fewer people to do all this work, right? And so they don't have the time, and sometimes they don't have the access to get interviews. And so if you take this approach as you're writing it, essentially you're basically doing their job, and you're handing them a finished piece of work, basically on a platter, is the way that I like to describe it. Okay, and so that's one of the main reasons why I advocate for this approach. Number 2 reason why I like this approach is that you're able to control the narrative. Okay, so I always remind artists, right, that your bio is the trigger for questions, especially when you're dealing with media, right? And so if you're smart and you're thinking in advance, what is it that I want to communicate or share about this particular release? That's the kind of stuff when I'm talking about, telling the anecdotes and the story of your current release. That's the stuff that you want to put in there. I will tell you, I've been on publicity tours all across Canada with all kinds of artists. And generally when you walk into an interview situation, the host, the producers, directors, they're all sitting there holding your bio, or it's on a screen, and they've got to highlight it, or they're looking at it. And that's kind of their roadmap for what they're going to ask you. So that's the smart approach, control the narrative, right? So when you walk into a situation, you're going to know the questions and you're going to be well prepared. It also avoids putting dumb things in your bio or being too cute, because if you do that, well, then guess what? You're going to answer that question, you're going to get tired of it pretty quick and say, and I've had many artists tell me over the years, boy, do I regret putting that in my bio, because everywhere I go now, people ask me that same stupid question, right? So don't put it in there, okay? Control the narrative. And then Number 3 for this approach is, if you do it well, right? A blogger, journalist, media outlet, et cetera, especially if they're down in terms of staff and resources, chances are they might take that entire bio and publish it word for word, simply cut and paste. And in PR, this is awesome. This is complete control of the narrative. In the PR world, we call that victory, and I've spelled that out there. And I learned that lesson very quick. And people who know me often tell the story. When I first started writing bios, there was a point where I got some press clippings from another part of the country, and I opened it up and I looked at it. I started reading this. I said, "Oh, this looks familiar," and I realized it was exactly a bio that I had written word for word, and then somebody else had put their name on it, by so and so, and I can't remember, it was so long ago, but I do remember the instance. And then I was like, "Oh my God!" Again, coming out of journalism school, I said, "How this is unethical? This is plagiarism." And I walked into my boss, and he just looked at me and said, "Great fucking job." I still remember those words, right? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm not in journalism. I'm in PR. I've controlled the messaging, the narrative. They've taken it word for word. And so, nobody got my name wrong. Nobody spelled it wrong. Nobody said things they didn't want to say. Basically, everything I put out there was used, right? So this is why I'm a big advocate for this approach. I think I'm gonna have to speed up. Okay, so here's what I call my instant bio system. If only bios could come in a can, right? So maybe I'll have to think about that, get it stocked at Walmart or Costco or things like that. Can you imagine? But anyway, I'm going to show you, and it kind of goes back to that inverted pyramid that I showed you already. But here's kind of the steps. If you're in a rush to write your bio, sit down in front of your laptop, your computer, and this is where you start. And oftentimes I just start with bullet points, right? Before I get into sentence and paragraph structure, right? I write down the basic information, right? So step 1, right? Basic artist information. Who are they? Where are they from? Right? Influences, comparable artists, everything we've talked about, right? Then I go into step number 2. Okay, what are all these things that I want to talk about with the new release? What's interesting, right? What do I want to share? How do I want to control the narrative in my bio? What do I want interviewers and journalists to ask me about? This is what I'm thinking about here, right? And again, new single is usually a starting point, but you can try other things as well. Really, whatever's relevant to your project. And then number 3, again, connected to number 2, is the artist quotes, right? So again, what is it going to be about? Single, concept, work with producers, location, whatever it is, that is your choice. Okay, and you're gonna basically, just jot these things down. And what I tell people is just write. Just write. You can always edit down. It's easier to edit down than going from a blank page. So I just say, just write stuff, whatever it is, and then as you get into the writing process, you take all of it and you kind of start to give it some shape structurally, paragraphs, sentences, etc. And then, of course, there's the 4th part. Right? So that's kind of your instant bio. And I've kind of done this approach, and I've tested it, and I've done it where I said to the artist, send me, here's exactly what I want. Here's the 4 sections. Just give me the details, give me the facts, and just write some stuff down, make up some quotes, and then I'm going to shape it. Right? And that's exactly what he did. Within an hour, we had a bio. I think they still use it to this day. Right, so that's my kind of what I call my instant bio system. Okay, so to summarize the bio, excuse me, you have a new release, basically you have a new bio. I'm talking about EPs and albums. If you're going on a singles basis, you're probably not gonna have a full bio, you're gonna have a shorter bio, but the full bio usually accompanies new releases. So every new release equals a new bio, right? And then all these other things I have talked about. And so I don't have to run through them all, but the style and genre, influences, avoid the statements, but if you choose to make statements, remember to back them up. And moving here, cliches and empty hype, we don't want that. Rate the quotes. So I've covered all those points. Number 9 on this list is avoid gratuitous punctuation. Lots of exclamation marks. I see that quite often for some reason. I can't explain it. Or capitalization is another one. People think there's a word that's important to them, so they want to capitalize it. But that's not the way that the English language works, right? So just write the way you're supposed to write. And if you're unsure, by the way, I have these 2 resources I keep on hand. One's called the CP Style Guide, and one is Caps and Spelling. And they're probably on the desk of most journalists and most newsrooms. And I always have them around. I do a lot of writing. And so I have them there as a resource, those tricky words to spell, or, what's the proper style for this, et cetera. And then it's a matter of just writing, editing, rewriting. No different than you're creating a song. Sometimes you got to do some rewrites on your bios. And then again, limit yourself to 1 page. page. So those are that's your summary points. Okay, so let's go to some basic style rules. Style rules for me, when it comes to the title, right, of the project, the EP, the album, those should always appear in italics. So I gave you a couple examples on the screen here. You can take a look at it, right? So the overarching project, right? So the EP, the album, right, will always appear in italics throughout your bio consistently. Number two, the songs within that overarching project, right? Those will appear in quotation marks, right? Always consistently. So I give you just a couple of examples that you can see on the screen here, right? So titles of the EP and the album, italics, song titles, within that project in quotation marks. Standard operating procedure. I always like to suggest using active voice, especially in the attribution of your quotes. And so I put an example on the screen for you right there. Active voice, meaning not past tense, right? So this is my best single to date, says, right? That's active, that's conversational. It flows better, it reads better. And so always when you're doing attribution to quotes in your bios, use that active voice, avoid said. It just makes it flat and stale. So again, a choice for you to make. Names, this is something I edit all the time. So general rule, when you're introducing an artist and they have two names, so you use the full name on first reference and then the last name only on all subsequent references. Okay, simple rule. If you're an artist or you're working with an artist that's a single name artist, well, then it's not a concern. Don't have to worry about this. Obviously, the name's going to be the name when it comes to attribution. Okay, so that's a simple rule. And number 5, if you are incorporating press quotes around your bio, I generally don't like to put them within the body of the bio. If you ever heard the expression pull quote, maybe somewhere along the margins or at the bottom, I might have a quote from a media outlet or a journalist. I always like to have the journalist's name if I can. The name of the media outlet is ideal. I also like to put the country, right? Because imagine if somebody is writing about you from the UK or Japan or the USA, those are big markets, right? It immediately elevates you by including the country of origin of that blog or of that media outlet. I also like putting the date in there, especially if it's current, right? Wow, okay, somebody's writing about this artist right now, right? Something's happening here. It shows activity, right? So I always like to do that. My general rule is sometimes people like to hang on to quotes. I have a 5-year best before date when it comes to quotes, unless it's super exceptional or super high level or influential. I try to kind of limit it within the last 5 years. Right? You kind of start pushing it. And once you go back to what you did 5+ years back. So try to keep that current if you can as well. And then if you're in a group situation or a band situation, it's a lot of names potentially if you have 3, 4, 5 members, for example. And if you start listing them all, which you have to, I'm sure you do, and as you're identifying the group in the bio, what I always like to do as a backup is separate the names and just simply list them at the end of a bio, right? And that's great, and the media certainly appreciates that. It's great for fact checking, spell checking, especially if they're meeting the band in person. They don't want to be kind of rifling through your bio, who's the bass player, who does this, or whatever the case may be. You just have a nice list, and then they can kind of cross-reference and identify whoever they need to identify. So I always like that as an option when I'm working with groups. So here's the versions, right? We're getting down to the last 3 versions. I'm in the last 10 minutes, so I'm going to be short on time, so I'm going to rush through this, and I apologize. I tend to do that. I talk too much. But long version, a page, we've talked about. The short version of the bio, I've seen this go anywhere from 50 to 150 words, and there's variations, right? So depending on what you're doing, oftentimes you're applying for grants, you're applying for festivals or competitions, whatever the case may be, and there might be a word count, right? So it could be anywhere from 50 to 150. If you follow the approach that I've just suggested in terms of writing your bio, well, if you start subtracting paragraphs from the bottom and working your way up, it becomes very easy. And oftentimes you don't have to do a lot of editing, maybe a little bit of an adjustment to get to the word count that's required, but that short version becomes important, right? So you might have 50 or 75 or 100 words, depending on what the needs are. There's probably going to be maybe a little bit of editing required, but hopefully not too much, again, if you're subtracting bottom up, okay? The third one I call the social media or listing bio. That's that one sentence. It's kind of like what we call the elevator pitch when you introduce yourself. It's a sentence or two, right? This is who I am. This is where I'm from. This is the music that I do. And this is what I sound like, type of thing, right? That's going to be that short introductory elevator pitch listing type bio that you see in publications, whether they're online, for local club listings. Oftentimes when somebody runs a photo of you, they have a caption, or we call a cut line underneath your photo. So these, 1 or 2 sentence social media or listing bios become very useful to you in these instances. So I would suggest you have one of those as well. Okay, and then there's a balance between what I call style and functionality, right? It can look great, the design can be great, you can use all kinds of great typography, etc. But if I can't read it, then there's no point, right? So watch the fancy fonts and stuff like that. Make sure it's readable first and foremost. That's the first thing that I look at. Can I read the damn thing, right? But again, there is some leeway for creativity in your bio. You can design it up, consider visuals, right? So a logo, photos, right? In terms of the look, I always say short paragraphs that are easy on the eyes. I love those bios. I hate what I call the block paragraphs, one long paragraph of a bio. I hate those things, and people right away are overwhelmed when they see them. So avoid those chunky block paragraphs. Of course, have some contact info and social media links as well. And I've only got about 5 minutes left, so it's okay because I think I can get through this pretty quickly. But the one sheet, right? And I'm throwing up some examples of some one sheets on the screen, and essentially. It's your bio, really the short version of your bio with some additional information that's highly designed, right? So usually, and you'll see here, there's the album is featured, the artwork, you'll see a photo, maybe there's some embedded audio or video, maybe there's some touring information or other release information. In the middle case, there's a bunch of information about sync placements, all of the social media stuff is there. And so really, it's you as the artist pulling together, what do I have to work with? Right? What can I put into my one sheet? Right? And this is a real major sales tool, right? And so the way that you present yourself. So I refer to it as kind of a constantly active, it's an active and constantly updated kind of document, right? Because things happen, right? As new opportunities come, or more tour dates, or sync placements, or whatever the case may be. These are things that I keep updating my one sheets. I might do it weekly or at least monthly, depending how active I am and what I have going on, right? And it kind of helps me bridge the gap, right, between new releases, right? Remember, I've set my bio and I forget my bio, and then in the interim, I'm using my one sheet to make those updates, right, that are happening between the release. And I'm using that as a tool, right, when I'm pitching myself to festivals or to labels or publishers, or whatever the case may be, right? I use that one sheet as a supporting document. Okay, and it's also customizable, right? So it can be very general in terms of your overall career, but as an example, I'm working with an artist right now who is also a songwriter. And so we're actually working on a customized one sheet that's specific for music publishers, and it's going to focus on all the songs that the artist has written for other people, right? So we're going to customize. Now, you don't want too many of these, but if you're a heavy touring band or touring artist, for example, or a DJ that does a lot of residencies, whatever the case may be, well, then maybe you want to have something specific to really what your focus, or the focal point of your business is. And so I have one more point here, and that's when it's a new artist, the one sheet, before I have a bio, before I get to an EP or album, I use the one sheet as an introduction, right, for new artists. It doesn't have a large history. So what's the possible content? What I have here is a very simple list of things that you can include on your one sheet, right? So there's about 2 pages here, or 3, but I'm just going to leave it there for a second. It's all pretty self-explanatory. We've touched on a lot of this information already. Again, what do you have to work with? What do you want to highlight, right? Sometimes you have a lot, sometimes you don't. You have to work with what you got. So maybe you're going to have more images or more graphics, etc. So we'll go through here, and then if I go to the second page, right, again, additional things that you might want to highlight in your one sheet. And at the bottom, I just made that note. Not all of these elements are required. You're not obligated to cram all of this, all these 15 items, and maybe there's even more items in there. Maybe you've got corporate sponsorship or other things that are specific to your business that you want to highlight. you can put that into the one sheet as well. These are just options for you to consider. Then it's up to you to figure out what's most relevant, what do you need, what should be the priority for your one sheet, and then you go with that. Okay. And then last, we get to the electronic press kit, right? The EPK, right? And so a lot of artists have been sending me one sheets saying, here's my EPK. And I'm going, hang on a sec, that's the one sheet. And the one sheet, because of the digital technology we have, that one sheet can be extended. I've seen these long one sheets that become 2, 3, 4 sheets in certain cases. But to me, there's a distinction between the one sheet and the EPK. And so when I think about EPKs, to me, the EPK is home, right, to all of your media, your PR assets, right? And a lot of these things are high-res files, right? Things that you don't want to necessarily have available freely on your website, right? So understand the difference. So the EPK, the press kit, is exactly that. It's the kit, it's the toolbox where you house all of the tools that you need for yourself and for your partners, right? Media industry, it always has to be current, right? Constant maintenance. One of the things that we recommend is that your EPK lives right on your website, right? Not in plain sight. It's just a hidden page, for example. And then when you're dealing with a promoter or you're dealing with a media outlet, you simply send them a link and say, here's the EPK, here's you get all the photos that you need, they're high res. There's my bio in there, there's a PDF version, and there's a Word file that you can manipulate if you so choose, and then anything else that you need. Generally, bios and photos are the top items. So think about what people are asking you for, and when you build your EPK, prioritize, have that information up at the top. If you're touring, well, maybe it's going to be something else. Maybe your input list or your technical writer is going to be a part of your EPK, right? Especially if you're using it a lot. And if you're looking for resources in terms of how to build your EPK, I've listed a couple right at the bottom there. Bandzoogle and Sonic Bids are two that come to mind. And then what can you include in your EPK? Again, there's all of this information. So I'll leave it on the screen for a second. We're at 4 o'clock, and this is really the end of it, of the presentation. So I apologize for rushing a bit here at the end, but again, here's all the elements that you can potentially consider for your EPK. I'll go to the last page. Again, there's so many things here, and it's up to you to decide what do you have to work with. And this is just me basically riffing off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more as you go through, okay? That's your EPK. I am at 4 o'clock. We're out of time. Thank you for those of you who joined this webinar. I gotta say, it felt weird talking to a screen and just seeing myself. I hope you got something out of it. Enjoy the rest of the Virtual Electronic Music Summit. Thanks again for having me. I think this is gonna be available. My email is there. You can follow Canada's Music Incubator at CM Incubator is our handle on our website. And again, I'm doing one-on-one meetings on Saturday and Sunday, and you are welcome to sign up. Spots are still available. Thank you for attending. Everybody have a great summit.
Hello, my name is Paul Brooks, and I moderated this panel discussion you're about to watch, titled Business Unusual: Do Music Festivals and Nightclubs Have a Future? I spoke with these panelists on May 23rd, 2020, and we talked about how the current COVID-19 pandemic is disrupting live music. And while this is a really important conversation to be having, it pales in comparison to the current and ongoing conversations around white supremacy, racist policing, and the subjugation of Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color. Electronic music is Black music, and Black Lives Matter.
Hello, my name is Paul Brooks, and I'm moderating this panel discussion today titled Business Unusual: Do Music Festivals and Nightclubs Have a Future? Before we get started, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territory of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, where I'm talking to you from today, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Siksika, the Piikani, and the Kainai First Nations, the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and the Stoney Nakoda First Nation. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. We're going to be talking about some sensitive topics today, and we're going to be talking about some loss of artistic projects. But I want to acknowledge that that does not compare to the loss of human life and the loss of loved ones through this current pandemic. And I want to acknowledge our frontline healthcare workers and the people who are deemed essential workers and the folks who are working hard to put food on our tables right now. Those are the folks who are giving us the privilege and the opportunity to have this discussion. So we've all seen a year of music events seemingly evaporate overnight. And while some organizations and businesses are able to pivot and try and offer some of those things online, let's face it, music festivals and nightclubs are in the business of mass gatherings. And people who love music, those working in the industry, artists, they're wondering, when is this going to be over and what's the landscape going to look like in the future? But really nobody knows, not even the experts. So joining me to talk about the uncertainty facing music festivals and nightclubs currently, we have an incredible panel of electronic music entrepreneurs. And I was really excited when Alberta Electronic Music reached out to me to moderate this panel. I've had the opportunity to work with everybody on this panel in one way or another. And so I want to introduce to you Arlen Cormack, who's the Senior Vice President of Touring and Production with PK Sound, a Calgary-based speaker manufacturer and production company. Liz Thompson is the co-founder and art director of Bass Coast Festival, and she also heads the Guild Art Collective, which produces art installations for festivals around North America. Pete Emes is the owner of Hi-Fi Club and one half of the DJ duo Small Town DJs. And Christine Hunter is a festival production expert and a founding member of the British Columbia Music Festival Collective. It's a new industry group representing independent festivals in BC. Liz, I want to start with you. So in April, Bass Coast Festival announced its postponement. And I want you to tell me about the day that you had to make that decision and what it was like breaking that news to your team.
I mean, we knew that the festival was probably going to be postponed, but the final word coming down from Bonnie Henry, put plans that we've been putting into place into motion. It's devastating, really devastating. We have over 60 managers on our team. And when we started making the phone calls to break the news to those people that the event wasn't going to be happening in July, they cried. And so did we. It was really, really, it was a devastating decision to have to make.
Arlen, we're talking right now at the end of May 2020, and there's an event coming up this weekend that you would be very involved with, a really well-known festival called Lightning in a Bottle. Tell me about where you'd rather be right now.
Well, at this very moment, I would have recently landed in California, putting the final touches on the Lightning stage as a stage manager there, getting crews ready to load in bands, turn over acts all weekend. Definitely feeling that one right now for sure.
Pete, you are navigating some difficult territory right now because you have a restaurant that you're trying to reopen. You have a nightclub that's currently closed, and you also had a summer of gigs dry up. What's this been like for you?
Oh, it's been great. No, no, we picked all the wrong businesses to be in, but you know, that's where we are. So it's been a challenge across the board. We've had to address each different venture that we have separately. So, you know, with home and away, we're providing takeout and delivery service right now. There's been a great support in the community for that, which is really cool to see. I mean, it's not the same as being open at full capacity, but you know, it's something. And you know, and then when it comes to small town DJs, we've had to pivot, and we're working on some projects for online for streaming stuff. I've been doing a Dad Rock radio show on my personal socials, which I'm having a lot of fun with. And then Mike and I have a couple streams planned in the next little bit here that are gonna be pretty cool. We're doing some interesting broadcast locations coming up. So yeah, so that it's been a huge change for us. But then when it comes to the club, that's kind of the biggest question mark, because at Hi-Fi, I mean, we have no idea when we're going to reopen. We have no idea what that's going to look like. It's definitely something that's far off in the future as far as we're concerned right now. And we're just doing our best to figure out how the next few months are going to look. And, you know, we're planning, we luckily at Hi-Fi, we have a bunch of art shows that we've had over the years. So we're actually planning an art sale, or by the time this broadcast, it'll already be in progress. But we're trying to, you know, do our best to stay afloat and to navigate this. And the reality is we don't know whether we'll be able to or not.
Christine, I want to go to you now. You've lent your expertise to so many different events, but I want to talk about your role as director of talent for Shambhala Music Festival. When everything came to a screeching halt in March 2020, can you tell me where you were at with your production cycles and how far along the road you were in preparing for this year's event?
Yeah, for sure. So end of Feb, we had pushed our lineup release out. So I run the entertainment department and work with 6 stage directors who curate the lineup. And we had been working on that for, 6 months. We pushed the lineup ahead because we moved our dates this year. We had just released the lineup. So we were just starting to promote the lineup for the spring. And once it came to a halt, it was great that we got the lineup out when we did, but no one could have predicted it, obviously. And now, I mean, we're holding tight. I mean, there's not much we can do for now. Everyone is still on board and still working. But for Shambhala, we were fortunate to get our lineup out, but unfortunate, I mean, as everybody else, that everybody had to postpone this year. Yeah.
Christine, you've had a really interesting response to what's going on right now. I know that you're spearheading this British Columbia Music Festival collective. Can you tell me about where that idea came from and what you're trying to accomplish with this group of festivals?
Mm-hmm. So when March hit, I was trying to reach out to certain festivals that we already were similar like, so people that have similar production, same size. We all have the front of house, the back of house. And Julie Fowler with Arts Wells in Northern BC had just started kind of a sign up for festivals in BC. And when I came on board, when she reached out to me, it was around the middle of March, we had 8 festivals on. And then her and I caught up in the coming weeks just about a dream that I've had of creating an alliance of festivals that are all like-minded to create best practices that we can use, pre-pandemic. And now We have 66 festivals on board, nonprofits and profits from all over BC, from all different sizes, from arts to folk to jazz to electronic with Bass Coast and Chamblaz on there. And right now, where we're sitting now, you know, a month and a half later, we've been reached, the province reached out to us to draft essentially like an operations guide to how to operate within the new restrictions with 50 people and what that's going to look like. So it's a daunting task, and we're not the only ones that are being asked across Canada. So through the BC MFC, we were invited to the CLMA, which is the Canadian Live Music Association. So we meet twice a week on the Wednesday calls. It's festivals wide across the country. And every province has a certain group of collective alliances of festivals from all different ranges that are now working to build a guide to present to their province. And that's kind of where we're thick into it right now with our collective. And it couldn't be more like a better, I mean, it's unfortunate this is what brought us all together, but it was in due time that this had to happen, more communication with our industry in BC and across the country. So, you know, serendipitous for sure.
Liz, can you talk about the relationships between festivals in the Pacific Northwest? There's a circuit and there's a relationship between festivals. A lot of them share staff, you know, talent. Can you just talk about that ecosystem?
Sure. I mean, that's a really good way to describe it, is that underneath the festival that you're going to, there's a massive ecosystem of companies that are involved. That's everything from lighting, labor, security, food, vendors. And a lot of those industry professionals work multiple events. And like Christine said, when the first meeting happened of this festival collective, I mean, the sparks were flying. There's so many like-minded festivals. And the really interesting thing is that it's all different styles of music, all different styles of festival production, but all the same kind of people, both attending and producing. So, I mean, it's, when you look at the number of festivals in the Pacific Northwest, it's multiplying exponentially every year. I mean, maybe not this year, but it's a huge economic driver in our province. And the festival collective is this amazing bonding experience that every single person that's involved felt so like rejuvenated by. Those conversations were, they're amazing. It's a really interesting project.
Arlen, you have worked festivals all over, I want to say the world, but I mean, I know in North America. I'm just wondering, what do you think festivals can learn from one another during this time, or what can they learn from sharing information with one another?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, I think what Liz and Christine are involved in is obviously a really great step to keeping communication open. Really, it can be from, are we going to be creating best practices that everybody can share across the board? Are there different ways to think about maybe emergency plans or how to space people? Again, I think it's just the communication, and I think a lot of these learnings are going to transmit down to everybody, you know, pretty quickly.
Christine, what do you think? What do you think can be gained from festivals communicating and sharing information with one another?
That's an interesting question, because where we're at right now, currently, like this week, is like I mentioned, we're all gathering the info that we think should be the guidelines. And then the government is essentially going to take that and work with public health authorities and work with the Ministry of Tourism to build their own guides, as far as what I understand. I think for us to all collaborate right now, it's a powerful movement. Numbers and power in numbers is going to help us out in this. And because everyone that's involved, I mean, mostly for all the festivals, it's the EDs and the ADs. Whereas I'm not one of those, but I've just been involved in so many productions that I kind of get all aspects. And I think just the skill set and the experience and the knowledge that everyone has in all these festivals we can all bring it together and kind of conceptualize what it's going to look like. But I mean, no one really knows what it's going to look like. I mean, it's so hard. It's all hearsay right now, which is the hardest part. But I mean, we all can create an operation plan, but it's going to come down to really what the government wants us to do to proceed, if that makes sense.
Pete, I mean, everybody on this call is dealing with multiple levels of governments and restrictions and hoops that they have to jump through. What is the role with government right now of all levels, federal, provincial, municipal, in supporting these cultural events and institutions?
Well, the way it's fun. That's a really good question. We've had positive and negative interactions with all the levels of government. From our perspective, the federal support has been pretty decent, and the reaction has been pretty decent from our perspective so far. We had to, when the shutdown first happened, we had to lay off I think it was, close to 100 people, and we hired some of them back, and with the help of the federal government wage subsidy, we're able to keep these staff members on, and then for some of them, they've gone on to the CERB program, which is they're end up, some of them making more than they were when they were working for us, which is, I mean you can't for the workers, I mean, that's definitely a level of support, that they're getting for a part-time worker or whatever. And so that's seems to be, we don't know how that's going to look 3 months from now and 6 months from now, but the federal government has seemingly stepped up from the standpoint of ourselves and our for the businesses and the workers. And then on the provincial level, we've seen, and from our perspective, it's been a bit of a fumbling in Alberta. I mean, Kenny announced, he announced a date of reopening that seemed kind of arbitrary at the time, and then ended up being too early, and he had to basically call it off with 12 hours notice prior to the reopening. So all these people had spent a bunch of money to reopen. The announcement was made 2 weeks before the scheduled reopening, and that's how long you need at the minimum to get open. So everybody's scrambling, and then a few hours before they're supposed to do it, they get the notice that in Calgary, at least, that they weren't allowed to reopen, and they weren't going to be reopening. So to me, it was it was red tape, or it was basically government interference in a process for no reason that ended up losing a bunch of money for all these businesses. So to me, that's not how an efficient and helpful government looks like. So and then on the municipal level, from our standpoint, we've had some it's seemingly some good assistance. I mean, I'm in contact with Councillor Woolley, and we're talking about ideas for some of the bars and restaurants to try to operate, whether it's the pop-up patios for places that didn't have patios before, ways to get people down to these businesses to be able to support despite the gathering restrictions. So I mean, there's different reactions at the different levels, and it's gonna continue. I'm sure there'll be some good decisions and bad decisions made here in the next 6 months to a year as well. So we'll see how that goes. But we're remaining hopeful, and we're going to do our best to try to reopen responsibly. And we're really conscious about not just about reopening when they tell us we can, but reopening when it's safe for people that are going to be coming out, because from our standpoint, a lot of people are taking this seriously or less serious, more seriously or less seriously. But from our standpoint, we always feel like we have the safety of our patrons at heart, and we always have, whether it's harm reduction or whatever else. And it's like we just want to make sure that we're not putting the businesses ahead of the health of the patrons.
Arlen, what have you been doing to interact with or lobby with various levels of government? What's PK Sound been trying to do?
Most of us have been, I mean, myself, I started last week writing letters to MPs, 4 different MPs at the federal level. I honestly think that's where the most support will come from in the long term. Trying to plant the seeds for maybe a longer term grant program of some type, specifically designed for concerts and entertainment. And I know sports has some, stuff underway, but I don't think there's really anything specific to entertainment. And as things come on board last, likely for us, I think that's an angle we really need to push. As Pete said, I don't think provincially is going to be quite the same type of support. We're going to reach out there as well. So that's kind of the push on the federal level. And then just in general, I've been trying to keep in touch with peers and colleagues and trying to brainstorm ideas and see where they're at. And maybe there's ways we can collaborate and support each other that, doesn't cost money. And also trying to keep up on the personal check-ins and doing what we can to sort of help keep the culture alive as well. It's not just about the money. It's definitely the people and the culture is what's going to, be the through line for us to the other side of this. But really right now, we know the next few months are going to be pretty tough and pretty terrible. And there's no real end in sight for gatherings over 50 people. So that's why we're trying to extend the conversation. And, I know the governments don't have the answers themselves, but I want to plant the seed for people to be proactive, not for August and September, but what's happening in 2021. There is some artist appetite and some audience appetite to come back, but the government are the gatekeepers. And we need to turn their wheels as much as possible now so that when things do make sense, we're not trying to figure it out then.
Just to my panelists, does anybody want to jump in on that? Everybody's being really polite, and I appreciate that. Anything to add?
Well, I think that's one thing about uniting the festivals is that when we have a united voice, it's a lot easier to approach government. And that's been really helpful because sometimes when you're looking at it from an individual point of view or everyone's experiencing it, we get these you can spiral downhill. There can be a negative spiral. And that's why it's really important to reach out to peers, colleagues, friends, each other, because when you do reach out and you understand that we're all experiencing this loss and this uncertainty, and it really helps to share your stories with other people, and it really helps to listen to other people's stories.
I think also now is giving us the time. We're kind of collaborating and meeting with all these other festivals across BC, across Canada, but for our own festivals who we all work for. I mean, Liz and myself, and it's time to get creative, and it's time to really sit back and kind of reassess. And we never have the time. I mean, working for festivals, everybody knows. I mean, maybe not everyone knows, but it's a full-time gig around the clock all year round. There's no downtime. And usually you might get a little bit of a window in the fall, and then it's on to your next production. So now it's given us the opportunity to kind of work within our teams, and whether it's new revenue or it's jumping into the digital world, I feel like it's a great time to really get creative, which is
I couldn't agree more with that. To me, the from an artist standpoint, from a business standpoint, I mean, this is an opportunity seemingly to regroup and to be, from our standpoint, we've been thinking so outside the box on a daily basis and experimenting with things, whether it's streaming or production ideas or video ideas, and or business ideas that we may not have tried before. And all these things, a lot of them may not work, but it's you have the time right now to try some of them out, or to investigate some of them, which you never do. It's always like, as an entrepreneur, you guys know, it's like go at all times. And this is like the first time in my career that I've ever been able to think and experiment this long on so many different creative ideas. And that that aspect of it to me is a good one, and it feels positive.
Anybody else want to kind of comment on maybe some silver linings to the current situation? We've heard about the opportunity to experiment and create, or reach out and connect with peers and friends and loved ones. Is anybody else finding any silver linings through this experience?
I mean, I think there's launching pads all over this experience, and it's fun to creatively think about what opportunities are opening, what doors are opening. When one door closes, another two open, but you have to look for it and you have to be willing to take risks in order to explore those possibilities. One that I'm quite excited about is just the attention on local talent. Like, I'm a huge fan of Dad Rock Radio. I tune in every week, and
great plug.
Well, it's great. The chat room's awesome, and the chat rooms and some of the Twitch online streaming, it's fun, and it's such a focus on our local talent pool. And I think moving forward, as we look at the small reopenings that are going to happen, it's going to rely on local talent. And we are so lucky that the Pacific Northwest is just loaded full of world-class talent. And we really don't have to reach too far outside of it in this meantime while we're in a holding tank. So the focus on local music and art is really exciting for me.
I think on my end, it's about the connecting with our peers more than we would before this. So, I might talk to Liz once a year. I'll see Arlen once a year. I'll see Pete once a year at Shambhala. But I mean, with all these, new collectives, we're talking a lot more, which I think is going to kind of give a boost to the visionaries of our industry. And I think moving forward, there's going to be a lot of cool new projects coming out of this time because everybody's talking and collaborating, and we have that time right now. Well, for the unforeseeable future. Yeah.
So we've seen a lot of DJs, artists pivoting to offer live streams and share their music online. I want to hear from each of you on this. Do you think that is going to satiate people and they're not going to have the drive to attend live music events in the future? Is that taking something away from the future of live music, or is it is it a stopgap? What do you think? Pete or Arlen?
Oh, sorry, go.
Arlen, go for it.
Sounds good. I think it is an opportunity to augment. There are companies that have already been doing it, live broadcasting their events for the past few years. Doing things like LIB, where they're lightning in a bottle, where they're creating the virtual environment for people to navigate this weekend and can go stage to stage. That is, pretty neat. And I think that will just play into the larger, rebound or come back. So I think it's going to open the door for accessibility in a more interesting way. But the short answer is no way. People want to be in front of the speakers. They want to be close to their friends. They want to feel the lights and the lasers, across their face and in the air. The live music experience, I don't think will go anywhere. The moment that we're allowed to come back, I think people are going to get at it pretty quickly for sure.
I think there'll be an opportunity for more curated events. I mean, here in BC, I'm not sure if it's the same in Alberta, we can do events at 50 capacity. So starting to think about like the intimate and interactive concept. And, the drive-ins are happening around, I think, North America, if not around the world, but more of a curated event working within the 50-person capacity, I think that's going to thrive soon. Like, I honestly think in the next couple of months, once we get through this May, through the June, and they get the consumer confidence back, I think is when our opportunity is going to be kind of given to us to curate, really intimate and interactive events with these people.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree, and the other thing with regards to the streaming, it's been something that's been going on for years at a lower capacity, whether it's Boiler Room or big festivals streaming from the festival itself. and it's a way for fans to engage further with what they love. And I think that, now it's like there's 1,000 boiler rooms happening every day, and so there's a lot more selection out there. But at the end of the day, it's an enhancer for what someone who enjoys going to see live music and going out to festivals and clubs, it just kind of allows them to engage even more with that. So I agree with Arlen, and I think that I think that it could even be more of a boom when things are back, because all this pent up energy, and people are going to want to get out and move their bodies and interact with other people, and who knows, we may end up seeing twice as many festivals pop up after this. It seems far-fetched considering the boom of the last couple of years, but that could be a possible outcome.
Liz, how about you? Is live music coming back?
Oh yeah, absolutely, without even a hesitation. There's nothing that replaces the shared experience of a crowd on a dance floor. I hope that the virtual streaming world also continues, because I really appreciate, like yesterday I was doing some work and I needed some music, and I turned on Twitch and Max Eulis was playing a 2-hour set in the afternoon, and I just sat there and got my work done. And wow, it was like, just my work is definitely better when I'm listening to new music I've never heard before. So that curated at-home experience is awesome, and I hope it doesn't go away. But oh yeah, as soon as the dance floors turn back on, there's so much that goes on those dance floors, emotionally, psychologically. Nothing's ever going to replace it. No.
We have about 20 minutes left in our conversation, and I'm going to steer us back into some darker territory again. What is at risk of being lost if some of our festivals and clubs can't bounce back from this current situation? What is the live music and connection like? Why is that important? Somebody jump in.
I'll quickly, just on my end, I just know in BC here that, I mean, our, we call them Farley at Shambhala, they're so dedicated that, I mean, we've been running on our own for 23 years that I don't see it not coming back. I see the loyalty of the ticket buyers so strong that that's hard. Maybe it's just hard for me to imagine, but I don't really see it happening to us here with Shambhala, because they've come for so many years and we've been around for so long that, I think they're so invested that I don't think unless we physically can't do it, sure. But I feel like there's it might take, a year or two to come back to, our regular programming, but I don't see an extreme loss on mine, but maybe that's my optimism.
Well, the other great thing about Shambhala is that you guys don't have to pay rent too.
True. We own the land.
Yeah. Which is the ideal setup for a festival. I think Shambhala will definitely be like a guiding light through all this, because they're gonna come back stronger than ever in 2020, whatever year everybody comes back.
Pete, you recently penned a love letter to DJing. It was very touching. Tell me about what you think is at risk of being lost here if we don't act.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of not acting. I don't think we can act on it right now. But I think that to me it's like, if we're being honest, and nobody knows the timeline. I'm not going to claim to know the timeline. If things are able to get back to a semblance of normal in 6 months, it's going to make a huge difference on how many venues survive versus a year from now. And I mean, the fact of the matter is that the government's providing loans for these businesses, but a lot of them already have debt and they don't want to take on more debt. And, you know, depending on what size the venue is, you know, they may have a chance of opening sooner versus later. So, you know, if you have a over 500 person venue, the timeline looks even longer for reopening. So there may end up being some consolidation by like larger companies, like Live Nation may come in and swoop up a bunch of places. Who knows how all that's going to look, but the fact is that, you know, there's definitely going to be less venues when we reopen, and some of these places that have been hubs for our scene are not going to exist when things come back. And I mean, that's, you know, a reality that people in the scene are you know, may or may not be thinking about. But if they, and it's not just about the venues or the festivals or you know, it's about the artists as well. And I think right now it's like, you know, people are hunkering down or whatever, and you know, watching Twitch and you know, doing what they can to stay sane. But I think that you know, if people can, they really need to try and support these, you know, these independent businesses or independent artists, you know, through these times, because, you know, Canada is one thing, but in the US, a lot of these people may not have the support from the government, so they may end up having to take jobs and not be creating music or whatever else. And it's like, you know, the longer this goes, the more that some of these creative outlets are going to be extinguished. So I think as a fan of electronic music, of music in general, you need to actively support at this juncture if you can. And it's like, you know, go out and seek out your favorite artists, buy their music on you know, whatever platform, go buy some merch, you know, go support your festivals, go on the Base Coast site and like buy your ticket for 2021. And you know, because it's like, you know, if you don't do that kind of thing right now, you know, we're not going to be able to have all these things that we love to do when we reopen. I mean, because, you know, a quarter or half or 2/3 of them may not be here anymore, you know?
Yeah, I fully agree with Pete as far as, you know, the longer this goes on, the less, you know, cultural venues, cultural touch points we'll have. And that also goes on more of the industry side as well. There will be less promoters, there'll be consolidation, there'll be less technical production houses. And the point I want to touch on as well is the people. Like, the longer this drags out, the more people are going to find other resources, work streams, and they might not come back. Like, who knows if we'll be able to, you know, staff event X of certain size once all these people have found different career paths potentially as things go on. So, you know, the people, the labor, the amount of companies around, it will be, again, the longer it drags out, the more different the landscape will look for sure.
Liz?
Yeah, I lose sleep over it for sure. It's when you're looking at, you know, our industry was the first to close, last to reopen. You're not just looking at a couple of months of lost revenue. You're looking at an entire income year with no revenue. You're looking at, you know, possibly more. And how many small independents can survive that? The support from the government is support, and it's really valuable, but it's not going to fill those huge gaps. And that's all of the suppliers. Like, who brings the toilets, who brings the power, who is the food supplier? Like, all that ecosystem we're talking about is all small independent companies. And it's a really, really dangerous position that we're in right now. All those companies need support, and they need to reopen, they need to reinvent their income strategies. And when we do reopen, with the guidelines that are going to be in place, they're all going to cost money. All changes cost money, and everybody has a math equation that they're going to need to figure out. And we need to be there for each other. We need to understand the loss that all of those suppliers in the ecosystem are experiencing, and we need to figure out ways to support each other.
Christine, the BC, the British Columbia Music Festival collective, represents all genres of music. And I mean, we're talking about electronic music right now, but are these challenges we're talking about experienced across the board?
Yeah, I mean, all of the festivals in BC have been postponed or canceled this year. So everyone's going through similar challenges right now. A lot of nonprofits are on this collective. So a lot of the conversations are around funding right now, and working with Music BC and Creative Music BC, they're trying to figure out, and the APA, what was the APA? There's a few other BC Touring Council, really trying to find out where we can get funding to keep these businesses going so they don't completely shut down. Because a lot of the festivals on the collective, I mean, there's 66. There's probably about, my guess, like half of them, are under 2,000 people capacities. So their teams are very small, and usually they're just the AD or the director or the ED running these festivals. So, I mean, that's their livelihood. So right now the conversations this week specifically are about funding and where we can grab funding, and watching all the announcements that come out from Trudeau, and just really trying to stay on top of that and then share that resource with the group.
Well, we're going to have to wrap up this conversation pretty quick, but I really appreciate all of you sharing and communicating about this really challenging situation that we're all experiencing. I want to end on as positive a note as possible, and I want to hear from each of you what you think the music fans out there, the people who love electronic music, the people who love festivals, the people who love nightclubs and nightlife, what can they do to support this ecosystem that we're talking about and help ensure that it has a healthy future? I'll start with Arlen.
I think the group has brought up a couple interesting points already, but I do think that, in whatever way you can support your artists and also the festivals and even the venues, I don't want to just pitch to everybody, spend their cash. We obviously want people to, again, buy the merch, go to the band camps, any GoFundMes that are out there for festivals, definitely hit those up. But again, I can't stress the cultural point enough. Like, we need to just stay involved, and this will come back. So, don't turn your head, don't put your head in the sand, stay in those chat rooms, talk to your friends, be the mental health check, keep dancing your butts off, like, just because you can't do it with your friends doesn't mean you can't be out there enjoying the tunes.
Liz.
I think it's important for everybody to stay educated. If you're forming opinions about the state of, things that are going on, make sure that they're based on truths, and read up, find out what companies are going through, learn about how festivals work, learn about how nightclubs and events work, and how DJs make a living. And you'll find the more the education you have about the real experiences people are going through, the more connected you're going to be, and that connection is going to be what carries us through.
Pete.
I mean, those are really good points that those guys just made. I would say another thing you could do is reach out to your local politicians. Whether it's on a municipal level or provincial or federal, reach out and let them know what you value, because that's the way that you're going to get them to address the things you care about. So it's, if you see the need for support to festivals or to in our community, I mean, there's definitely the need for it, but it's like reaching out and letting the politicians know what where your values lie. I mean, that's the only way that they're going to be thinking about it at all. And one of the things that's happened in our industry in the hospitality business is that there's not as much of an organized lobby when it comes to the federal government. So they they've fallen behind when it comes to other industries where they're used to lobbying and used to getting the ear of the politicians. So people can make a difference in that regard, and reach out and let people let your politicians know that we need support, just like any other industry, and probably more so. And the other thing, one thing I wanted to bring up before we go is also, I just want to say how much I appreciate the people on this panel, because Arlen, not just PK, Base Coach, Shambhala, and Amcon, but you guys, Arlen and Liz and Christine and Paul. I love working with you guys. I'm super bummed I won't get to see you this summer at the festivals, and it's great for me just to connect with you guys on this level, because I'm finding the more that I'm doing these kind of calls and these personal get-togethers, the more I'm feeling that it's a really rewarding thing. So I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Pete.
Very well said.
Christine, I'm going to give the last word to you. And your BC Music Festival Collective. What are the voices around the table saying that we should be speaking to our communities about, and how can our communities that rally around these festivals support them in this time?
To be honest, we haven't gotten there yet. There's kind of like two portions of what we're doing. There's the crisis management of, we're in the pandemic, we're not post yet, and we want to go into the best practices. I think for me, and I think this goes for everyone on this panel, don't forget that moment of awe, which we create for everyone. Don't forget when the hair goes up off your arm and you get that feeling all over. For everyone involved in events, that's why I do it. I love that moment when you're standing in the middle of the field and everyone's doing the Shambhala howl across the site, and that moment that we curated as an entire ecosystem, as Liz would say. And I think I'd like to leave it with that. It's just, don't forget the moments that we've created all together in our festivals and our areas.
Happy Shambhala. Okay, thank you all very much. This has been a great conversation, and I appreciate and respect you all so much, and I hope you're taking care. And it's been a real mental health boost for me to be able to communicate with all of you and talk about this and talk about our shared experiences. So thank you, and let's stay in touch. And also thank you to the Virtual Electronic Music Summit for helping facilitate this. Isis Graham, Andrew Williams, and the whole team that is working to put this on, and all the other panelists and contributors. Thank you.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Apologies for the slight delay, and thank you so much for everyone who is tuning into this talk today. I am just going to share my screen quickly. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Okay, you can hear me. Okay. Awesome. Sorry for this slight technical setup. Thank you all so much again for tuning into this talk. I'm just going to share my screen and then I will go right ahead. Okay, awesome. So for those of you who aren't familiar with my work, I am a writer and researcher focused on the intersection of music and technology. I've been covering this space since 2015, and I've written a lot on a freelance basis for the likes of Billboard, Forbes, Music Business Worldwide, Pitchfork, NPR Music, a lot of other entertainment and business publications. And as of a little over a year ago, I've been focusing mostly on building out my own newsletter and Patreon membership under the umbrella term Water and Music. And I'm really fortunate to be in a position to be working on that full time. So I'm more of an entrepreneurial rather than freelance writer right now, still focused on music and tech. And what I'm going to be talking about today is what I think is on so many people's minds in the music industry right now, which is how to foster a more sustainable digital economy for music. And I think, as I'll talk about in a couple of slides, what really thrusts people into this long overdue and always kind of like boiling conversation is the fact that we don't really have a physical economy anymore. Yes, merch is still being manufactured to an extent. Yes, people are still buying physical music to an extent, but just due to a lot of places being shut down, cities being under lockdown, that economy is really slowed. Obviously, the touring economy, which the electronic music sector specifically relies so heavily on, is just totally off the table for a while. And so people have been forced to reckon with, I guess, the relative unsustainability of the dominant digital music model for a lot of people, namely streaming. and to try to diversify and figure out alternative models. And as this, I guess, caption suggests on this slide, I'm going to be talking a lot about how the new models, or quote unquote emerging models that people are talking about, some are indeed emerging, some are like looking more into the future at standards that are not there yet, and others are actually looking back into the past, looking at things as simple as buying music or having a fan club, let alone supporting fans directly. That is certainly not new, but has really re-entered the center of the music industry conversation due to the current scenario. So I actually just added this slide today. It initially wasn't there, but just in the past week, with everything going on with protests in the US and also around the world, speaking out against racism, speaking out against police brutality, particularly around the deaths of George Floyd. It seems like the music industry has also had to totally redirect its conversations for good and reorient its entire approach to doing business in acknowledgement of all the issues at hand, particularly equitability and representation of Black people and also people of color in the industry. And I think it actually is super related to a lot of the companies, a lot of the models that I'm going to be talking about today, even if per se the models I'm talking about are not directly addressing racism as an issue. So we're talking about sustainable economic models. You cannot have sustainability without equitability. If you just think about that as a concept, when we're thinking about sustainable models, the underlying assumption is that it's unsustainable for artists. Artists' labor, artists' day-to-day work is being exploited, and they're not receiving most of the income, most of the value, or the profits as a result. It's going to other players, intermediaries in the space. And so equitability is really at the center of this concept of sustainability. And as I just mentioned, in order to really achieve equitability or understand it, you have to follow the money. This is true in politics. I think this is true in business in terms of where people really put their money and their budgets. And this is, I think, especially relevant for the Black community in music and entertainment. I don't think you'll meet a Black person in music who doesn't know, either through their own experience or through people in their network, about young Black artists, emerging Black artists being exploited because they don't have access to certain resources or certain tools, getting thrown into exploitative deals at a higher rate than artists of other races, other backgrounds as well. So that's just, I couldn't do this presentation today, this week, without addressing that issue and acknowledging that the issues around racism and racial equality are absolutely related to economic equality, and you can't really think about one without the other, especially in an industry like music where so much cultural influence actually does come from Black culture, Black origins. So today, when thinking about the digital streaming economy, the digital music economy, I think one realization that a lot of people had in the music industry is that they took this cycle that I kind of laid out very simply here for granted, whereby in the dominant streaming model, you release your album on a streaming service, whether that's Spotify that will pay you royalties, or one like SoundCloud that might not pay you royalties for consumption. But the assumption is that based on just how low margin the streaming model is, you release your album almost as a loss-leading marketing vehicle or advertisement for other higher margin physical models, namely touring for most artists. I think if you look across the spectrum from really high level A-list artists to emerging artists, I think a lot of them make the majority of their money from tours. And especially if you look at electronic artists the biggest artists like Steve Aoki or Calvin Harris, David Guetta, etc. They're on the road 100+ days in a year. And so touring really is their lifeblood. So of course, if you just take that revenue stream totally off the table, you're left with streaming being an advertisement for what? You can't afford to have streaming just be an advertisement for a revenue stream that doesn't exist. And so people are really grappling with the fact that as a business model, as an income stream for artists, it really is not sustainable. For I would say most artists, it's not making streaming income and digital music income is not making enough money for them to pay their bills, pay month to month rent. So this is kind of the reckoning that the industry is having that is spurring a lot of the conversations around alternative models. Yes. So when thinking about new models for building a sustainable music economy, as I mentioned earlier, I'm thinking about both old and new models. And these are just two higher level categories of old and new, and then more specifically, 4 themes that I've heard come up in a lot of industry conversations about shifting priorities in what artists, labels, music venues, etc., should be investing in. In this presentation today, I'm going to start with the old side. So thinking about old models or old technologies that have been around for decades, but for some reason had just not been prioritized by artists and their teams, but now are coming top of mind as actually being a lot more valuable than streaming, at least in an era of quarantine, of COVID-19, when people are stuck at home. So by old models, I'm thinking specifically of live streaming or kind of live synchronous media experiences and direct to fan memberships. And particularly like the monthly membership model, or in general, the direct to fan model where fans are supporting artists directly and the majority of every dollar spent is going to an artist they support. On the new side, there's a lot of interesting development in more immersive entertainment for music. As I'll discuss later, there's a lot of interesting collaboration between music and gaming companies, or there are a lot of music-focused companies that take inspiration from gaming in terms of the world-building potential. And then at the bottom, the concept of digital scarcity is, I think, coming more to the forefront for musicians. Part of this is related to the live streaming conversation, in that a lot of artists are realizing that they can't just continue, live streaming for free, and I'll talk about that issue later. But then also in general, if you think about that cycle of streaming being a loss leader for touring is actually very much a scarcity model, whereby you only play a certain number of shows in a year, maybe only one show in one city every year for a limited audience. And so you can charge more for premium for that experience. And basically, in exchange for that revenue stream being off the table, a lot of artists have been pressured to post a lot of content online for free, which is the opposite of scarcity and is not sustainable for anybody. I think a lot of artists feel exhausted right now, especially being a couple months into this lockdown situation. So later, at the end of this presentation, I'll dive into some examples of the companies and models that are experimenting with digital scarcity. First off, let's start with live and social audio. Live video and social audio, which I think are the most popular and definitely fastest growing modes of fan engagement and soon of monetization within the music industry that as a technology has actually been around for over 2 decades. I believe the first ever live stream in around 1993, 1994 was an indie concert, like an indie rock concert. The Rolling Stones put on like one of the first live streams shortly thereafter. And a lot of the biggest tools for live streaming, namely, Instagram Live, Facebook Live, Twitch, those have been around for around like 5 to 10 years, but they've never seen the amount of activity that the industry, that fans have seen in the past couple of months alone. And I think this will have significant long-term impact now that we've been in this for long enough on the way that artists engage with fans. Here are some stats that I hope help illustrate just the sheer amount of growth and also the amount of engagement with some of the top live streaming platforms. So there's over a 500% growth in viewership of music content on Twitch. And for those of you who are not familiar with Twitch, their site is just twitch.tv. They're a live streaming platform that had catered primarily to the gaming community. So most of their streams were just people live streaming themselves playing video games. but now their fastest growing category in general is outside of gaming. It's like, whether it's music or it's like people just chatting and talking about everyday life. And they're really investing in non-gaming content. Music is certainly riding that wave now and has been ever since mid-March when, like all the major tours and festivals got canceled. And so it's seen this massive growth in viewership. In the middle, Bands in Town is one of the few apps that is trying to build discovery infrastructure around live streaming. Sorry, and they published some interesting stats, some of which I've written about just how fans are engaging with live streaming discovery more differently than with in-person physical events. And one interesting stat that I think is relevant from the engagement standpoint is that there's an 80% click-through rate on push notifications on Bands in Town's live streaming reminders. I believe the average click-through rate for a push notification reminder for a show is closer to 10%. And so I think there are a couple of reasons for this. One, obviously, I think there are like so many more live streams going on at any given time online than there used to be. And so it's definitely overwhelming. So we need better discovery infrastructure, and fans are looking for that and actually signing up and engaging more with these reminders than they normally would. And then last but not least, there is more than a 70% jump in Instagram Live usage from mid-March to mid-April, just in general. And I think this is of no surprise to people who have followed or even been adjacent to live streaming in any way in music recently. I believe all of the videos that broke concurrent viewership records for live streams on Instagram were all from musicians. Whether it's the versus battles, that Timbaland and Swizz Beatz have been hosting in the past couple months, or regular shows like Tory Lanez's Quarantine Radio that regularly attract tens, if not hundreds of thousands of concurrent viewers for every session. Here are just a couple of notes that I'll go through quickly in terms of why I think live streaming is especially important and why people are investing in it. I think one major difference from on-demand video or on-demand audio, like on platforms like Spotify and YouTube, is that both the engagement and monetization is in real time, which I guess it makes sense. And that's kind of, I guess, a basic fact about the live streaming format. But I think it's super powerful in terms of understanding how fans are actually responding to you in real time and being able to interact with them in real time, as opposed to having more of like a lag in that response. As I write here, the monetization opportunities in this kind of real-time, much more efficient way are also much more diverse than what the dominant streaming model offers. So if you think about the Twitch model alone, you can stream for free. You can allow fans to tip you in real time during a stream. And fans can also subscribe to your channel for a monthly fee in order to get access to whether it's like an exclusive community on Discord or exclusive subscriber only streams or chat rooms. So there's the access and community element to that subscription as well. None of those features for now are available on Spotify, or I would say even Instagram or Facebook. I think because people are stuck at home and engaging more with live streams, live streaming really is at the forefront. It is like a leading indicator of culture and of people's interest in culture and music, much more than on-demand content. And so as a result, the platforms that do have live streams are really pushing them in their search and recommendation algorithms. I think you're starting to see that more with YouTube, certainly more with Facebook and Instagram. So for those who are thinking about discoverability and reach, that's definitely something to consider in terms of being aware of the platform's incentives as well. And the screenshot on the right here is actually not a video app. It's a social audio app called Clubhouse that is actually quite popular in the, Silicon Valley and tech world. And it's similar to House Party, for any of you who know that app, where you can basically join these spontaneous audio chat rooms with people in your social network. And so House Party is video-based, but Clubhouse is audio only. And Clubhouse only has like a couple of thousand beta users right now, but they just raised a $10 million, they raised several $1 million in funding that puts their valuation at over $100 billion, I believe. And so people are really excited about this model, and there are a lot of musicians and cultural influencers who are now using the app. So if you look at the screenshot, MC Hammer, a lot of like old school hip hop rappers and creators like Fat Five Freddy, E40 are using the app pretty frequently to talk about things that aren't related to music. At one point, they're talking about prison reform. They've definitely been talking about current events recently, like all the protests that have been happening. Not really about music, but there were like 80 to 100 people listening to just a conversation they were having with each other at any given time. And so there's definitely engagement with this kind of live shared conversation model. And all that is to drive home the fact that the intimacy of this format makes it most effective when you're communicating something, not just performing. And that's something that I think is really important to drive home, that if you just put on a more detached performance in a live stream like you would on stage, without really engaging with the viewers and taking advantage of the social mechanics of the platform you're using, you might as well not do it live at all. You might as well just put it on YouTube and make it available on demand. And so the people who are able to like make it a truly interactive and communicative rather than just performative experience, I think have the most success. And the versus battles are a great example of this, because those aren't performances. They're just, two I guess amazing artist legends talking to each other and playing music for each other. But even that just attracts hundreds of thousands of viewers at the same time. What I'm going to do for each of these sections is not really say, is try to emphasize not, I guess, like hard advice, because I think like we shouldn't be lying to ourselves. Everyone's still trying to figure this out. No one really has any of the answers right now in terms of the future of music. Instead, I want to pose some open questions for people who want to build and develop a new kind of experience or a new kind of app or just business model in general in this space. I think just because this time is so disruptive in a true sense of the word disruption, I think it's really anyone's game to build what comes out of this. And so here are just some prompts that come to mind for me that I know a lot of people in the industry are talking about, that the people are looking to build and experiment with the answers. So the first question is how to segment the increasingly crowded market of live streaming platforms. I'll actually talk about this later in a later slide. You'll see it visualized, but there are several dozen different live streaming platforms available out there right now. Everyone's trying to build kind of for the same customer, like the artist who wants to live stream a concert for their fans, free and or paid. And I don't see that being sustainable if we're talking about a sustainable ecosystem in terms of like all of these different kinds of companies essentially building copycats off of each other. And so there's an interesting conversation now about how to segment different platforms for different kinds of experiences. Like maybe Instagram Live is best for these free kind of mass scale experiences, whereas there might be some other platforms that focus on more premium, more paid experiences for super fans. I think having more clarity around that kind of segmentation will also help artists or any other people who are listening to this evaluate opportunities better to make sure that the platform you're using is actually aligning with what you're trying to achieve in the live stream. Secondly, speaking of monetization, what are more interesting formats for live streams aside from just straight performances or putting on an archive show that people will actually be willing to pay for? Billboard and formerly Nielsen Music, now under the name MRC, they released a recent report on kind of the state of the music industry in COVID-19. And as part of the report, they held a survey and they found that 29% of the general population, only 29% say they're willing to pay for a virtual concert. I think it's still a relatively low number. And it's kind of a chicken or egg issue. Maybe, yes, most people aren't ready to pay for a live stream, but I would argue that 99% of them have not had the opportunity to. Artists have not taken that step to offer this kind of paid live streaming experience that's really bespoke and really premium and interesting, aside from everything that people have been seeing on Twitch and Instagram Live. So that's a question to keep in mind. How do we innovate around this format enough such that people actually find value in it? And last but not least, how do we give artists and independent music organizations a seat at the table in terms of figuring out the future economics of this space. Because right now, in terms of who has influence over these platforms, it's their parent companies, which are all big tech conglomerates. So, Amazon for Twitch, Facebook for Instagram, Google for YouTube, etc. So I'd love to, whether it's through some kind of coalition or some kind of actual hiring and bringing people in-house, having artists, actually truly giving artists a voice and influence over product development as well. The second trend I want to talk about is direct-to-fan memberships. So with streaming, I think if you want, one other element of the streaming model is not just that it's low margin, but the way that royalties are paid out is not direct to the artist, in that it's paid on a pro rata model. So if you only spend your Spotify subscription listening to like some indie artist with 100 followers, they're not going to get your money. Your money goes into a pool that is then divided up by market share. So it's not direct. And it's certainly not immediate. If you're lucky, you can get your Spotify royalties in a couple of weeks to a month. But more realistically, for a lot of artists, especially those signed to bigger labels, it's more like every couple months, or maybe you might have to wait several months to a year. And also because of the nature of streaming, I feel like it's not as predictable. So in short, artists are looking for channels that are more direct, more immediate, and more predictable in terms of their revenue impact, especially right now, as a lot of them can't really afford or find it difficult to think long-term. They're thinking short-term, like how do I survive this month? How do I survive this week? And streaming, frankly, is not the best channel to ensure that. So in this presentation, I want to talk about some platforms that are really good for this, including but not limited to Bandcamp and membership sites like Patreon. Here are some stats again that illustrate the growth of direct-to-fan and paid membership models in the past couple of months. So this is actually quite timely because tomorrow is the third day that Bandcamp is going to be waiving their transaction fees for artists. So tomorrow is a really good day if you're a fan to buy music, because all of your money will go to the artist. So they've done this twice already over the course of a 24-hour period each time, one in late March and one on May 1st. And over those 2 days, fans paid over $11 million. And I think that's definitely like broken a record for Bandcamp in terms of the amount of money that people have paid in that amount of time. And it's really interesting how I think music fans have been super vocal and passionate about, sharing the records that they bought on Bandcamp and supporting artists along the way, and not so much about, the music they streamed on Spotify, let alone, like Spotify has a tipping feature. I've heard like close to nothing about that. And I think there's a reason for that, because people are aware now of kind of the back end economics of how the money flows to artists through these different channels, and they're prioritizing ones that are more direct and more immediate. And then with Patreon, which for those of you who are not aware, is like a monthly membership platform. So there are actually two different models. You can either charge fans a monthly fee for access to this kind of monthly membership experience with exclusive content, access to a community of like-minded fans. Or what a lot of musicians do is that they charge fans per project. So if you put out one project a month, say, or one project every couple of months, fans will only pay once you put that project out. So it might actually be better for people who don't necessarily want to feel the pressure of putting out new content, fresh material every single month. So there are a couple of different models on Patreon, and since early March, so since around when a lot of events got canceled, there's been over 200% increase in the number of musicians who have since joined Patreon. And one stat that I did not include here, but I actually just learned recently from Patreon's team, is that there's also been nearly a 70% increase in the amount that people are giving to musicians. This actually, I think, is contrary to the wider economic landscape, where I believe it's like 40 million people in the US who filed for unemployment. Obviously, the wider economy is in a really difficult situation, but people who have the means are still really interested in supporting their favorite artists and creators, and Patreon is, I think, a really good example of that. Here on the right are just some examples of artists who have launched Patreon pages either recently or have been running one for a really long time. No Name runs actually a book club the rapper who's pictured above. She runs a book club focused on highlighting Black authors and thinkers and like writers of color in general. And the bottom two artists, Zola Jesus, has several hundred fans on Patreon, at least, and then Yeji, a DJ, recently launched her own Patreon page and is giving a lot of exclusive art to fans because she's also a visual artist herself. And on the left here, just quickly, I have a list of criteria that I think are important for artists to think about when considering launching a membership. And a lot of this is actually based on my own experience running a Patreon page and getting to a point where I'm able to do it full time. I learned a lot of stuff along the way as a writer that I think parallels the music industry quite a bit. So one is that the underlying priority is serving super fans rather than maximizing exposure. I remember when I first launched my Patreon page, I only had like 40 to 50 patrons, I would say, in like the first month. And to be in that mindset of posting an article where you're happy that it's only reaching 50 people instead of 5,000 or 500,000 people, which it might do on like a free publication or on a service like Spotify, you really have to be like happy with that and be happy and be like really cognizant of segmenting fans and serving different groups of fans differently. That's just, I think, something that you have to have even prior to approaching Patreon to ensure success and growth. A lot of artists who are running these memberships also make it a lot more personal. And so there's a willingness to be a lot more open and vulnerable about their creative process, which drives a lot of the content that they're posting in their membership. And so if you aren't comfortable with being as open, maybe a monthly recurring membership model might not be the best option. A lot of membership programs also rally fans around certain values or causes. I think No Name's Book Club, which also works with a lot of like local prisons in terms of donating books to local prisoners, I think is a really good example of this in terms of fans paying into a cause that's bigger than just the individual artist, or even just a group of fans. I think that's super effective. And finally, consistency, I think, is really key, especially for the monthly membership approach. A lot of artists who I think have built the biggest bases on Patreon are posting as much as once or more every single week, such that fans will continually get value out of their membership. And this is certainly not for every artist. I know that already, like, especially in this climate, artists face so much pressure to post a lot of content online. So if you're in a position where you can't really invest in that or don't have the bandwidth to especially manage a community of fans, of super fans, or at least like hire someone or work with someone to help you manage that, then maybe now is not the perfect time. So all this to say that there is some thinking and planning that goes to membership. It won't be effective if you just set it and forget it. Here are the open questions that I have for people interested in building and developing in this space. One, despite the fact that there is so much growth in music on Patreon and that there are a lot of musicians making a full-time living off the platform, it's really hard to find a membership playbook for music specifically. I've looked for this myself in doing research in this space, trying to find some kind of, it doesn't even have to be a template, just like wider discussion around how musicians can make the most of a membership model. That isn't really out there. So I think now's a really good time for people who are adopting this model to exchange knowledge, because I think it can go a really long way in making digital income more sustainable and more predictable for artists. The second question is actually related to Patreon specifically. So I think Patreon has gotten a lot of critique from the creative community because they are heavily venture-backed. I believe they've raised over $160 million. And their CEO, Jack Conte, who's a musician himself, has spoken out about how their original model, which was like very low fee, they only took 5%, was actually not sustainable given how much money they had raised and what their expectations were in terms of returns. And so there are actually a couple of people building alternative membership models in response to that. Two examples that come to mind that I listed on a previous slide include Ampled and Currents. And Ampled specifically is adopting a platform cooperative model where the artists who sign up and join the platform actually have a share, they have equity in the platform. And so they'll they'll also benefit from the platform's growth and profits. So that's just something to keep in mind. Patreon certainly is not the only answer out there. I think it's better if there are more diverse models and companies that contribute to artist memberships in a similar way. And then finally, how do membership models benefit collectives and organizations and not just individual artists? I think this is super important in the context of thinking about, I guess, the widespread image of the DIY artist, the DIY independent artist. DIY, the letters stand for do it yourself. And so I think there's a lot of emphasis on like the individuality of being a musician, when in reality, it really takes so much collective effort. And I think if we're talking about making the music industry more sustainable, there really has to be more collective group work rather than artists kind of being more isolated and shouting to within their own bubbles. I think that only exacerbates the problem. So I'm really interested in seeing membership models, like membership programs around indie labels, around venues, I think is especially relevant right now, given that touring is canceled for a while. So I think it's just as important to develop for those customers rather than just individual artists and creatives. Now, for the rest of this presentation, we're going to be talking about more futuristic and forward-looking trends that are coming up today in conversation. The first one involves avatars and synthetic media. And I think there are a couple of reasons why the concept of the avatar, which I think of generally as any kind of digital, any kind of digital representation of a body or a being in some kind of immersive environment. Why is that relevant for music right now? So the couple of reasons. One is, I think, consumer behavior. So I think in the first couple of weeks of lockdown, audio streaming actually went down for several weeks in a row. Whereas over the same time period, gaming consumption skyrocketed, film and TV consumption also skyrocketed. So people kept turning to audiovisual media as their primary cultural consumption. And even in like recent reports, as Billboard recently reported, audio streaming is back in a state of growth, but music video consumption and general video consumption, I think, is growing a lot more quickly. So, so people are seeking more immersive, long form, more, I guess, escapist kind of entertainment, especially if you're thinking about games. And so I know a lot of artists and labels and event organizers are thinking about how to align what they're doing already with their music with this new kind of more immersive paradigm. And naturally, along the way, you're going to build an avatar of yourself as an artist or whomever you're working with to live in these kinds of environments. And then also, I just mentioned music videos. That's actually a great example of how avatars are actually practical, not just futuristic and idealistic. Because right now, it's hard for people to get together in, at least legally speaking, I guess people have been, gathering in for protests recently, so this might change things. But under kind of COVID-19 guidelines, you couldn't gather in large groups of people in general, and you have to do that to put on, to produce a really premium music video. But a lot of like music video shoots I know were canceled, and so as a result, you saw more and more music videos being animated. It was a really interesting kind of shift in style that, it again is not new, but definitely like became the standard under lockdown. And also, if you're gonna have an animated video, you're gonna have to animate yourself as an artist and kind of have this avatar of yourself. So it's both a creative necessity and a promotional necessity, as I write here, because you really have to think about thinking like an avataristic way to meet fans where they increasingly are. One trend that I think is really interesting that has also been happening for a couple of years, but has certainly been accelerated by the pandemic, is that it's kind of two-way. So in one direction, celebrities are becoming avatars, and then in the other direction, avatars are becoming celebrities. So in one direction, you have celebrities making avatars of themselves, whether to increase their scale on social media so they don't always have to be in every social post, or to live specifically in these more immersive games. So the examples that are pictured here that I think are the most relevant, in the top right, you have J Balvin. He partnered with this avatar company called Genies to make an avatar of himself that appears in a lot of social media posts. And if you look on his latest album, Colores, for the Canvas videos for that album, they're all his avatar, not himself. So he's one of the artists investing most heavily in his Genie's figure specifically. The bottom row on the left side, you have Travis Scott, who recently put on a show in Fortnite. And I believe over the course of all the viewings that he held for the show, there were over 27 million unique viewers, many of whom tuned in twice or more than once to view the show. And if you saw like clips of that, it was definitely like larger than life. I think it cost just as much to produce as a normal Coachella set would produce. So it's a really premium experience. And then in the middle, in the bottom row, you have Tinashe, an R&B artist who partnered with the startup called Wave on virtual concerts. And I believe this was prior to the pandemic. She actually wore a full body motion capture suit. And the Wave team developed this immersive environment that tracked her movements in real time and mapped it onto this avatar. And so that's definitely an emerging model that requires a lot of high tech to execute on. In the other direction, you have avatars becoming celebrities. And this is actually not that different at all from what production companies like Marvel or Disney already do. If you think about the Marvel empire, I guess they have a lot of fictional characters that manifest themselves across multiple different kinds of media, whether that's comic books, movies, games, etc. So the same thing is happening here. There just happens to be a music focus. So one of the most popular and notorious examples is Lil Miquela, who was developed by this company based in Los Angeles called Bread, that is making these kind of virtual influencers, is what a lot of people call them. But Miquela has also released a lot of music. She has a couple songs on Spotify that have a couple million streams. And there are a lot of human songwriters and producers working behind the scenes to make music that I think a human artist who acts as Miquela creates. So it's a really interesting model. I recommend you look more into that. In the middle here, you have a company called Strange Loop that is building a virtual label from scratch. And they recently did the Techstars Music 2020 program of the Techstars Accelerator. And I know they're working with human artists as well to make music and content for these virtual beings that's coming out this year. And in the bottom right, this is Kazuna AI. She actually performed at a virtual festival recently, Porter Robinson's Secret Sky Festival. She's part of a group of several thousand VTubers or virtual YouTubers that are essentially these anime style characters that have really big followings on YouTube. And Kazuna happens to have a really significant musical and performing component to her as well. As I mentioned, virtual concerts need virtual worlds, which is why you're seeing so many of these artists partner with gaming companies. And so whether it's like Travis Scott and Fortnite, Wave is the company I mentioned that is working with Tinashe, and Minecraft is also very quickly emerging as a popular platform for concerts, in part because unlike Fortnite and Wave, Minecraft is actually a totally decentralized DIY environment. So anyone can go in, build their own venue in their own server and organize their own event. Minecraft has really had no say in a lot of the festivals that have taken place recently. And so I think thinking about sustainability, thinking about, including more artists into this trend, I think models like what Minecraft has going on right now are one potential path forward. These are the open questions that I have in mind. So as I was just talking about, how do we make the avatar economy accessible to more artists? There are only so many artists who will be able to have the resources and the scale to justify a Fortnite deal, or to do a concert with Wave where it takes a couple of weeks worth of development. How do we make the tools available for any kind of artist to take advantage of this almost as like an aesthetic trend, not just a commercial one, to make interesting experiences around their music, even if they have relatively small audiences or small budgets? That's related to the next question in terms of how artists can develop the right skills and hire the right people on their teams, drawing from both the gaming and the film world, I think, to be able to make these kinds of immersive experiences. And I think along the way, it also expands, if not totally rewrites, what it means to be an artist. It's definitely not just putting out records anymore and touring. It's really thinking about building immersive worlds, building immersive experiences or narratives around your avatar that fans will be interested in. It may not be for everyone, but it's definitely a new creative path that could be inspiring. And last but not least, one concern people have is the notion of avatars replacing artists, existing activities. I personally don't think that that's going to happen. At least it hasn't really been normalized yet, but that's just something to keep in mind. Some people actually want their avatars to replace them because they're just tired and exhausted and don't want to be on the road, don't want to be posting all the time. But I think there's like a balance that has to be made there in terms of what gets the most prominence and what gets the most opportunity. Last but not least, the concept of digital scarcity. So as I mentioned towards the beginning, touring is so effective for artists because it's a scarcity-driven model. Artists only plays a certain number of shows every year for a certain number of people every year, and that justifies charging admission. But artists feel a lot of pressure to now, in the wake of their tour getting canceled, is being everywhere online. It's like kind of abandoning the scarcity model altogether, and adopting instead a model of digital ubiquity, which I mentioned, through streaming and social media and live streaming, which is not sustainable for anybody. Whether you're a big artist or a small artist, is not sustainable mentally, emotionally, or physically, I think, let alone financially. So I want to talk through some models that are emerging around digital scarcity. And to figure out what the different models are, we can look to what the models of scarcity are in the physical brick and mortar music business. So as I mentioned, there are scarce events. There are concerts, tours, festivals that only take place once a year. Coachella can charge several $100s for a ticket because it's a very scarce experience. There are scarce connections. A lot of fans are willing to pay top dollar to get access to their favorite artists. You often see this in the form of front row seats or kind of VIP fan meet and greet kind of experiences, which normally cost an additional amount of money. And then finally, you have scarce objects. This is a pretty basic and popular concept in terms of only manufacturing and issuing limited editions of certain objects, whether that's merch or vinyl. So there are these three types: events, connections, and objects. And emerging models of all these three categories are coming up in the digital world. First one, as I mentioned before, and as some of you may be familiar with, is the model of digitally scarce events. And given that most digital events are taking place through live streams, this normally takes the form of ticketed live streams, where you take the traditional ticketed model of offline and bring it online. I think in terms of like the format of these kinds of events and what fans are paying for, I think they're paying as much for production as they are for access, whether that's closer access to the artist or closer access to a like-minded community of fans. I think there's a really big opportunity for artists to improve the way that they take advantage of horizontal interaction among attendees. This certainly applies to conferences as well, actually, in terms of how to recreate the spontaneity of networking and chatting among other people at a conference. An online environment, it's certainly not easy. One issue that I see that I think I mentioned earlier is that there's actually very little differentiation among all these different platforms that you see. So I included the logos of just a handful of examples of the new live streaming platforms that are out there that allow artists to charge for admission. Aside from one-off talent partnerships, maybe data analysis capabilities in the back end, there isn't that much difference. So I foresee either consolidation, or certainly some of these companies are not going to last beyond a year. No offense to them, but that's just something to keep in mind as this ecosystem develops and as you figure out which platform is actually right for you. Now, the second category is connection. What do digitally scarce artist fan connections look like? There are a handful of platforms that are organizing either on demand or live fan meet and greet or messaging kind of experiences. I'll highlight a couple of companies. So Fundo, which is actually developed as a side project out of Google, Chatalized, Looped, HugeM, and Jemmy. All of those offer artists and any kind of influencer the ability for artists, the ability to host these live meet and greets with fans. So whereas in person, it would take place maybe in a room where you're meeting, you're hugging or shaking hands with the artist and taking a photo with them. These normally take place over a FaceTime kind of experience. And a lot of them have like a shared queue with fans, or you can chat with fans ahead of meeting the artist directly. You take a screenshot of your video chat with the artist and share it on social media. So there's a kind of a viral network effect kind of attached to the event as well. There are also apps like Cameo that I mentioned here that are on demand, in that all the talent listed on Cameo, they charge a certain amount for a couple minute long video messages, customizable video messages. So right now I could pay, a certain certain actor or actress or musician that I like on Cameo to record a birthday message for my friend or for someone in my family. And they'll usually return it within 24, 48 hours. I know a lot of, certain kinds of talent, interestingly, more emerging or like B-list, C-list talent, not like A-list talent, that are making a lot of money through the platform. Last but not least, in the digital scarcity kind of categories are digitally scarce objects. And this is something that is conceptually, I think, the most emerging in terms of models not even being built, let alone proven, or let alone gaining traction among artists or fans. So what am I thinking about when I think of like a digital object? I'm thinking of like a digital collectible or a digital piece of clothing. And I think in thinking about digital objects, the concept of scarcity might understandably not make that much sense. I mean, especially in the context of the music industry, where I think a lot of people have accepted that digital scarcity just won't work, whether it's due to the ongoing popularity of piracy year after year, or the fact that, exclusive streaming deals, like what Apple Music and Tidal do, aren't actually super effective in getting subscribers. I think people mentally have been past that, but there are a couple of companies that I've pictured here that are doing really interesting things with with making digitally scarce objects around artists. So one possibility is making these digital trading cards or collectibles. There's actually a lot of buzz about this a couple of years ago, around 2015, around the hype of blockchain technology. A lot of people in music were building blockchain-powered startups to make these digital trading cards available, because one thing that blockchain enables is it reduces fraud, it verifies ownership, and it's really good for tracking provenance. So I think this is especially relevant in the case of like fine art or like really expensive visual art, in terms of like, seeing who auctioned what, when was it auctioned, what was the price, and like really verifying ownership in that way. There are a couple of apps like Our Song, which is pictured at the bottom right here with these iPhone screenshots, where fans can buy these digital limited edition trading cards that only live on their phone. And in exchange, they get access to a certain closed fan community that has the artist as well. So also there's a company called Landmark, pictured in the top right. And one interesting approach they're doing is, geofencing objects. So they've already worked with a couple of artists and labels to drop new music or new digital merch releases or other digital objects only within certain cities. And they kind of drop it on a hyper local level over time to roll it out to fans in specific cities in a certain order. I think that's a really interesting model, not that dissimilar to how touring works actually, but utilizing the power of digital online technology. And then lastly, there's a concept of virtual digital merch. And to understand this concept, we can actually look to the gaming world, which already makes billions of dollars off of this business model. Especially if you look at a game like Fortnite, I believe they make over $1 billion every year just from sales of skins, or I guess this kind of digital clothing for your avatar, or weapons or other cosmetic add-ons. And so it makes sense within these games where you have a character and you're embodying this character throughout your experience of playing the game. So it's really interesting to think about what that might look like for any person who has a merch business, including but not limited to an artist or label. How do you take that concept of virtual digital merch and clothing outside of a gaming environment? One example, which is pictured in the bottom left here, you see this woman, I believe she's standing on a roof in New York, and she's wearing a 100% digital dress that was auctioned off for, I think, a little over $9,000 a couple years ago using blockchain. And it was a successful transaction. This woman just like owns this digital copy of the dress. I guess because of blockchain, it's impossible to make a copy of it without consent from the owner. And I know that, so this dress was made by a company called The Fabricant, and they're working with existing physical fashion brands like Tommy Hilfiger on these digital clothing lines. So I think that could be a really interesting collaboration opportunity for musicians, especially if they're looking to increase their presence in a gaming environment, but also independent of gaming. Thinking about, how can a digital clothing line apply to social media or apply to going back to the avatar economy, what a lot of these avatars are doing without really, an in-person physical presence. The open questions that I have for the digital scarcity model are, I guess in this current time, it is really important to strike a balance between scarcity and accessibility. I think if anything this time and the whole live streaming boom has taught people about the importance of keeping things accessible and not just trying to cash in on a certain trend or not trying to extract profits from people, millions of whom are out of a job right now. So that's something to keep in mind moving forward. Similarly to making live streams that people will pay for, what digital goods are fans actually willing to pay for? I think that's as yet unanswered in music, but we could potentially look to gaming, as I mentioned, which makes billions of dollars a year off of this model, like fashion that have already adopted this concept of digital fashion, and collaborating more with those industries and reaching outside the confines of just the music industry to make this come to life. And then it also might finally make technologies like blockchain and cryptocurrency, which kind of feel taboo or people kind of avoid those topics right now, actually make them have their moment and have a real use case, especially in this time where the alternative, namely digital ubiquity, is not sustainable for a lot of artists. That is it for my presentation. Thank you all so much for watching. I've included some contact info in the bottom right here. My email, my social handles on Twitter and Instagram are the same, Cherie42. And here's a short link to my newsletter, bit.ly/waterandmusic. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, hello. Welcome to Operator Served Up 3 Ways, making subtractive, additive, and FM synth patches from scratch. So this is my AEMCon Virtual Summit video, and well, I wish we could be doing this in person, but this is the next best thing, and as you can see, I'm coming to you from my basement here. So I'm a little new to creating these types of videos, so bear with me, but something I'm definitely not so new to is Operator. Well, Operator's been kind of a main staple synth of mine for a while. So this video is going to talk about creating sounds from the ground up, from scratch, approaching them from kind of those 3 synthesis methods, from subtractive, additive, and FM approaches. Of course, that's really the best selling point of Operator, the fact that it combines the best of these 3 worlds. And that's not to say we're going to draw strict lines between these methods, like this is only an additive sound or this is only an FM sound. In fact, really, these are going to kind of incorporate all 3 at once in most cases. So we're just going to talk about kind of what makes them different, and hopefully really this will generate some ideas and some inspiration for creating your own patches. The live set that I'm using is going to be available to you as a live pack, so you'll be able to download it and follow along. Please feel free to use any of this in your own production, any of these sounds or loops or whatever. That's why it's here. My hope is that you'll take these and run with them and make them even better. The one sort of thing you have to keep in mind is that you'll need both Ableton Live 10 to open this, and also you'll need the Max for Live and more importantly the Max for Live Essentials installed. There's a couple of key components here, like the convolution reverb, especially over in the drums. There's a lot of make use of the instant house in there, and a couple other little Max for Live devices, some the envelope and LFO and such. So so if you don't have those installed, then this will probably not work for you, or it'll tell you you're missing a bunch of plugins. But yeah, having said that, let me just play these 3 kind of sections of this little idea. I guess you can't really call it a full song yet, but I'll play the 3 little parts, and then we'll start going through the sounds and picking them apart, starting with the future pad, which is going to be our kind of subtractive synth sound. And I'll worry about the drums and the other auxiliary sounds and stuff at the end. So you get the idea. It's pretty straightforward. Now, as I said, we'll start with the future pad sound. All of these synth sounds were created with Operator, or which more often than not turned into multiple operators stacked together in an instrument rack. So of course all these presets and stuff will be part of this. You can tweak them and pick them apart and do some different things with them. So let's quickly take a look at some kind of bullet points about subtractive synthesis. When I think subtractive synthesis, I think starting with harmonically powerful stuff like sawtooth and square. There's a reason why most of the classic analog synths, like pick just about any of those ones behind me. Well, maybe except the CZ one in the middle there. Mostly you'll see the same wave shapes show up, square and sawtooth, and generally things that are very bright sounding on their own. You don't see a lot of old analog synths that have like sine waves as their starting point, and there might be a couple of reasons for that. Like it's maybe harder to produce a perfect sine wave, but I think more likely is just that there isn't really much to subtract from a sine wave. It's harmonically supposed to be at least a very pure kind of sound, and when you first open up an operator, that's exactly what you get, is just pure sine wave. There we go. So we get this, and again, that's another reason why I really like operator, because sometimes we want that. Sometimes we want just a pure sine wave. If we're making certain sounds, sine waves are good for little plinky things. We can take the envelope and make it short and spiky like that. Maybe not quite that short, and give it a little bit of a release tail there, and throw it through a bunch of effects and reverb and delay. That type of sound definitely has its place too, and as far as the actual synthesis elements are concerned, it's about as basic as it could possibly get, with just a sine wave going through a volume envelope, and the filter's really not entering into it at all. In fact, we could bypass the filter there and still be left with essentially the same sound. So the point is that subtractive synthesis more often than not starts with very harmonically rich material, because there's more to shave off, there's more to get rid of, more harmonic content to alter. Hopefully that makes sense. And of course, the things that are doing the subtracting, the filters, and the envelopes controlling the VCAs and things, these are really vital to the character of the sound, as are which waveforms you start with and how you mix them together. Mixing not just a bunch of variations of the same waveform together, but saw and square or whatever it happens to be. So there's a lot of variation to be had, even just with the basic waveforms that we're used to. And of course, again, I'm a big fan of classic vintage synths, so certainly for me, there's a nostalgia element. Also, I just like the subtle tweaking aspect of subtractive synths. There's these sort of universal concepts that you can apply to all of our different subtractive synthesizers, like envelope control and LFO control, but they're all implemented in different ways. And some very basic synths, some hardware synths, might only give you one LFO, or they might only give you a basic amp envelope and filter envelope. That's it. Whereas some others will give you lots more option. They'll give you auxiliary envelopes, pitch envelopes, LFOs that you can use to modulate other LFOs. And that the more of that kind of subtle variation you can bring into it, the better. Because software instruments and digital instruments in general tend to lack some of the unintentional subtlety that old instruments have. And if you look at some of the stuff like the the Mini Moog behind me there, that really still has its classic reputation, partially because of how overdriven the filter is, and how that stage of the sound shaping is actually just as responsible for the character as the sound that comes out of the oscillators. And actually on the Mini Moog, there's no real way short of modifying it to like turn the filters right off to take them out of circuit. So again, we have to make up for all of this inherent weirdness and inherent kind of flaw in the sounds by introducing them ourselves. So let's take a quick look at our first feature pad here. Now, these feature pads are pretty prevalent in trap music and a lot of kind of bass genres and such. It's funny, a lot of pad sounds tend to have a lot slower attack times, kind of more in line with like what a string section would do. But this feature pad sound is, it's got more attack for sure. But it does have that, airy sort of high pass quality that you can hear all that white noise kind of fluttering around in the background. Future pads are all about motion and sweep and animation. And of course, there's many ways to achieve that, depending on what synth you're using. If it's wavetable, you might be relying heavily on the wavetable sweep functions and sweeping through different wavetables. And that's great too. That results in some very nice future pads in its own right. But you can get a lot of nice sweep and air even just by incorporating some white noise, which is what this bottom noise layer is for. Also some noise modulation. So we have our LFO on what we're calling our noise layer, and that's also set to the noise waveform. If we click on our LFO, it's going to, for oscillators, although honestly, oscillator B is set to white noise, so it wouldn't actually matter if this was turned on or not. Really, oscillator A is the only one that matters. So if we solo that noise layer by itself, we get this weird sputtery kind of thing on it. So the first layer is called the saw layer, and not surprisingly, it's all made up of saw Ds, which I have tuned in different octaves. So I've got one at 1, one at 2, 3, and 4. You can see I went in kind of a funny order there, but the 3 one you can see is mixed a lot quieter than the other 3, or the other oscillators, I mean. And that's on purpose. If this was turned up more, it creates a perfect fifth. It creates kind of a chord, which isn't really what I want. I wanted it to just be kind of adding to the tone a little bit, adding to the harmonics. So that's why that one stays a little bit quieter than the others. But yeah, these are all tuned to saw D. And you can see I've got a little bit of spread dialed in there. I've got it set at about like 50%, 51%. And you may have also noticed that the filter is completely switched off. It's bypassed. So really we're kind of hearing the straight sound of the oscillators coming right out of this. But I also have a lot of post filtering going on. So all 3 of these layers, these operator layers in my instrument rack, they all have their filters bypassed, with the idea being that these 2 filters on the end of these whole chains are going to kind of unify the sound and make it all sound like it's coming from the same synth, if that makes sense. So that's the saw layer. And then we've got the square layer, which is sort of a similar idea, but using square waves. Again, they're kind of complementary sounds. I like that sort of hollow square sound, but I also like that really buzzy, bright sawtooth sound. And you can see that I've panned them a little bit to each side to hopefully make the stereo field a little more broad, a little more interesting. Put those back on. So it's getting a little bit thicker sounding now, just with those 2 layers engaged. And then the noise layer, of course, we've got all that noise modulation from the LFO affecting oscillator A's pitch. Here's the difference. Here's without that noise modulation. It's not bad, but when we turn that on, it makes it a little more interesting, a little less stagnant, I guess you could say. So again, we've got the auto filters at the end of this chain. We have a static HP or static high pass filter. So it's not making a huge difference, but it's just high passing all of it. And then we've got the pump filter here, which is being sidechained or being controlled by the kick drum track. So that's where our kind of pumping is coming from. So of course this isn't going to be doing anything when the transport's not running, but there we go. That's pretty much what's going on in this feature pad layer here. The second feature pad track, I basically copied this whole instrument rack over and kind of changed it around a little bit. Got rid of the static high pass filter and added a different auto filter. This time I've put a couple of LFO MIDIs in an envelope, a MIDI envelope in front of it. So these three things, these two things are also Max for Live devices. They're very handy if you want, either an LFO or an envelope where there isn't one, or if you just want one with different features, because auto filter does have its own LFO built in. It's just not a very elaborate one. So there's all kinds of things I like about the LFO MIDI, like the jitter and smooth control and the phase and offset controls. It's just a very complete and useful LFO for lots of things. You can see I've got this one mapped to frequency, to filter frequency, which would be this one over here. And then I've got this LFO mapped to this LFO's depth control. So we got kind of an LFO controlling an LFO. And then I've got this envelope controlling this LFO's offset. So you can see how this line's kind of down at the 0 point, and then as this comes up, this curve should rise and start to oscillate some more. So point here being that you can get some really cool modulation shapes just by combining LFOs and envelopes in interesting ways. It becomes a lot less predictable than just using a single LFO to modulate something up and down. That can become very predictable over time. You can see that this one is in sync mode, so you can see the offset control moving up, but you don't see the LFO actually running and producing oscillations. And this one's actually running, but it's producing a sine wave that's really, really slow and fairly short as well, so it doesn't really look like it. When I start the transport, though, I'll solo this. There we go. So it's actually really cool. You can see auto filter. You can see the cutoff moving as it's doing that. So there are some situations, especially when you're making big stacky sounds like this in instrument racks, where it sort of brings everything back together in a nice way. It sort of sort of glues everything together in a nice way if you use auto filter at the end of the chain, sort of like a paraphonic setup. How some old school synths might have 8 oscillators, but because it was cheap, like the Korg Poly 800 is a good example. It only has one filter instead of one filter per voice, like the OB8 behind me has, the one at the top there. So that's the future pad sound. Again, there's a lot you can change and vary up about that. Just to give you some context, I was kind of inspired by some artists like Flume and sort of some of the pad sounds that they use. This one in this Flume tune is a little quite a bit more sawtoothy and a little bit less noisy and fluttery than mine is, but sort of in that same spirit.
Taking your time, work my mind, and I'll play with you. And play pretend it's all true. Follow me down, listen around to that deep dark sound.
So you could hear like more towards the end there how it the filter kind of opened up, and that was like strategic in with like what the song was doing and how it was about to like hit into the chorus and stuff. So that's what I mean about future pads being, you know, very much about the movement and what the filter cutoff is doing and such. You know, if we get rid of the LFO stuff on here. So, you know, we could definitely do something a little bit more like the Flume track. But, of course, for that kind of thing, I would maybe turn the attack times way down if you wanted to get that kind of more of that fade in sort of vibe. But anyways, the point being that putting auto filters at the end of your chains and just ganging up a bunch of operators like that really gets you in some nice pad territory. Adding lots of modulation to the mix really helps animate things and make those layers, you know, nice and interesting. Some quick tips for operator subtractive sounds when we're starting from that subtractive mindset. The brighter sounding waveforms like saw D, square D, they're definitely more noticeable when using the filter. So, you know, if you're using sine waves or, you know, the lower resolutions of sawtooth waves, the filter's action isn't going to be as drastic. Hence your, you know, sweeps and stuff aren't going to be as drastic. And of course, introducing error into the sound, like detuning, using the noise waveform to modulate the oscillator pitch and filter cutoff, kind of like I had going in that sound, or even just adding white noise as a layer to get that sort of wash in the back. That really helps make the high frequencies stand out a lot more. Using the spread control and stacking multiple operators, of course, that really helps. And it's very easy to do, just to keep grouping them together. And, you know, if you run out of oscillators, then stack some more on there, stack another operator or two in there. And, of course, all the animation, the modulation, whether that's done manually by drawing in automation envelopes with a pencil tool, or doing it by hand with knobs and recording that automation, doing it with LFOs, doing it with envelopes. There's really almost an overwhelming amount of ways to do it. So, you know, it just comes down to strategically using that kind of stuff in a way that makes your music interesting. So that's the future pad sound. And I guess now we can move on to the additive sound. And you might be wondering why I called this patch Jan. It's kind of my nod to Mr. Jan, spelt with a J, Jan Hammer, Jan Hammer. If that name's familiar to anyone, he's the guy that wrote the Miami Vice theme, or he recorded the Miami Vice theme back in the 80s. And he's a well-known keyboard player in his own right, but also kind of been on my mind lately because I saw this Netflix documentary not too long ago called Cocaine Cowboys, and I was wondering, like, man, why is the music so good in this? And then you know, I saw the credit. It's like, oh yeah, Jan Hammer did the soundtrack. So you know, it definitely does have a very 80s Miami Vice kind of vibe to it. So this next sound is going to be approaching synthesis from kind of more of an additive synthesis perspective. And actually, none of these instruments behind me here could really be considered true additive synths. Additive synthesis is something that you know, we see a lot more in the software world, but there's certain instruments that I've just been, dying to try out. One of them being the Kurzweil K150. I think more so because I'm just a huge fan of Kurzweil in general. But, this thing has 240 oscillators, sine and noise, apparently. So just think about that, 240 oscillators. So, even if you count, each one of these as an oscillator, like, yeah, I guess if you get into the 64 mode and you consider like each one of those 64 harmonic partials a different oscillator, and then you times that by 4, yeah, I guess like you're getting into that territory of hundreds of oscillators. But even still, just the fact that they did that, back in 1986, I can just tell this thing's probably got some very cool sounds hiding in it. But also, Mr. Jan Hammer there, I don't know why he's not at the bottom of this list. Oh yeah, there he is, Jan Hammer, bam. Yeah, he's one of the people that's been known to use this thing, the K5M. I think he uses the keyboard version, the K5. But this is another additive synth that has 126 harmonic levels generated by sine wave via bar graph type graphic display. That sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? So I can't help but wonder how much this additive section was inspired by some of those early digital instruments from the 80s. Some of that stuff from like Kawai, and definitely it's sort of thinking along the same lines of using a bar graph display to draw in harmonic partials. And so if you've never seen a Hammond organ, like an old school Hammond organ up close, the way they control their sounds is actually a throwback to much, much older technology, to pipe organ stops. So, pipe organists are used to having stops that they pull out to engage different ranks of pipes. And, of course, the more stops you pull out, the more pipes are engaged, and kind of the louder your organ is. And you can see down here, this is representing, still on electric organs, it's representing these in lengths. So this would have been your 16-foot pipe, and all the way through to your teeny little 1-foot pipes. So, of course, the shorter the pipe is, the higher the frequency it's going to make. So you can kind of visualize this as like a frequency bar graph going from lower frequencies to higher frequencies. So, it's the exact same idea, where you're kind of painting with frequencies. You're using your pencil tool in this case to come up with sort of a custom combination, if you will, of frequencies, exactly like the drawbars on a Hammond. And actually, what's funny is if I put this into 16 partial mode, sort of the lowest resolution mode, that's not far off from like the Hammond organ had a set of 9 drawbars, 9 harmonic partials that you can mix together. And that's why to this day a lot of MIDI controllers still have 9 sliders on them to control virtual drawbars and various organ programs. So if I take this graph and put the first 4, sort of the reverse of how drawbars work, instead of pulling them out, I'm pushing them up, I guess. But so, I mean, it's not the greatest organ sound, I know, but if I disable the filter and do something exotic, like put it through the Guitar Rig Leslie simulator. All right, modulation, rotator. Oh, yes, because they aren't allowed to actually call this a Leslie. They don't want to get sued. But, whoops, it's kind of loud, but turn that down. So this is operator going through a kind of a Leslie simulator, a rotating speaker Leslie simulator, which really is kind kind of 95% of what makes the Hammond organ sound like the Hammond organ. Okay, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. It's maybe 65% of it, but so when it's just those first harmonics we're listening to, it's got a very kind of organ vibe to it, and organs are actually one of the things that operator kind of excels at. Of course, once I start adding too many more harmonics up here, you know, really past this point, it sounds less organic and more like a synthesizer. But if I stick to the first, you know, 9 like a Hammond, it's still pretty organy. So, I mean, that's just an aside. The point wasn't to make an organ sound here, but actually, since this is kind of a house track here that we're making, there's you know, particular organ bass sound that's really popular that comes off the Korg M1, that organ 02 patch that everyone's always trying to imitate, and that's actually a very good sound to take an additive approach to. So if we start with a fresh operator, we can make a quick, you know, 5-second Korg M1 organ bass just by putting our operator in parallel mode. So of course this is going to make it so that none of the oscillators are modulating each other FM styles. They're all going to be independently output. And then we're going to take the first one and we'll switch it to the lowest resolution, the 16 harmonic version. So you can kind of adjust to taste whether you like the second harmonic partial. And you can see actually in the waveform display what it's doing to it, how it's kind of creating that extra kind of fold in there. So you can adjust to taste how strong you like that. I don't like it completely cranked up. I like to have it a little bit more tapered than the fundamental, which would be the first one here. And actually you see that in a lot of sounds when you look at them in spectrum analyzers. They do have that natural kind of like tapering off of frequencies. Like the higher they go, the quieter they get, sort of until you get down really low like this. But I'd put the first one like this, the first oscillator, and then for oscillator B, I'm also going to set this to 16. And let's see, I'm at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th slot over. And really, I'm just doing this by ear. I'm listening out for the pitch that's giving me the that perfect fifth up, that little pop. Traditionally, things like Hammond organs had like percussion controls that would add a little bit of a pop at a different but related harmonic to the fundamental, and already it's taking on that kind of organ-based sound a little bit. But of course, what makes the M1 organ bass so satisfying is that pop, that click that the percussion gives it. So we're going to take oscillator B's envelope and going to do something more like that. Oh yeah, now it's really organy sounding. So, right there, that's another good jumping off point, another potential for for a pretty good sound that's pretty easy to start with. So so again, I was kind of inspired by the Cocaine Cowboys soundtrack, and one of Jan Hammer's things, the thing he was kind of maybe most famous for in the Miami Vice days, was making synthesizer sound like an electric guitar, and of course that was when all the additive stuff was really new technology, and the first time where synthesizers really could kind of start approaching more complex timbres like that. Of course, you listen to that stuff, and it still kind of sounds a little bit synthetic. But of course, this documentary is from series or whatever is from 2006, so it's definitely sort of using throwback sounds now. But let me go to my Jan track here. So it's a very bright, crystally, kind of gongy sound, but yet it's sort of a different characteristic than FM, and also there's a lot of post filtering going on. As you can tell by now, I'm a big fan of using lots of auto filters after the fact on the chains. And there's definitely nothing against putting filters through more filters. But in this case, we've got two auto filters creating sort of a really broad band pass between this one set to high pass and this one to low pass. The low pass one's got a bit more of a resonance bump, and then the delay there, filter delay. So here's with all this effects turned off. Oop, that was a bit loud. So you can see why some band limiting kind of helps it live in its proper frequency range and not be too overwhelming. And of course, this is sort of more of a background sound. It's got lots of delay going on, and then some compression, kind of glue it all together. So really, we just have the low layer and the shimmer layer. So the cool operator trick that I sort of discovered while I was making this video was this thing over here, this repeat. So down here where it says repeat next to feedback, what this does is it adds extra harmonic partials at a certain interval, a certain repeat of these basically. So, if it would be sort of drawing something that gradually tapers off. And it is a subtle effect, but basically what you can think of it as is sort of like a brightness control. So I've got the shimmer layer here, and my repeat's set to 4. If I set it to off, subtle difference. I'll do that again. Here's 4. So, repeat really makes those high crystally harmonics stand out more. So if you're making a very high frequency oriented sound, then the repeat control, when you're in the additive mode and kind of painting with harmonics like this, it's worth exploring. Let's set it back to 4 where it was. The other thing that's worth remembering when we're making additive sounds like this is that the spaces in between the harmonics are really important too. So if we're especially if we're in like the 64 mode like this. If we just fill up this whole thing, I mean, yeah, it's very buzzy. It's got lots of high harmonics, but it's also very nasally too, and it feels very claustrophobic. So you know, it's good to have little gaps in between things. And also, it's good to remember that you can change it up. You can combine some oscillators that have 32 partials and some that have 64 partials and some that have, you know, the full 64. So the repeat made quite a difference on that one. And actually, the best way to kind of hear what the repeat does is just to do it to the stock sine wave. So one thing to keep in mind about the repeat is that normally it's grayed out. This is probably why I always skipped over it before. I kind of didn't even notice it was there. But the reason that repeat is grayed out, it's not available, is because the oscillator is being modulated by another oscillator. So if it's being used in any of the FM modes, it won't work. So because this is oscillator A, it's not going to work in that mode or that mode or that mode. Any of the modes where another oscillator is flowing into it. It should work in this mode because you can see oscillator A is independent of the other ones. So if I click on that, oh, here we go. Okay, so we do have repeat. Weird. It just, maybe it takes a second to realize that it's available, or maybe you have to just click on the harmonic partials options. Okay, so now I'm curious to see if those other modes will work or not, because in theory, as long as A is separate, so I'll go back to this one. Yep, and we have repeat. So, okay. I was right. Operator's just being weird. Anyways, let's go back to the parallel mode there. And here's just a regular sine wave, just the first fundamental harmonic up. Repeat is off. If I turn repeat on to a quarter, so it's interesting. It's adding this very, very high extra harmonic on top, or probably a series of them. And I notice it on the lower notes that I'm playing, but then as soon as I get past like middle C, I don't hear it anymore, probably because they're out of our hearing range now. So that's at a quarter. Let's try half. So hopefully that gives you some idea of what the repeat control does. So notice that as soon as you switch to another wave shape, you don't get the repeat option anymore. So it has to be on sine, and you have to be, you know, in the additive mode. So one of these has to be selected. So it's definitely worth noting when you're creating an additive sound like this. We'll go back to my Yan track here. So for context, here's the bit of this Cocaine Cowboys soundtrack that I had in mind when I was making this sound. So you can definitely hear what I mean about the sort of faux electric guitar thing. And You can hear that that sort of line in there. It's probably a lot of delay, but just reminds me of 80s action movies and stuff like that. And certainly the kind of sound that I would jump to additive synthesis right away to try and achieve, for sure. So that is really kind of all that's going on in the yawn patch. I'll put these back together. You notice I have a chord on the shimmer layer, and it's actually transposed down an octave. I think originally I intended to put an actual chord here, but this could just as easily be the pitch plugin set to -12, in case you're wondering about that. So yeah, that's the yawn track, and that brings us to the last of the synthesis methods, which is FM. So before we do that, let's just quickly review some additive tips. So again, oscillator A, B, and C can be independently set to 16, 32, or 64 harmonics, and you can mix it up so they can all be on different ones. The spacing between harmonics is important, so don't necessarily think you have to fill up your entire frequency spectrum, and definitely play around with relative volume levels. Just piling up a bunch of frequencies at the same volume is really a good way to sort of clutter things up. On fancier additive synths, each one of these harmonics would probably have its own envelope and would really help create all kinds of really complex sounds, but of course be very, very complex to program. Like, can you imagine 200 oscillators, or however many, 240 oscillators, and 240 envelopes? It's hard enough to keep track of an instrument rack that's got a few operators and maybe like 16 envelopes going on, let alone 240 of them. So there's always going to be a trade-off, but definitely don't be afraid to experiment with that and ganging a bunch of operators together and having each one do a very sort of hyper-specific thing. And that repeat control that we just talked about in the oscillator section can add higher harmonics that taper off in volume. Just remember the catch there, that repeat is only active when the oscillator is not being FM'd by another oscillator. So, I mean, you can still apply FM to it, presumably through the LFO. If we have our destination set to A. I mean, we've even got a little bit of LFO modulation on it right now, just a very subtle amount. And again, I'm just a big fan of that, having very, very subtle amounts of like vibrato of pitch modulation like that. So yeah, that's definitely not affected. But we can't have it in any of the modes where oscillator A is being FM'd by any of the other oscillators. Or, if we were doing this to D, now, presumably D would be the one to do it to, since D is the one that is at, the top of the chain in all of these. Like you can see, it's not being modulated by any of the other operators, but it is modulating some of the other ones. So let's try that. Let's put D, and yep, sure enough, repeat is an option. If we click on one of the other algorithms, then yep, we still have repeat. So there you go. If you want this repeat to sort of guaranteed work in additive mode, then apply it to oscillator D, and then that way, even if there's FM going on, that won't affect being able to use repeat. But of course, this being at the top of the chain, all of these have to be on, in order for this to be actually going through to the main output. So, of course, there's always going to be a trade-off there, but it's kind of an interesting effect. I think I kind of messed up my preset here, so I'm going to go back to my user library. There we go. And that, people, is why we make presets, so we can, endlessly tweak our sounds, but still get back to somewhat where we started from. Okay, so now that we have that additive stuff out of the way, FM. So I'm sure most of you are probably somewhat familiar with FM synthesis and sort of its characteristic sounds. Frequency modulation can produce a lot of overtones. So, again, very bright digital sorts of sounds. But things get really interesting when you start messing with the operator tunings and, detuning things in interesting ways. It can be less predictable than subtractive and additive synthesis, especially when you're just sort of blindly messing around with operator combinations and tunings and stuff. But that's sort of part of its charm, and you find some of the strangest and coolest combinations this way. So it's something that's worth pursuing and worth getting frustrated a few times over, because it's going to yield some pretty unique sounds. FM sounds tend to be very thumpy and thuddy a lot of times. Some of these digital envelopes on stuff like the DX7 when it came out, they were just so much more accurate and snappy than the stuff that you had on analog synths that were sort of limited by the components in the circuitry. But the trade-off is if you're programming at a DX7, you might have an envelope that's like 7 minutes long or something, and you're wondering, why can't I hear anything? So it's not necessarily as intuitive either. So there's always going to be a trade-off. So the sound that we're sort of going for here, that we're trying to recreate in Operator, is called the lately bass. And originally, the lately bass is off of the humble little Yamaha TX81Z. This is kind of a favorite of bedroom producers in the late 80s and early 90s. Came out in 1987. I don't have a TX81Z. It's one of those things that I figured I'd come into one of these days. There certainly seems to be a lot of them out there. Again, most people keep these around for like their 2 or 3 choice sounds, the lately bass being one of them. This really was a popular kind of budget piece of equipment back in the day. But that lately bass is all over everything. And, if you're of a certain age like me and you kind of grew up in the 1990s, then you definitely could not escape the lately bass. So I actually use FM8 for my lately bass needs. The reason being that FM8 will straight up read these what are called sysx files, these .syx things, which are just the configuration files that tell the TX81Z how to set up the patches. So they're directly compatible. FM8's got all the exact same available settings and waveforms and such. So that's a pretty direct translation. There we go. It's a pretty recognizable sound, and everyone that's my age knows it from this. So anyways, certain sounds age really well and other sounds not so much. Like that weird, like, ruler plucking duck sound. I don't know what's up with that. I guess I kind of blocked that out of my mind. I forgot that was in this track. All I remembered about it was the lately bass, which definitely has aged quite well, and that's still kind of a staple sound in house music. So it's good to figure out how to create, something that's kind of lately bass-esque on different stuff. I mean, of course, not everyone has FM8 or wants to shell out the money to buy FM8. So here's my attempt at recreating the lately bass in operator, which actually ended up being 3 operators stacked on top of each other. So this whole rack is called the operately bass. And well, first let's solo the FM8 version of this bass so you can hear what that sounds like. Okay, so that's the original sound, or I mean, as close as I can get without a TX81Z. And here's my instrument rack one. Now, are they exactly the same? No, but I think they're reasonably close. Of course, the low layer, I had to transpose one layer down an octave because I felt it just wasn't really cutting the mustard. It wasn't sounding kind of thick enough. And also had to employ some saw D, which the original sound isn't using sawtooth waves directly. It's actually making use of feedback on one of the operators. So I did try that actually, ironically, on my second attempt at making the lately bass with just one operator, but I wasn't really feeling this one. It sounds very thin and weak, even though I tried to incorporate the same sort of oscillator feedback. You can hear how it gives it that sort of bite in the top end. But I mean, it seemed like no matter what I did with this one operator, I could just never get it sounding thick enough. So it was a good attempt, and it's always good to experiment. Of course, it's good to remember that things like oscillator feedback in operator even exist. But I'd consider that a failed attempt. I think the operately bass, I was sort of on the right track before, just stacking a few of these together. So I've got the high layer that takes care of that high sawtoothy kind of snap. There's a second high layer that's a little bit more percussive. And actually I fiddled with the time controls a little bit on these. I sort of took the same patch and copied it over and played around with it. The idea being that I wanted to recreate that nice kind of splat that the original lately bass has. So I figured if the envelope timings were just a little bit different, then it might kind of help achieve that. And then we've got our sort of throaty low layer, which on its own actually isn't even that far off from the lately bass. I mean, maybe even just those two layers together are a little more accurate. So, I mean, it's a work in progress. This could definitely be beefed up with some more post-processing. I've got an auto filter and a compressor and a limiter on there right now. I definitely am still striving to achieve that nice stabby percussiveness of the original. And actually, this together with the FM8 one, they actually sound really nice together. They're a good complementary pair, I think. So yeah, I mean, they definitely sound more fat when they're both playing together like that. Now, just as a quick aside, before we kind of talk about the last stuff here. Well, first, let's get the operator tips out of the way. So, my advice for really learning any FM synth, but operator included, is just to start simple and make note of what your favorite modulator and carrier combinations are. So, I know it sounds vague, but you sort of have to put your legwork in when you're learning stuff like operator, and just sitting there and getting familiar with, okay, sine wave modulated by sine wave sounds like this. Sine wave modulated by square wave sounds like this, and sort of trying to commit those sounds to memory. Of course, it's going to change when you start playing with tuning ratios and algorithm combinations. It's just never going to be as predictable as subtractive or additive methods are going to be. So it's probably best to just play around and get as well versed in as many of these combinations as you can. And that's kind of part of the same point. Try to change the algorithm combinations and hear what happens. So, I mean, even if you just set these all to more or less the same volume and, change the different combinations. Of course, the one on the right is going to sound just like a sine wave because it's parallel. There's no modulation happening. So, I'm going to leave that experimenting up to you guys. That's pretty much it for the kind of main bullet points about FM and additive and subtractive sounds. Now, I did want to mention some of the kind of extra stuff in here. Also, I mean, this definitely focuses on operator. We're talking about sort of three different methods to make sounds in operator. But operator is definitely not the be-all and end-all of FM synthesizers. And, I always encourage people to get a nice variety of stuff, whatever it may be. So, it's always good to have a couple of different choices for FM synths. And operator's a great one, but there's also a couple of free VSTs out there that are really good. And of course, more importantly, they're free. So rather than going the FM8 route, you can download Dext. It's called DEXXED. Or there's another one called OXE FM synth. And actually, a lot of people are really big fans of Dext, and myself included. Dext is a great synth in its own right, but the Aux FM synth I get a lot of use from too, because it also can open the old SysX files or the originals. So you get a lot of good DX7 sounds. And if you really need that authentic lately bass, there's even, boom, a lately bass right there. Now, of course, the point of making a lately bass and operator wasn't to exactly clone this sound, but to get something that's kind of in the spirit. So if you're a purist and you absolutely need that exact lately bass, then there it is. But you know, I'm just a fan of cheesy DX7 sounds, like the harmonica and stuff like that. Things that are kind of deliberately used for their obnoxiousness, like the nice electric piano sounds a la Law and Order. I mean, it's super cheeseball, but I mean, that's exactly what I'm into. So yeah, it's called OXE, Aux FM Synth, and it's well worth the download. So there's also a couple other little ancillary sounds in here that are just there to fill out the arrangement a little bit. You got the obligatory hey sample in there, but also we've got these dub techno chords here. These things. And this is one of those like really simple sounds that like I always find myself reaching for operator for these things. Even though you could make something very similar to this in analog or really almost anything. This is just one operator with all saw Ds, I'm pretty sure. Yep, all saw Ds. So, without all the processing, take off all this filtering and echo and phaser and stuff. You can still hear the reverb, but it's not a very exciting sound. It's just a very short, spiky kind of envelope. The filter envelope is also kind of short and spiky, and we can see what it sounds like without the operator filter. I personally like it better with the filter envelope and operator, but you can see that both auto filters, I'm doing a sort of a similar thing that we were doing to the Jan track, where we've got one auto filter that's high passing and one that's low passing, and they're stuck together to make one wide kind of band pass. But you can see that the LFO on each of these is turned up, so even though you can't see it, the cutoff frequency is being slowly swept back and forth on each one. So between that and the phaser, and adding some sweep into that, it's enough variation that you'd want the sound that's feeding into this to be pretty simple, just a stabby sawtooth chord, nothing too crazy or textured, because it's this type of sound that we want the effects to kind of carry. guess the sort of final thing to talk about now that we've covered those three main sounds, operator sounds, is the drums. And my original concept for this whole video was to create a track, entirely of all operators, every element, all the drums, everything. And I very well might still do that at some point. It's a pretty ambitious undertaking. And I mean, of course, you can make some fairly passable electronic drum sounds using operator, but I just thought for the vibe of this kind of track, it really needed those driving kind of house drums. So I ended up cheating a little bit, and you can see I've just got a couple of 4 on the floor kicks here. There's the regular 909 kick, and then the sort of more subby version of it, which, when you put those two together, they make a really good complementary pair. So, of course, those are just about as plain and generic as you can get, 4 on the floor styles. And then the hi-hat track here. So our hi-hats, you'll notice there's a Max for Live MIDI effect here called Instant House, and this is part of the Max for Live Essentials. So if you don't have the Max for Live Essentials downloaded, chances are some stuff in this live pack just probably wasn't working, the drums and the reverb and such. So you kind of need those to get everything happening on this. But they're just generally good things to have. I mean, if you don't already have Max for Live Essentials downloaded, it definitely behooves you to get it. It's very useful for a number of reasons. And the Instant House is just one of many things that it includes. The LFO and envelope MIDIs are another thing that Max for Live Essentials comes with, as well as the convolution reverb. So lots of really useful stuff there. So we've got Instant House here, which is just kind of generating some house drum patterns. Although this one's only doing hi-hats. I have it driving a sampler here. And if I look at the zone editor, you can see the closed and the open hi-hats there respectively. And if I just solo this here. So, I mean, there's a couple of ways you can do this. We could have a drum rack here and then just have a simpler, one with a closed hat and one with the open hat. Or, do it with a instrument rack even. But I did it with sampler, just to have more sort of control over the envelope and stuff like that. I can mess with the volume envelope. If I change the pattern, you can see there's no open hat happening right now. There we go. So you can do stuff like mess around with the envelope, the time control. It's a good one to kind of get some good variation in the length of your sounds. So this is just going to affect the hi-hats, of course, nothing else. So this track that's called Minimal Drums, this one has another Instant House, although this one is in the breaks mode and not the house mode. And this one is driving a drum rack, but it's all made up of various, operator percussion sounds, some pretty sharp, snappy, short envelopes. Some have, some white noise. That hattish one is sort of vaguely reminiscent of a hi-hat. It's It's actually not the worst hi-hat I've ever heard. A couple of sort of drummy sounding things. This is just operator going through a Corpus resonator. It's kind of neat. It sounds like a tabla or something like that. And so when you combine those elements together, and actually if you just hit the pattern randomization, it'll randomize all this stuff at once. So I decided to do the drums this way rather than programming too much, just so you guys could have more fun with it and just randomizing and seeing what cool patterns you can come up with. The great thing is if you find something that is really awesome and you want to have that pattern committed, like this sort of thing is really great for coming up with ideas. But when it comes time to actually, record and stitch things together, I'd make a new MIDI track and actually just, take the MIDI straight from this minimal drums track here. Something's not right here. Not seeing any midis. So what did we do wrong here? So we want 5 minimal drums. I want post effects. There we go. So, I mean, that's kind of a critical part of the routing here. When you go pre-effects up here, it considers Instant House an effect. So you're taking the MIDI before it's even being generated by Instant House. So that would certainly make a lot of sense. So that's why we have to have this in post-effects mode. So now let's see if this works. Cool. So now I've got that MIDI. That's the MIDI that Instant House just kind of spat out for me. And then I should be able to just dump this on the minimal drums track. And then just, disable the Instant House so it's only getting the MIDI from here. And there we go. It cut off the first drum or whatever, but and actually, what's cool about doing it this way is you can take these patterns that are generated and then add to them. Take your pencil tool and draw in little fills and stuff. Wow, that was actually cooler than I expected. I just sort of accidentally landed on that one reverse drum, and I kind of like that. have it. That's the video. So of course I'm pre-recording this, but I'm going to be at the ready when this is being broadcast, and I'm here to answer your questions and talk about any stuff on the live chat, generate some discussion, and yeah, I'm really pleased that you came and checked out my presentation, and I hope you can make some good use of the live pack and the sounds, and I hope they inspire you to create some more sounds of your own. Take care and have a wonderful day.
I'm just going to make sure it's working here. Let you get logged in. All right, welcome back. I think we're live. I'm just going to make sure it's working here. Let you get logged in. You can donate on their site and then get access to all the programming for the weekend. So please do that. They've already raised over $1,000 of their $10,000 goal so far for the weekend, and so they're well on their way, and we want you to be part of them reaching that goal. So please donate. And thank you very much for doing that. Secondly, we put up some links on our bio of how you can help the Black Lives Matter movement, whether it's donating time or energy or writing letters to the right places. So make sure you check that in our bio as well. The one other thing I wanted to mention is Versions patio party last night also raised like a huge amount, $4,000 for the cause. So congrats to them, and that was also part of the summit weekend. So I think it's off to a good start so far, and I'd like to urge everybody to keep it rolling. And we'll post some more links just so everybody knows where to go. So that being said. Tonight's guest is a legend of the UK rave scene from day one. He's been a staple, and he's still going strong. You know, close to 30 years later. He's a DJ. And we're dialing Martin. Takes a little bit longer because he's... On tonight's show, it's a special one because we're presenting it as part of the Alberta Electronic Music virtual summit that's on this weekend. And they're running it as a fundraiser for Black Lives Matter in the US and Canada. And they have a goal of $10,000, and they've just started a few hours ago, and they're already up past 10% of their goal. So with that being said, I'd like to urge everybody to please donate to the cause and support this fundraiser that they're running. And you can do so and then tune into all the awesome content that they've got. Today there was a bunch of panels, super informative for people in the business in Western Canada and elsewhere. So I urge you to please donate to the cause and support the summit this weekend. And then also I've posted a link in our bio that will guide you towards other ways that you can help support the Black Lives Matter cause at this time, which we feel is very important. So please click there after the show, and it'll take you to various sites where you can support. So don't forget to do that after. I'll remind you again at the end of the show. And assuming we can keep the connection running here, and we don't have a Teddy Riley situation on our hands, I'm really excited to interview our guest tonight. He is a DJ, producer, record label owner, record store owner, and just an absolute legend from the UK. And he goes by the name of Krafty Kuts. So let's see if we can get him on with no issues. Fingers crossed, everybody. There he is.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing okay. I haven't had many connection issues the last couple weeks, but it's always a risk on Instagram Live. So I'm
it does seem to be that way. I'm just looking at myself in the thing. I look really brown. We've had really hot weather in England, so I kind of made the most of it in the sun, I think.
You got it. You got to make sure you got that sunscreen on.
Yeah, definitely. How are you doing anyway?
So, mate, it's been a long time. I feel like it's been a couple of years since I've seen you. It's good to see your face.
Yeah, no, we usually have our usual soiree shindig at Shambhala, and then obviously sometimes when I come into Calgary and play at a Hi-Fi or the other spot. So yeah, no, it has been a while, mate. It's good to be back, seeing your face.
I mean, you're so beloved around these parts, and it's a shame we won't be able to connect this summer. Right now, are you in Brighton or?
Yeah, I'm just here now, and I've just done a stream pre-recorded for Shangri-La Festival, which is Glastonbury, and I've just done an hour set, which was recorded with a green screen, and they're doing some crazy visuals and stuff, and it just seemed really weird. I remember years ago when you do like a mixtape or something, and you do a take, and you'd be like, oh shit, I've got to do it again, and then after about 10 times in about 10 hours, you finally get to do your mixtape. Now, when you perform or when you do a stream, you've got one take, no mistakes. And especially live, or if and you're really under pressure. But as a professional DJ now and being used to it, you just forget, and you forget that experience, because I still get nervous even doing a stream in front of no one. I still get really anxious, and the whole process of it. And it's the same with like when I go to a show in say Germany or Canada or whatever, I still get nervous with the travel and the passport security. I don't even know why I get nervous going through passport security, but you just always get anxious, and the whole thing can be quite stressful. And it's not until you actually perform as an artist that you suddenly realize, and right.
And you don't get that as much on the streams, but it's to me it feels like, does it feel the same way to you, that it's like it's more like like crafting a mixtape, or it's just such a different experience than performing live, you know?
Oh, it's really odd when you play a stream, because don't get me wrong, I'm still really excited, but there's no room for error. There is no room for error because people can hear it. In a club, people are shouting, screaming, dancing. So if you make a little error or a mix that's not quite tight, like really under pressure to perform. And there's been moments where I'm like so disappointed with myself after just cocking up a mix or something, and I'm just thinking, or an a cappella that's just slightly out of time, and I'm like, oh no. I literally beat myself up after it, but you know, that is the fun.
Well, I know that you're the kind of guy who's like a perfectionist. So because I know from experience, when you're done a set, you evaluate it, and you're quite, no, I wouldn't say hard on yourself, but you can be critical, and which I think that makes for, as an artist, it makes you want to reach that. I don't want to say perfection, but it just helps you kind of like kind of keep honing your craft and honing your art form, you know?
Yeah, and also it's another thing that it just keeps me hungry as well, because I have been doing DJing for a long time now and making music and stuff, but I've still got more hunger and drive and desire than I've ever had. It's quite strange, really.
Right. Ski Tour says Krafty doesn't make errors.
Oh, bless it.
Shout out Ski Tour. Shout out Gaff.
Yeah, Gaff, how you
shout out
doing?
to everybody watching from the Virtual Music Summit too. So Krafty, on Small Talk, I like to take it back all the way to the beginning. And I know you started out. I mean, you were in Brighton as a youngster, right? In the kind of in the late '80s, when the rave scene started to pop off in the UK. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a place actually, not so much Brighton, but there was a place called Worthing, and there was this massive 5-story mansion that hosted like raves, and so many people used to go, and it was like crazy. And I got asked to DJ there, and 89, when I just first started got DJing and stuff, I was like barely 18, I think.
Crazy.
And I was so excited when they asked me. I was like, it's an opportunity for me to do something. And it was all this crazy, like really fast jungle and drum and bassy type music, which is rave. And I was like, this is really weird. And they all dressed really strange with glowy stuff and different colours, bright stuff. And like, staying up to like 6 o'clock in the morning, just going crazy.
And was it more of a freak show because here's the thing that one of the fondest things that I remember about the early rave years for myself was that it was such a collection of different characters, whether you had people in drag, you had a crazy adventure when you would get there, and I feel like it's that's one of the elements of those early days that I feel is lacking a bit in the current scene.
Yeah, in England we go the full Monty, as they say. They go the crazy, just get wacky dressed up and just do crazy shit. And I know that in Canada they've got, with the festivals like Shambhala and others, they do dress up and make for the occasion. But in Boomtown, for example, oh my God, it is a freak show. You've never seen anything like it. People just dress and make so much of an effort, and Glastonbury as well. And it's a real shame that, like, especially this year, I was going to be playing the festival in BC with the Wu-Tang Clan, which you gutted to, see all these fantastic festivals just pass me by now.
Oh, man, it's such a shame. I mean, especially with all the hard work that goes in from all the people involved. It's like, it definitely breaks your heart to see them have to postpone. But at the same time, it's like this regrouping time. It's time to focus on other issues and other things, and try to come back stronger than ever. So,
really
So
been.
hey, so that being said, in those early days before you started DJing, I heard somewhere from a mutual friend that you might have had some other jobs before you were a full-time DJ, and is it true that you once were a bingo caller in some capacity?
Yeah, I was. That was my first. I'm not very good on the mic either. Back then, I was quite jokey. It was like, you know, and on the red, number 1, and yellow, 25, and blue, knock at the door, number 4, and all these like crazy little rhyming slangs with them. And it was so funny, and I had so much fun. And it was a really good experience. You wouldn't believe some of the jobs. I don't really care. It's fun to tell everyone, but I was a trifle taster for a company, and trifles are like desserts, little like pots of desserts. And I used to be one of those people who wear those plastic hat things, and then I used to have to taste the desserts and make sure they were good for human consumption.
Well, that sounds like an incredible job, actually. A dessert eater?
Right. I mean, they had loads of like Cadbury's chocolate stuff in there and loads of different desserts. But like, I was like, oh my God, if I keep doing this, I'm going to be really unhealthy. So I soon like realised I had better things in my life than tasting trifles and big.
Right. And that's amazing. And so you start DJing and you got, I mean, it sounds like you got some gigs pretty early. Who were your early influences as a DJ? Like, who were the guys that you looked up to, and that you were kind of you were like, that sound is what I want, what I'm into or what I want to emulate?
I first saw like Jazzy Jeff and Cash Money, and those two really were the two, guys that absolutely. And in England, there was a group of DJs that were really good as well. They used to DJ for Rebel MC. And they had a good crew, and I mean, in fact, and then you had the Hijack DJ. It's been regarded as like one of the best DJ experiences of all time. For me, like Jazzy Jeff at Union Square was when I suddenly realised, oh my God, how the hell did he just do that? And I thought I would love to learn to do that. And we used to run a breakdance club. And there were some turntables there. One of the older guys had a pair of turntables, and he's really good robot dancer as well. And he didn't mind me having like a go, and it was a really old, crappy mixer, I suppose. And I was like, oh, this is much better fun than trying to learn to break dance. So I became like the local DJ, and then I started buying records, going to what we class as car boot sales, and you call them like garage sales, don't you? And I just suddenly got hooked into, so my early like Jazzy Jeff and Cash Money for sure, without a doubt. And after seeing them, and actually it's funny, they're like friends now. Can you believe that? Jazzy Jeff and Cash Money are my bloody friends. If
That's
they
amazing.
see high five and big hugs and lots to talk about, and I just can't believe that I'm in that position. And even yourself, I knew you as a brilliant producer before I met you, and my son absolutely loves your music. Like,
oh, nice. Oh man, shout out to your boy.
He actually saw you in, is it Costa Rica you was in, and you was DJing at a festival there?
Oh yeah, we were in January at Ocaso Fest. Yeah. Oh, cool. Whoa, that's awesome. That was a great festival. Justin Martin was on the bill, and Kevin Knapp, and yeah, it was incredible down there. I mean, anytime you get to go to a tropical destination to play records, I mean, doesn't get any better than that. But yeah. So yeah, but I was gonna talk about Jazzy Jeff because he is. I guess I would consider him a friend. I don't know him probably as well as you do, but we've hung out a few times, and man, he's a total sweetheart, and he's technically incredible, but he also never loses his hunger as a DJ, which is something that a thread that I also see in yourself, where you've been doing it for a long time, but you still dig, and you're still hungry for knowledge, and it's like to me that's such a key to longevity in what we do.
It's tough in the music industry because there's always someone there that's really good, and there's tons of scratch DJs at the moment that are far superior than I could ever be, and I don't even class myself as a scratch DJ, but there's loads of DJs from France and Germany, and technically they're so gifted, so really good. And when you go to Shambhala, you just go for a walk around there and you can see the amount of gifted DJs in Canada as well. Scratch Bastard, without a doubt, is for me one of the best DJs in the world, without a shadow of a doubt. He's absolutely brilliant, and he's got such a great personality, and he's such a good dude. He deserves everything that comes his way, because watching him is like watching the best Formula One racing driver, and you're just in awe watching Usain Bolt. Do you know what I mean? You just like, and him, he's like a great friend of yours.
Yeah, and I mean he's also an entertainer, which is such a it's a rare quality in anyone, but a lot of DJs don't have that quality of being like a consummate entertainer, and I think that's part of his part of the secret of what makes him so great.
I know, would you have thought that, like, say 5, maybe 7, 8 years ago, that Scratch Bastard you'd be saying, yeah, he's probably the best DJ in the world. It's brilliant, and that's from Canada. And if it wasn't for Kenny McIntyre, big shout out to Kenny, we love you, man. It wasn't for him, I wouldn't have met half of you guys as well from Canada. And even like with the Red Bull experience was a brilliant experience, really opened my eyes to the world of scratching and the hip hop DJs. And just also transforming that into being an entertainer as well, because I always found that hip hop it's brilliant. I could listen to golden era hip hop all day, all night, but like trying to play that in certain clubs and stuff, it just doesn't wash in certain places, especially in England sometimes. And that is why when I first started DJing, that I wanted the harder edge sort of beats, and that's why Big Beat at the time in the UK, just after the rave scene and stuff, really attracted me, because I couldn't get all the good hip hop records, and people didn't want to listen to golden era hip hop back then. So the Big Beat stuff was really good. The freestylers, they were a big part of that.
Well, I was going to ask you, the first time I heard about you was Gimme the Funk, which was, that was kind of a quintessential, would you consider that a Big Beat era record? I guess
it was. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I signed to Fatboy Slim's label, and I played it to him when he came in my record shop. I had a dub play, and I said, "Oh, I think you might like this." And on the other side was my DJ intro that I'd made for myself. So I was quite reluctant to give it away.
No way. So
yeah.
It was a dub plate, and you played it for him when he came in the record.
In the record, I played him "Give Me the Funk," and he goes, "Oh, I really like that." And I said, "I'll tell you what, you'll probably get better use out of it than me." And bloody hell, he played it on radio, and then he rang me up and said, I'm going to put that out on Southern Fried. And their next record after me was a #1 record, Scanty Sandwich, Because of You, with the Michael Jackson sample. Can you write us 3 EPs? And they set up a label called FSUK. That was it, Krafty Kuts. Overnight, I was touring Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and then suddenly, as time went by, I've spent a lot more time in like Canada. So it's been an incredible journey. And
so can you remind me what the fact that Fatboy Slim came in your record shop and you were playing your record and then he signed it. Because at the time he was like huge. He was already huge, right? Like at the time.
So when he used to come in, I was like quite in awe, because this guy, was incredible, brilliant records, and he was a really good entertaining DJ, because there was the Big Beat Boutique in Brighton. So I was like,
and did you know him? Were you homies at the time, or was
we became sort of friends. He would ask me things and chat, and we wouldn't just talk about music and stuff. We'd talk about other stuff. And like now, when I speak to him, we talk, more about family life. We never really talk about DJing, to be honest.
Right.
I ask about, where he's been recently and stuff like that. But generally speaking, he's such a humble dude, and that's what I really liked about him, because that's a very important part as an artist that you've got to carry with you, is being humble, especially to your fans when you're traveling around the world. There's nothing better for them, and sometimes it's quite easy to be in the moment and forget that you've got like a group of people who are desperate to talk to you or ask you questions, and you've got to give everyone time. You've got to, I watch certain people who are so good with their fans, like Charlie Tuna, for example. He's amazing. Like, he addresses every single person
Right.
who asks him a question, and he's got time for them. And I just think that's just a wonderful thing to see. It really is.
Right. I mean, that to me, that always makes me like an artist infinitely more when they're, you know, their personality is one that you would want to, you know, emulate yourself. But the crazy part about, I'm just thinking about that era of the late '90s, and Fatboy Slim, Chemical Brothers, Prodigy. I mean, they were basically the first major exports from the UK that broke dance music over here, and a lot of younger people might not kind of understand that. And then Daft Punk, I guess, but you know, it was like they were the biggest. They were the biggest, and they were the ones that were like carrying the torch from the UK over to here, and so it's, you know, it's just such a seminal era in dance music, and not just in the UK, you know, like maybe bigger over here, just because it was like the first kind of breakthroughs. So that's really cool. And then when you said FSUK, can you tell me more about that label? Because I remember buying all those records when they were coming out. I mean, who else was on FSUK with you? That was
there was Ski With,
yes.
And I don't think they released many records, and that they quickly kind of gave it up. I don't know why. Finger Licking then took over, and I moved over to Finger Licking and started, and then I set my own label up against the grain with Lloyd. But yeah, the Big Beat period was really good for me, because it taught me a lot to become a better DJ. Because I watched Fatboy Slim, I always go and watch him DJ at the boutique, and he'd just change a record in the middle set, or he'd play a drum and bass record and it wasn't all predominantly house music. So, and I never really been like, I like house music, absolutely love it, but it doesn't fit perfectly all night for Krafty Kuts. As much as I like to, I've, you know, touched more on it recently because it's gone funky again with the whole disco sound, which obviously I'm a big fan of as well.
Right.
And that's what I loved when I used to go to Australia. I wish you could come and experience what I experienced when I was touring Australia, like, you know, with Roger Sanchez and Dave Morales and Eric Murillo and stuff like that. Oh my God. It was unbelievable, mate. I'd walk into the club in Sydney, having played a set to like 10,000 people, and then I was surrounded by these dudes who I was in awe of, and then just watching them DJ was a totally different aspect of DJing to what I did. And I learned so much from that. You know, watching Eric Murillo literally cut everything out, and all you could hear was like just the hi-hats. And he bloody knew. He'd get all those volumes up all in one moment, and bang, that beat would kick in, and it was devastation. And I was like, wow, that was an experience, man. And it used to go through your heart as well. And that was disco house.
Right.
That's disco house music. And I just fell in love with him, Yusuf, and Roger Sanchez and all those guys, because they were really nice as well. I had a right laugh with these dudes. And Bob Sinclair, you believe I was like touring with Bob Sinclair, and he made so many good records as well.
Right.
And that French house scene was, and it's great to see it come back again. I don't know if you've noticed it.
Oh yeah, I mean it is. I feel like it's just such a timeless sound. That you know, it's like. And it's good to see it coming back a bit more too. That filter sound, that filter house sound.
Yeah. Filter house.
So you put some records out. You start touring quite a bit, and I mean the break scene became a movement. Like from the transition from the big beat to the break scene. I mean you were on the forefront of it. You were one of the leaders, and I mean it became a global movement. Did you feel that as you were like part of it, or did you just have your head down, and you were working and just doing your best to hustle, or did you feel that you guys had kind of created something that was reaching people outside the scope of your initial circle?
Breakbeat was a brilliant piece of in British music's history, because it's not as prominent now. It's still there and it's still good, but in its prime, it was alongside drum and bass and house music. The three breakbeat was huge. I was playing to like 40,000 people with Dynamite MC playing breakbeat music, and it had so many good artists: Freak Nasty, Elite Force, Adam Freeland, Plump DJ, Stanton Warriors, Decline, and there were so many really good artists. And you go to Fabric, which was the #1 club in the world, and there would be breakbeat playing in Australia and Spain and Brazil and Canada and America, and it was just gaining momentum. And I was just touring and traveling, and it was brilliant. You know, I've got some of the best memories of my life playing at, you know, big festivals, even small places, and just having a really good laugh, because that music was so much fun, and it still is. And I incorporate kind of everything within my set now: drum and bass, hip hop, house, breaks, and some trap as well. And I think that's what makes me have longevity, I think, because I think that, you know, as a DJ, it's nice to hear all forms of music in one night at a club. And if one DJ could do that, then that's pretty good. And also, because I had a record shop, I like all that music as well. So it's fun playing all my favourite tunes and having a little bit of a journey and stuff like that.
Right. Well, I mean, you mentioned Fabric. I mean, it opened in '99, right? And I mean, breakbeat was a big part of that club from the minute it opened, right? Like it was.
Yeah.
Fridays was it alternated basically breakbeat and drum and bass.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And there were so many breakbeat DJs doing Fabric live: Freestylers, Plumps, Stantons, me,
Ali B,
EKE, Ali B. There's loads.
Yeah.
All the best breaks DJs done it. So it was a really good time, and it was really good fun. And you know, it's definitely well represented at Shambhala. And I think Shambhala actually kind of made that sound become quite big in Canada itself, really, didn't it?
Well, do you remember, like, what were your earliest Canadian memories of that era? Like when you started traveling over here, do you remember the shows or the, yeah?
Sorry, what was you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, do you remember where you played or the promoters you played for, or any of those? I mean,
oh, there was a guy in Vancouver. That was my first Canadian gig. Groove Robber, his name was.
Groove Robber, yep.
And he brought me over, and I played a really good venue. I can't remember where it was. It might have been in Gastown in Vancouver, and it was amazing. And it was my first taste of like. And then I got asked to do Shambhala, and I was just like. And then suddenly other gigs started popping in. I was like, "There's a really good vibe about Canada. It's really cool." And the early sort of Shambhalas. 2000.
What was the first year you played Shambhala? Do you remember?
I think it was 2003 or 2004.
I think that was around my first year as well. And it was a totally different festival back then, hey?
Yeah, we all camped in the same bit. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And there was that big monkey suit and stuff like that.
That might have been the first time we met, to be honest.
Who was there? Kenny guy was there, wasn't he? And John, Fort Knox 5, bless him, rest in peace. And Steve.
Rest in peace, John.
Yeah, we love John, don't we? And yeah, that was a brilliant Shambhala, wasn't it? That was when I had the RV as well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Do you remember the
that
big
was
RV?
It was kind of a lawless time at Shambhala, because we all just kind of like parked our campers together, and we had sound systems out front, and it was like anything goes.
Oh, it was so much fun. And that's what a festival should be, where it brings people together, doesn't it? And it's magical. And that is what I think Canadian people love. They just love meeting people and hearing music and being free. And I think that Canada is a lovely place to live. You know, I'm not just saying it because I'm talking to you, but I have got some of the best friends in Canada. I've got some brilliant friends, and I've made some brilliant friends. There's so many great DJs, and it's just literally got the best music scene for, you know, someone like me. You know, it's kind of replaced what Australia used to be, you know, because Australia gone more like house and techno, whereas Canada has embraced more sort of broken beat music. Not saying that it's not popular 4/4, because of course it is, but sort of the mixture and sound that I play just seems to still be really popular in Canada, which is great, because you know, it's an entertaining form of music, you know, where all types of styles can go in one night, and that's, you know, you never know what to expect. And I think that's that's the fun element, and that's what Shangri-La's like. It's just so magical, and you know that there's going to be so many good DJs there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's like it's a bit like summer camp for DJing, and you get to catch up with all your friends. I mean, it's there's nothing like it. Can you tell me about some of the other highlights of that era when things really started to blow up in the early 2000s? Like what were some of your other favorite festivals you played at around that era? Like I got to assume that Glastonbury was a seminal one for you.
I've got briefly for Glastonbury. So me and A Skills had just done the main dance centre at Glastonbury, a back-to-back set, and it was really good. And it was like sort of like late afternoon, early evening, and then we literally had to run out playing. I don't know, it must have been about 10,000 people, and it was really going off. And we jumped in our cars and we had to drive to London. It might have been a little bit later. It might have been about 7 till 8. So we got out of Glastonbury about 8:30, and it was a bloody long walk as well. So we had to run. And we were driving down the motorway to London, and at about midnight, and I think we were on about 1, BBC come on, and it's our set from Glastonbury. Me and A Skills, and we were next to each other on the motorway, and I was like waving at Adam, going like that, pointing to the radio. I was like, "We're on live now," and it was just. Then we went and played at the best club in the world. So just experienced the best festival, and then smashed it at the best club. It was so much fun, and that was, it's got so many highlights. I mean, playing a festival in Australia with Curtis Blow and A Skills was really good. New Year's Day, 25,000 people clapping their hands to Give Me the Breaks. Festival in Brisbane, Big Day Out tour with like Rage Against the Machine and Bjork and Cole Cox and Uncle Live. Oh, it was an amazing lineup. And we came out in Brisbane with Dynamite. Dynamite was so good. And we had an hour, and it was bang on an hour. So my set was like properly, we've done 5 shows in all the major cities across Australia. And the lineup was awesome. We got a brilliant set time. And that was at the period when Justice had just come out, and the whole electro house scene was getting quite big, and there was really good drum and bass as well. And there was exciting music. Not that there isn't now, but it was a different type of style of music. It was quite a lot more energy, high energy sort of.
Well, the other thing about that era too that I feel like is kind of the pre-internet sharing era when different regions were a little more there was more differences, whereas now it's become a bit homogeneous when you go to different scenes. But at that time, I mean, if you went far away geographically, it was going to be a different style of scene,
Yeah, I never thought of that. It's brilliant because like Australia really captivated that whole break scene. And I know you probably can't see me, but just behind me, because I'm moving house, I've got all my awards that I won at Breaks Poll and stuff like that. And I actually won the award for best DJ in Australia, which is really good when you consider like Tiesto, Cole Cox, Fatboy Slim, and all these DJs would have been in the running. So that proves how breakbeat was. And that's I had some amazing times. I wish I could write a book. If I wrote a book about it, I'd probably get myself in trouble because there'd be some crazy shit that went down that I can't say, but it was a bloody good time. I honestly, like Spain, so many good raves in Spain, and they're like massive, like 5, 10, 15,000 people just come to see breakbeat and drum and bass. It's mad. And where would you get that in the world? It's really good that it was embraced, and it was a really good time. And I love the way music has evolved and the way things have changed, and what kind of goes around comes around. Like we're saying, the whole disco house thing and the hip hop's coming back in a good way. And I think that, like, maybe breakbeat might come back as well, because when I've been doing the golden era streams, I was getting like 150,000 people on one stream watch the golden era breakbeat stream.
Wow.
And the golden era mixes that I've done really turned out good numbers as well. So just goes to prove old music still kind of rules in a way.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I feel like your sound translates well to the streaming format, and I think that there's certain characteristics that have shifted a little bit since the since the shutdown. And you know, it's like it's great to see you getting that kind of support, you know, on the streaming side, because it's like it reminds me also Z Trip played on the EDC stream, and all these kids were like, "Who is this? Like who's this new kid? You know, who like?" And he's ripping it up, and they're like, I've never seen a DJ play like that, because they don't have that reference. They've only seen, you know, post Skrillex type, you know, EDM DJs, and so it's cool to see, you know, some of the OGs and some of the skilled guys getting some recognition during the shutdown.
How it's come about, but you know, I think that, you know, there's always a time and a place, isn't there? Because like you said, all those DJs like Skrillex and Diplo, Dylan Francis and stuff like that, they wouldn't have got there and become as famous as what they've done if they hadn't have done something, you know, that was right and was good, you know, regardless of whether we like it or not. And I could never write music like they write and hit records like they do, because I'm just not as talented in that respect. My music is totally different, but I think that with the live thing, you're seeing something. So, you know, it's a different moment in time, isn't it? It's weird, because when you're at a festival surrounded by people having a wild time, different things vibe, don't they? But when you're watching a stream, you're more in tune with it, aren't you? Because sorry, not more in tune, but if you're focused on it, you see it, but you could just be wandering around the house and it can be just playing in the background. So it's a totally different vibe, isn't it?
Well, I feel like I am more in tune when I listen to the streams, because there's less distractions, that you don't have the visual aspect, you don't have all the other people. So you really are kind of more in tune, and I think it's changing the way people are listening to music right now.
Absolutely, definitely trying.
Hey, I wanted to ask you about another thing. I heard that at one point at some point during this time, you ended up on an episode of Supermarket Sweep. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Supermarket Sweep is like a family kind of couples TV show. You know, like that one where you spin the wheel. What's the popular ones in Canada?
Like the dating game. Would that be like that?
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And me and my ex-wife went on there, and I was wearing this. The presenter said, "Always smile when the camera's like at you." So every time the camera moved over towards me, I went like that. You could big bright blue shirt and this big smile, and I was like, "Oh my god, that guy's menace." And there's a video, you can see it on YouTube. It's online. I can't remember.
No way. I gotta watch it.
I can't remember what one it is, but there is pictures and videos circling around. But yeah, that we applied for it, and I honestly didn't think that we'd get on. So I just kind of thought to myself, "Oh well, I'll make her happy and do it like you should." And bloody did hell, we got asked, didn't we? I couldn't believe it, and I was like, "Oh." But it was
you get back out now.
It was a good experience.
That's cool. That's great. I wanted to ask you. You mentioned the album that you did with A Scales, and I know that over the course of your career, you've had a bunch of great collaborators, and I wanted you to just kind of talk about some of them, because you know, I feel like collaborating is one of my favorite things about production, and you know, it always. I know that you feed off it as well. Like you personally, I can. It just, you know, I get the vibe off the music that you're putting out, whether it's solo with somebody else, and it's like, you know, I love the energy that all the different collabs bring to your productions. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I love working with other people. I think that there's certain people that I work with that are just amazing. You know, Dynamite is incredible to work with. He's like a genius when he gets in the booth. He's really good, and he writes really good lyrics. You listen to Dynamite's lyrics; they're really intelligent, and they're not obvious. You know, when you're listening to a rhyme and you kind of know what the next word's going to be. Not with Dynamite. That's what makes him special, I think. Adam A. Skills is, like, for me, one of the best DJs and producers around. I think his sound is just amazing, and his DJing is just so tidy. He's a DJ's DJ, so He's brilliant. Ed Solo was another brilliant. He's who I first worked with.
Right.
And I love Ed. He's doing really well in the jungle scene, and we done some brilliant breakbeat tunes together, and had a lot of good times, a lot of late nights in the studio with him. And when I had that studio, we had Adam Freeland downstairs, and then we had I had a hip hop crew from Brighton one of the guys. He used to work there, and Ed used to live upstairs as well in the record shop. But yeah,
crazy.
I'll let you carry on. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was just remembering the story that Adam told, A-Skills told about when you guys went to New York to record with Curtis Blow.
Yeah, sorry, we were talking about, just realised about other producers. That was a really good experience doing Trigger Technology. He's an amazing guy, Adam. He walked into my shop with his version of Trigger Technology, and I thought that would be great, and he released it. And then Finger Licking asked us to write an album together, and I wanted to include that track because I thought he was brilliant, but it had too many samples. So I got someone to rap on it, and then Adam, obviously because he wrote the track, kind of finished it off, and then I added a couple of tracks that I'd wrote, Ill Type Sound and Come Alive with Dr. Luke, which was a really good track.
Yep.
Then we just New York was a crazy experience. We stayed in a crazy hotel. We done a video shoot. Had a record just between our legs, holding a record. Sorry, pardon my.
Is that video? Is it on YouTube? The video or no?
I don't think the video is, but there is pictures.
Okay.
It was the cover of Mix Mag in England.
What?
Yeah, made the cover of Mix Mag in England.
No way! I got to dig up that cover.
I have got it. I've got that. Yeah, I've got that somewhere in my various collections of memorabilia.
So good. That's amazing.
Adam was amazing, and I can't believe this is really interesting because you said about Give Me the Funk was my first record, and I sampled Curtis Blow in that record. I sampled the breaks.
Right,
and
right.
10 years later, or whatever it was, 8 years later, I'm in New York in a studio with the guy who wrote that record, re-recording it, and it becoming a big hit. It was a hit in Australia, that record. Can you believe that? And
I mean, those
those
kind of moments are the best when you pinch yourself and you're like, you're like now you're sitting next to your idols and you're like, wow, this is really is this real life?
Well, I've met so many of them as well, like Grandmaster Flash. He's an interesting guy, and obviously knowing Jazzy Jeff and Cash Money and Public Enemy. Met all these people, and Ice-T. I even met the Beastie Boys when they toured Brighton, actually, in Jurassic 5. Get to work with Charlie Tuna and see those guys, and Cut Chemist and DJ Shadow, and all these people you meet on your travels. And yet years ago I used to look at these people and worship them and think, God, I wish I was doing what they were doing. And here I am now, and I really am a lucky person, really. I'm very, very lucky.
Was there anybody that you met along the way that you thought was that let you down, that was like an asshole or something like that?
No, not really. I'm quite lucky. I mean, Grandmaster Flash was a little, he seemed a little bit uptight.
Right.
But in the end, he was all right with me. I think he's just like a cool cat, He's and I think that's his persona. There's a few DJs that don't really speak, like Tim Westwood doesn't really say anything, big UK hip hop DJ.
Right.
And, but generally speaking, like Example, I'd done a track with him for my last album with Dynamite, and he was one of the best persons I've ever worked with in my life.
Oh, awesome.
He's a pop producer, but he was so on point. He's like, video skills and directing skills are amazing. And he's just a really cool dude. He's got a great business head, and he's a successful artist. And Harry Shotter, my God, he was amazing. I'm very, very lucky to have worked with so many cool people.
So what do you think is the secret to your longevity? Because I mean, I feel like you're not slowing down. Like you keep putting out music, you keep putting out good and relevant music, and you seem to maintain your kind of fire over these years, and what do you think that your secret is? Like, is there?
That's really nice of you to say that, Pete. That means a lot. I think staying in touch with the youth and pushing a sound of mine that I grew up on, and I think because it's good music, I think that it's, you know, the younger generation have realised, yeah, this is bloody good actually, and you know, so it keeps hip hop alive and breakbeat and some of the sort of mid-tempo sort of bass music crosses over into some of the EDM sort of people, and you know, other people who kind of like feel like they need something extra. So it's built its own little niche really, and I think that, you know, people across the world, where I've travelled to all four corners of the world, believe it or not, I think Japan and Alaska are the two only places I've not been to.
Wow.
Which is incredible, isn't it, when you think about it? I was like, whoa, I'm so lucky to have travelled to all those places. I mean, I went on tour in China. That was crazy, man. Crazy. Africa as well. I toured South Africa. And I went to a safari with a dude, and I just watched this movie about a guy. It was so bloody weird. This guy in his car locked himself out of his car in a bloody safari, and the lions ate him. And everyone was inside the car watching it happen, and he had the keys to the car.
Whoa!
I'm through a safari with this dude, and I'm driving in his car, and I look in the back of the car, and I'm like, oh my God, the window's down and the door's open. You know, the button needed to be pushed down, so a lion could have just opened the bloody doors. And I'm like, oh God, how stupid is that? And yeah, you know, I've seen like massive great spiders at like festivals in Australia, and I've seen like, crazy shit happen in America when I've been on tour. But you know, it's what's made it interesting. They're memories that last forever, and I think that's what keeps me going. You know, meeting people, seeing people, watching the internet. The internet's definitely helped, because I'm hearing music that I didn't think existed, or it's like, oh, that's really interesting, you know. And so I think that I try and incorporate that into my set, and I think that's what people like. I think, especially in my mixes as well, they seem to resonate with people, I think.
I was gonna also ask you, because a similarity between us is that, you know, we've stayed in Calgary for all these years, and you know, it's not a major market, and you've also you know, maintained your spot in Brighton, which is, you know, I mean, it's got a strong music scene, but it's definitely not a major market either. What kind of keeps you in Brighton? Because I remember I visited there. I think you were out of town, but I came there in like 2004, and I was blown away by the amount of music that was happening in that city for the size of it. But you know, can you kind of speak about what keeps you in Brighton?
I think I like being by the sea. I love being by the sea. It's just something about being by the sea just enthuses me. Just makes me feel good to go for a walk along the beach. I think it's the food. Food's really cool, you know. I know, like fish and chips and all that sort of stuff, but I think that it's nice and easy, you know. It's not too flash, and the people are real, and the environment's really lovely in the summer. It's like really cool, and I think it just brings the best out of me. Just all my family are around here, and all my friends that I grew up with. So it just seems to be. I'm not really. I would love to have moved to Canada, say Vancouver, or Byron Bay in Australia, but I would have ended up coming back because I would have missed all my family and friends. You know? So home is where the heart is, really.
I like that you said that brings out the best in you, because I kind of feel the same way. But when you were describing Brighton, it reminded me of Calgary, except for without the sea and the nice weather.
Calgary, actually, I got to say, Calgary is a fun place. It really has grown over the last few years. Like the shops have got really good, and the restaurants as well, and the pubs, and the food. Food is like amazing in Calgary, isn't it?
It's definitely come a long way, and it keeps getting better. I mean, I love it personally, and the scene. I mean, the crew. It's like family and friends, like you said. I mean, our crew is a really strong group of people, and I love them all, and you know, it definitely is a big part of who I am, and you know, I wouldn't change it.
I do like Calgary, and there's a lot. I'll tell you what's really good about Calgary is the people. That's what makes it a special place. It's really, there's some smashing people in Calgary. I absolutely, every time I go and play a gig there, it just feels like second home to me. It's great. I love it. I think it's just generally like that across Canada. But Calgary, Vancouver, Nelson, they are pretty special, and Victoria as well. It warms my heart when I get there, because I just think, I know I'm going to have good food, and I'm going to meet good people, and I know I'm going to have a good gig. So, you know, and the hotels are nice as well. So, yeah, Billy Bonus all the way.
So can you, what do you have coming up that people should know about as far as streams and shows?
Perfect. Good answer. Good question. I've got Access Granted Volume 2 coming out tomorrow on Bandcamp, and it's also going to be free. There are fees, which is brilliant. So, and that's got a ton of hip hop instrumentals. It's got like stuff done by Chris Cans, JFB, Scratch Bastard, Robert Smith. They've all been supporting it. It's been really good. And
awesome.
So, yeah, I'm putting some other new stuff on my Bandcamp exclusive. I've got tons of new bits and pieces. I'm working on an EP for Westwood. And I just released Bass Funk Volume 5 on Bomb Strikes.
Great. I mean, I can't wait for those projects to sound super exciting. Do you have anything? Do you have any of that upcoming stuff that you could give us a sneak peek of?
Yeah, I've got some stuff because I was just doing the stream. So I'll just take you over to the setup, which is, I don't know if you can see that there.
This is my favorite part of small talk, when we get the exclusives.
Here we go. So this is coming out tomorrow. It's called The Big Box. Can you hear that all right?
Yeah, it sounds great.
So it's kind of like a nice, funky instrumental. This is the one that,
yeah.
This is a new remix of God the Fort with Charlie Tuna that I just finished the other week. So it's kind of got like a sort of, I don't know, it's different, isn't it?
Yeah. Sick. That sounds really good. Man, I love Charlie. Charlie's such a sweetheart, hey?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I forgot to talk about Charlie. Charlie's like one of the funnest dudes ever in the world. I love him to bits. And he's the best vocalist I've ever worked with in my entire life. He's just the most professional dude ever. And he loves his fans. And he's a brilliant, intelligent guy. This is a track that I've just done for Westwood, and I want to try and get a singer on it. So if there's any singers who are very soulful, like the sound of this, it's called Swag Cookies. And I've been trying my hands at different types of music.
That sounds dope.
I'm really digging the whole Catronada sort of vibe. So I tried it on this track with Charlie.
Time to remove the superhero uniform, do the norm and return to human form. Oh, while I'm out here fighting crime with rhyme, you're the only thing that's on my mind. One of a kind, divine beauty, you bring the sunshine when I'm gloomy. You truly survive.
Oh man, that sounds great.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
So
that sounds awesome. I'm loving it.
I've got loads of new stuff coming out. I've got about 25, 30 instrumental hip hop tunes ready to go. I've got 4 remixes off of the Adventures of a Reluctant Superhero album with Charlie, and I've got a new DJ mix about to come out as well.
Awesome. Hey, we just got a request from Ski Tour if you could tell the story about how you got your name Krafty Kuts.
Basically, it was when I DJ'd at the album, and I can't remember which one it was. The one with the plane on the cover.
No, yeah, off of that was called what was it called? It was the plane crashing one. License to Ill.
License to Ill. Well done. Brilliant. It bugged me actually. And there was a track. She's Krafty, and I used to scratch the Krafty, and then I used to cut the fader out. Got it right, Krafty. Just my type, Krafty, like that. And then I scratched that, and then someone said, "Oh, that's really cool." And I thought, Krafty, that'd be a good name for a.
I love it. Hey, so I also wanted to ask you, what's a record that never leaves your crate?
Probably Smack My Bitch Up with Prodigy, or Outer Space. Probably Outer Space, actually. Yeah, that or Jar Screech. No, Jar Screechy, Walking Skank.
Oh, man, I remember the first time I heard Prodigy, and it blew my mind.
Oh, they were the best live performance ever I've ever seen. Really good.
I guess it's pretty sad about Keith Flint.
Yeah, it is. He was a really cool dude. I got to tour with the Prodigy. I can't believe that. 2 years ago, I was on tour with them, and I'd done 4 shows, and I got to watch. I still can't get over that. Played Manchester, Exeter. I can't remember. It was just a magical moment in my career, and it just happened well out of the blue.
And another question. Before we don't have much time, we're going to get kicked off of our 1 hour limit here. But I'm having a blast, so I want to get all my questions in. But the one thing I ask all my guests is, what's the first thing you're going to do when the quarantine lets up?
Oh, I'm going to have to probably go to Five Guys, I think, or no, probably go straight to the gym. I can't wait to go to the bloody gym.
There you go.
Oh God, I want to go swimming, and yeah. There's too many things I want to do. I want to go to my favourite restaurant. I want to go to the gym. I want to go swimming. I want to have too many things.
Well,
it has been crazy, isn't it? It's just it's like the biggest catastrophe that we've ever experienced, and I've gone from like being extremely busy, like traveling everywhere and entertaining. The entertainment business was hit hard, and it's going to be the last to recover as well. And suddenly I had to think of a new method of bringing in money and doing things and it's become really good fun doing the stream. It takes a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. And when you watch people like Jazzy Jeff and Bastard, and A Skills and the X-Men and Yoda, you just realise how good it is and how entertaining people can be. And it brings the best. So brilliant. And knowing people like the Gaff, he's another talented DJ.
Man, shout out to Gaff. Well, we're about to get kicked off. Martin, I want to say thanks so much for being on Small Talk, man. I love you, and it was so awesome. It was an honor to chat with you. And